One day the sky turned blood red, opening portals to another world. Unknown monsters began to enter through these gates, wreaking havoc on the peaceful lives of people. In response to the threat, beings capable of resisting these creatures appeared and entered our world as well. They were called saints. And one day something happened that no one expected. A message of greetings from another world came to the residents' phones. These beings had been preparing since the founding of Korea, which they now faced, and asked people not to go outside under any circumstances. The message said that they should not open doors or leave their places, because the saints would soon come to their aid. After some time in this rhythm of chaos and destruction, some people began to acquire superpowers. They awakened their powers and could use them against demons, having the same abilities as the saints. The life expectancy of these people became comparable to that of monsters. But this was only the beginning. The warriors continuously destroyed monsters, defending their homeland and place of residence. This was the beginning of a world where people could wield great power. The sources of this power were determined for those who sought to become saints. The spiritual body determined whether a person was the basis of a saint. It was divided into three main categories. The first is the heavenly body, which allows one to use the powers of heaven and earth. The second category is the mundane body, which allows one to possess one of the five elements: fire, water, earth, wood, or metal, which formed everything that exists on earth. The third category is the human body, which allows you to use the energy of the sun and moon, that is, yin-yang. However, there was an exceptional body that could not be attributed to any of these categories. It was beyond understanding. A powerful explosion sounded in the city that looked like a slum. Everything shook and caught fire. The street was collapsing right before our eyes. Cars were flying up, being thrown around with great force. It was a winged green monster that craved destruction. It was destroying everything in its path, and its demonic power was incredible. People were running away from it. Some could not stand it and fell, and some died on the spot from the debris. But the monster was not going to stop flapping its wings. It covered the entire neighborhood, terrifying the city slums. Suddenly, someone distracted the monster with his presence, and even this animal took notice. Using an elixir from the fog, a man with a glowing aura emerges. In his mouth he has a nicotine cigarette, which acted as a hyperstimulant of the central nervous system. He activated the secretion of dopamine and walked straight to the monster with a stick in his hands. The adrenaline secretion was exceeding the norm, and this man in great shape radiated a completely different energy. Looking at the huge monster, he realized that he would have to deal with this monster. The monster, seeing that he was not afraid, opened his wide mouth and screamed for the whole neighborhood. But it didn't make any impression on our hero. He didn't care about the bird's cries. Without hesitation, he jumped forward to destroy the villain. Even though the monster was twice his size, he flew upwards holding his weapon. He raced straight for the head of this devilish creature, radiating energy from his entire body. The moment he reached the monster, he struck it in the face with his stick, and the creature flew away from the powerful blow. The miserable animal smashes the building next to it with its head from the blow of the young strong man. But it was not the end. He was going to destroy this horrible creature that had deprived his city of peace. This guy's body did not belong to any of the body types that existed. His element was a disaster that could not be categorized. His technique was the embodiment of chaos, and his body was a weapon of mass destruction. No one could fully understand this guy's abilities, because they were incomprehensible and unpredictable. His body type was called abnormal, and he could do incredible things with it. After the blow, everything was filled with the monster's blood. The boy managed to destroy this creature, which was extremely strong. There were people who brought peace through their spiritual bodies, but there were also those who brought chaos and discord. The saints tried to control ordinary people. And then there was a guy with a wrong body that did not fit into any categories. He was mysteriously walking on the roof of one of the buildings. After the battle was over, he finished his cigarette. His abilities allowed him to control chemicals that helped him to reveal the full potential of his powers. Looking at the miserable animal, the young man realized that this creature was a messenger of the gods with higher power. He did not understand why the saints left such dangerous monsters alone. This guy's name was Hanil, and he was a disaster with the power of a wrong body. These creatures were being insolent, and Hanil would do everything to make them pay for their behavior. The guy running on the rooftops was an overgrown monster using his powers. He fought against the saints, knew all the ways to activate his superpowers, and people created legends by looking at him. The city's newspapers and media space were filled with thousands of reports about this incredible guy, and everyone was happy that this damn bird had finally been destroyed. He was able to save many people by his actions, doing what the government could not do. He quickly became a sensation in the information space because he was completely different from other saints. It was a beautiful summer day, and work at the factory was over. The warehouse workers were rushing home to see their families and children. One of the workers opened a bottle of syrup after work. At the time, His colleagues complained of body pain and hard work. The guy took the syrup, replenishing his body with energy. He thanked his colleague for his good work, but said he had to go. His colleagues wanted to keep him to have lunch together, but he was in a hurry because of some urgent business. His colleagues wondered where he got so much energy from. Maybe he was taking vitamins, one suggested. But no one knew for sure if he was taking them, or if vitamins could have such an effect. Perhaps he has ginseng at home, which is used as a tonic. The young man was walking home after work, knowing full well that the vitamins were working very well for him. It was Park Hanil. He was 22 years old, and the vitamins were having an amazing effect on him. Not long before, he had learned about his ability after he first tried the nutritional supplements a coworker gave him. After a hard day's work, his fatigue disappeared like a charm after taking the vitamins. He felt great. Omega-3s provided incredible concentration and a clear mind. Walking home, he realized that no matter how hard he worked, he felt good. Getting off the bus, he walked to his house. Looking at his phone, he did not expect a girl who was passing by to offer him a cup of coffee. Of course, he paid attention to this strange girl because no one had ever offered him one before. She kindly asked him to meet her, and she spoke as if she had never said this to anyone before. She asked for his phone number, just like in the movies, and the guy was touched by this. However, he didn't fully understand why she was paying attention to him. The girl said that he had a wonderful aura, and if he was free, they could talk about Tao. But after these words, the guy realized what was going on. It was propaganda for a cult that is now banned in Korea. He turned away from the girl and wanted to run away. She ran after him, trying to explain that she was not a bad person. Her name was Han Yuhi, and she represented a certain society. But it looked like nonsense to him, and he started running away so that she wouldn't catch up with him. Having accelerated, he managed to get away from her. He was already tired of these proposals from religious fanatics. It was hard to believe that such people existed at all. These cults, saints, and all because of his father. His father was an ordinary man, but one day he made an important decision, which he explained to his wife. He created a medicine that had nothing to do with saints and had an amazing effect. He quit his job and moved in with his parents. Later, he started taking mixtures of medicines and herbs with different ingredients. After that, he was hospitalized several times because of severe pain. One day he went to the forest, leaving a letter saying that he would return when his energy was restored. This happened 20 years ago when the boy was just a child. He was 2 years old. It was a very long time ago, and it was hard for him to remember it all. He was worried about his father's sudden departure. In those moments, his father was taking nutritional supplements, just like him, and not strange medications, as some people thought. He went to one of the pharmacies, took the necessary nutritional supplement, and when he went outside, noticed that the sky was overcast. These clouds didn't look like the usual rain or bad weather, and people started to pay attention to them, taking pictures with their phones. A huge circle began to form over the city, worrying everyone. It seemed to be some kind of portal to another world. The guy didn't see it when he entered the store. It didn't look like a movie set. It looked more like the arrival of a spaceship. Soon after, a powerful shock came from this circle, which alarmed everyone on the spot. It was like an earthquake happening right now, and people started falling off their feet. The ground in the city began to crack, and some claws began to emerge from the soil. Soon, a monstrous creature of an incomprehensible shape began to crawl out of the broken soil. It looked like a cross between a devil and an orc. It was terrifying and carried a weapon. Looking at this creature, it was clear that we had to run away because it was clearly not friendly. But why should our hero run away right now? At the moment of the attack of fear, he felt his heart start to beat much harder. When he took the elixir, his body began to take on a completely different shape, and his aura began to glow with different colors. He had taken a substance that acted like caffeine and sugar, and his body played with new colors. But the orc continued to attack. At the moment when the monster swung his mace at him, the boy did nothing but feel a surge of energy. The stimulation of the nerve endings and the nervous system intensified. And at the moment when the orc's mace was above his head, he felt that the orc may have slowed down, but incredible energy began to emanate from its eyes. He even thought that he was seeing everything in slow motion. If this is true, what is happening? At this point, he stands still, and his coffee falls to the ground. And it's not just falling, it's falling slowly, at a very slow speed. The guy realizes that perhaps he has such a strong force. But where did it come from? Perhaps it was the coffee or some vitamins. Given that the orc has slowed down, perhaps he can escape. Chaos reigns around. The guy sees that these monsters have overrun the city and are killing people on the streets. Having received this energy, he can run away from these animals, because now he has a chance. But instead of running away, he decides to kick that damn orc. Having received a strong blow to the stomach, the guy did not even expect to be able to knock the orc down. The mace of this terrible monster fell out of his hands and fell to the ground. One might have thought that the orc was defeated, but it was not so simple. The boy's excitement and strength did not stop growing, and he decided that now he had to attack. The orc did not even expect to meet such resistance on these streets. He just wanted to kill this guy. They rushed at each other with the aim of destroying each other. But who would get there first? In a few seconds, they were almost at the same level near the mace. The first to grab the mace was the boy, holding it tightly. He raised it above him, although it was not easy to swing, and he hit the huge orc in the face to make him realize who was in charge. Looking at how the orc fell down and did not move anymore, the boy felt his strength and realized that he was stronger than he expected. But as he looked around, he noticed that things were not so simple. He was being surrounded from different sides. Several orcs, about 4 to 6, began to run from different directions, trying to avenge their brother. Holding the mace in his hands, he realizes that he will have to try very hard. With this energy, he realizes that he's about to show the orcs where the crayfish hibernate. Swinging his mace, he first struck an orc flying at him from a height with his huge body. But this fat orc didn't scare him. He knocked him out with a punch to the face so that his teeth flew in different directions. After a few clever blows, the other orcs also began to fall to the ground, and the boy ran forward, chopping off their stupid heads. The street was full of orcs, and even though he cut down one, 10 would take its place. Despite this, he couldn't stop. He had to go all the way. He destroyed the orcs right on their territory, knocking the hell out of them. They didn't even expect such resistance. When he took a swing at one of the main orcs, he realized that it was the last orc in this quarter. The block was surrounded by orcs, but this last one stood between him and victory. He had to try very hard to knock out the last enemy, get out of the battle, and stay alive. He hopes that it's over, and he doesn't fully understand what happened at all. Looking at the chaos in the world, he realizes that the bunch of orcs he defeated does not mean the end. Because an orc came out of the neighborhood, much stronger than all the previous ones. It was a huge demon-like orc with a powerful mace, looking directly at the boy, asking a silent question. What the hell is this? Its huge teeth looked like it could chew through a car without paying attention to the boy. The boy thought about fighting him, but given his strength, he doubted whether he was weaker than he looked. The orc didn't wait long and started attacking, which made the boy's face turn pale. A huge mace flew at his head, leaving him no chance to dodge. The great energy that filled him disappeared. And at the last moment, he saw a large mace flying straight at his head, and this could only mean one thing: death. Several store employees hid from the chaos. The orcs not only attacked people, but also fought among themselves. One of the guys was looking at the monsters, and couldn't imagine what would happen if one of them broke in. The girl was scared, but they didn't know what to do. When they wanted to close the door, Puck flew right at them with a strong blow. He smashed the store window and hit one of them, so they both flew away. Landing on the shelf and on the floor, the goods were scattered all over the room. But that wasn't the end. The monster was coming for the guy he had just hit with his mace. The monster roared with tension and wanted to destroy all the people. It was Bonds, the monster boss. Once inside, the monster looked around. The boy on the ground was begging for mercy. The boy was screaming for salvation, tears rolling down his face. But the monster stretched out his big hand to kill him. Park lit a cigarette at that moment, and his body was under the influence of the elixir. He threw the lighter on the ground, and it was as if a lot of energy appeared in his body. The guy abruptly got off the ground and ran towards the monster that was mocking his colleague. With a strong kick, the guy hits the monster's head. The force of the kick was just incredible. The huge orc breaks through the shop window and flies forward like a loser. Hitting the neighboring wall, he bruised himself quite badly. But the fight was not over. Even though the monster flew many meters and punched a big hole in the neighboring house. The guy was not going to leave or let it live. He confidently approaches the orc. Nicotine penetrates his body. He takes another drag to feel its effects. The system informs him that the nervous system is being stimulated and energy is being restored right now, and the guy is acquiring a new aura. As he finishes his cigarette, looking at the orc, he invites him to take part in the second round. The moment the cigarette falls to the ground, it's as if the start button is being pressed. This shows the guy that he needs to run forward to reach new heights. With a strong blow that swept through the orc, he hits him right in the head, so that the orc felt all the rage on his body. The guy is not going to stop and will finish the job. This huge monster has invaded his world and is giving people no peace. But after a few blows, the orc finally regained consciousness. Having gained strength, he grabbed the boy and wanted to destroy him with his claws. But our hero successfully dodged the attack. A strong punch on the ground almost broke the asphalt, but did not hit the guy. Our hero looks at the orc and realizes that this creature is filled with a lot of energy and is not going to give up. One more blow to the head of this monster will not hurt him. After this blow, one of the orc's horns broke off, and he fell down, losing consciousness for a second. When the orc opened his eyes, he saw Puck standing over him. Puck was going to smash his head to show his power to this creature. He pressed the orc's head to the asphalt and destroyed the cursed creature. The orc was defeated and lay unconscious, destroyed by the protagonist, who was very tired from this battle. After catching his breath after the attack, he noticed that it was a significant physical strain on his body. but he also felt the effects of cigarettes. Looking back at what was happening, he hoped his mom was okay. But he let his guard down and the orc rose from the asphalt debris. The orc grabbed the boy by the shoulder, despite his injuries. He grabbed the boy's head and began to press it into the asphalt. At that moment, Pak could not even move, feeling that his life was ending. The orc not only pressed him into the asphalt, but also tried to finish off the one who wanted to destroy him with his left hand. The orc's powerful punch hit our hero's head, and it seemed that it would destroy him. But the orc was not expecting it. He looked at what happened in amazement. The guy blocked his punch with one hand. He not only stopped the orc, but also looked him in the eye, telling him not to move. The guy's left hand hit the orc right in the stomach, knocking the shit out of him. The guy wanted only one thing, for this vile creature to finally die. But this lousy orc could not die, but after this blow he had no chance. The boy threw him aside and stood for a moment, thinking. He threw the orc away from him to lie down elsewhere, because it was uncomfortable for both of them to lie on the asphalt together. Incredible fatigue gripped his body, he couldn't even move a finger. But when everything quieted down, he heard screams from far away. People were screaming for help because many orcs were attacking them. Incredible creatures like mountains had fallen on their place, and something had to be done about it. Rising up from the asphalt, Park realizes that he doesn't have enough energy. He wonders where these cursed creatures came from, and why they are attacking civilians in such numbers. These monsters bothered him deeply, especially the fact that their quiet life cycle had come to an end, no matter how much it pained him. No matter how much he wanted to stop it, the orcs still ran and attacked people. They were grabbing people on the road, strangling them, taking their lives, and when the guy saw it, the moment when one of the men was being attacked by a cruel orc and wanted to kill him, a white silhouette appeared in the sky, flying towards the scene. It was something like a lady who landed smoothly, as if she was floating in the air. She slowly spun through the airspace as she stepped onto the tarmac and headed toward the scene. Taking the card in her hands, she filled it with her energy. She threw the card like a bullet, which flew at high speed, leaving a trail of this power behind. The incredible monsters that were crawling out of the ground saw the card flying towards their lair. The card was surrounded by an energy layer and carried great power. It bifurcated, creating an energy circle. It exploded with energy and it fried the orcs who were within the radius of this technique. The orcs were not just destroyed. They disintegrated into small pieces and disappeared from that place. This applied to all the orcs nearby, who were incredibly destroyed. Our hero just looked at her, not understanding how it happened. This woman killed all the orcs with one blow, and it was just incredible to him. But who is she, and what is she doing here? She walked right up to him and looked at him. The boy was impressed, but he did not understand why she came to him at that moment. The girl watched him and was amazed that he was able to defeat one of the monsters on his own without any training. She realized that the guy was no ordinary guy and asked him who he was. But what could an ordinary warehouse worker who had just miraculously managed to escape such an incredible attack say? The girl looked at him, interested in his abilities. She asked for his hand, but Park didn't understand what abilities she was talking about, because he was just fighting for his life. Using her power, the girl made his arm straighten in her direction on its own. She stared at his arm, trying to understand what kind of abilities he had. At first, she didn't understand what secrets he was hiding, but she was amazed to see that he had neither a celestial nor a human body. The only explanation she could give was that he had the wrong body. She felt sorry for the boy, but she couldn't let a disaster roam the city, so she decided to get rid of him immediately. She pointed her hand and began to accumulate energy to destroy him. But before she could do so, the guy looked at her hand and began to give up. He thanked her for her help, although he did not realize the danger he was in. He did not know how to thank this woman for saving him from a painful death. But the woman was doing something incomprehensible, creating an energy layer. She accumulated the energy layer in her hand, considering these conversations a waste of time. With her index finger, she pushed the energy ball toward Park. He caught the energy ball with his mouth, which flew right in. He swallowed it as if it were something heavy and uncomfortable in his body. He felt bitter and heavy from what she had given him. At that moment, his body began to shake with electricity, as if he had been electrocuted. When he asked what it was and why he felt so bad, the girl only replied that it was a medicine to dull his power source. Although this technique is usually used on demons who cannot be controlled, it was the only way to save Park's life, in her opinion. His unstable abilities could destroy both his life and the lives around him, although he might be hurt at the moment. But it would be better. At this point, the woman turned away from Park with the thought that if fate wills it, they will meet again in the future, and left him. When asked to wait and explain what had happened, the woman said nothing. The guy fell on the cracked asphalt, unable to catch his breath after this toxic attack. What the hell did she do? What kind of medication did she give him? And what did she mean when she said he had the wrong body? These questions haunted him. But why did she emphasize that his abilities were unusual? This gave the boy a chance to think, and he decided to pull himself together. He was laughing at the whole performance in these mysterious phrases, and he stood up on one leg. If it wasn't for his abilities, he would have remained on the ground. Despite all the scattered drugs around him, he couldn't stop himself and picked up a bottle of vitamins that was lying nearby. He unscrewed the cap with his teeth and took the medicine. After drinking the liquid, he felt relieved because he had been using this substance to survive. The preparation contained alder and romanium trees, which helped his liver function, and soon his body began to detoxify. After a while, he collected a large number of such drugs. He brought them home and drank one jar after another. Time after time, he opened and drank these drinks. He could not even think that hangover drinks would work so well. However, looking at his body after the brutal fight, he doesn't feel great. But remembering the girl's words about the disaster, he realized that the medicine she gave him had clearly had some effect on him. Looking at his room, surrounded by all this negativity, he realizes that he needs to get out of here and go to his mom to check on her. But as he leaves the room and looks at his phone, he is struck with terror. He received an urgent warning on his cell phone, saying that other monsters were approaching. When he looked closer at the text of the alert, he was shocked. The Department of Disaster Management was telling him to stay home and avoid going outside, and a link to download an app was provided. But what were these 2-star special events he saw in the App Store? It was clear that the app was fairly new. The design was very poor. If it's an emergency alert, it's unlikely to be scammers. Soon the guy starts scanning his ID in the app. The message "Authentication Complete" appeared, and he was redirected to the main page of the app. Everything around him began to move and take on new colors. He did not understand what kind of world was in front of him. He clutched his heart, not understanding why it was beating so hard. What kind of medicine had he taken? Reaching for one of the energy drinks, he drinks it in one gulp and doesn't even notice that a system window flies in front of him. Strange symbols whirl in front of him, but he doesn't pay attention to them. Although he started to feel better after drinking the energy drink, it did not mean a complete recovery. Finally, he noticed a window illuminated above him, but he did not understand what it was. This yellow window reported the results of Park Hanil's test. The guy was confused even by the name. What kind of results are these? But his curiosity was much stronger. And what else to do during the apocalypse but read such an interesting manga story? So subscribe to the channel and continue watching this masterpiece. The blue sphere we see on the screen is called the Blue Nothing, and it looks like a tree. In its core, you can find water containing blue energy. Among all the medicines containing energy, this is one of the best in this world. But what does this have to do with Park Hanil's tests? The young man watched this message in surprise, wanting to know more. Suddenly, he felt a pain in his stomach that did not let him rest. He fell to the floor and began to vomit as the chemical, empty blue energy, entered his body. Empty blue energy was one of the ingredients in the medicine Hanil had taken. The hangover drinks neutralized the poisonous effect of the medicine, but the effect of the blue energy remained. Hanil's body had an interesting reaction. His body was very hot from the toxic effect, and he was holding his chest. All this time he felt lousy, and he waited for the fever to subside. He felt as if he had been poisoned, but it was unclear what had affected him so much. Nevertheless, he needed to get through it somehow, and the guy started moving around the room to find a comfortable place. Soon he lay down and it was just wonderful. He crossed his arms, sitting like a monk in the lotus position. Hanil remembered this posture he had seen in martial arts movies when people practiced this kind of meditation. After sitting like that for 5 minutes, he noticed that the position was incredibly comfortable. To help his fever go down, he decided to sit like this until he felt better. Looking at the statistics in front of his eyes, he saw that his body was wrong, but the system window showed that everything was fine. The results showed that his spiritual body was created for him. The main feature was that the tree nourished his body with energy. The woman he met during the battle with the orcs gave him medicine that was unstable. Realizing the peculiarity of his body, he wondered, what does it mean that the tree nourishes him with energy? Soon the poison finally wore off, and the boy felt relieved. Probably the changes in the ingredients occurred while he was analyzing this information. What a relief it was for Hanil. He would have died if his body had been wrong. Soon, a second blue window began to materialize to his left. He saw the Korean president addressing the nation. The president wanted to tell the pure truth to his people and immediately addressed them. He announced that certain measures had been decided to be taken for the safety of everyone. If you go into a detailed description of this world, 10,000 years ago, the world was a much more exciting place than it is now. Creatures called monsters roamed the earth freely and ruled it. While other creatures from different galaxies flocked to their world, humans were on the verge of survival. People were being killed and discarded like expendable material. But in the midst of the chaos, a select few were given unexpected powers. A special power that no one had ever possessed before gave them a long life and the ability to cope with strong monsters. People rose to the level of monsters, and this was the beginning of a new world where everyone could wield great power. Later, these people were called saints. At the moment when it was necessary to close the gates to heaven, the saints sacrificed their lives. They did this so that people could prosper in this world, opening up a brighter future for them through their sacrifices. The saints were considered myths and legends, their stories passed down from generation to generation. No one knows if this is true, but this is what history has said until now. The president announced that all the saints would patrol in their assigned areas, protecting civilians. These people have been tested for their abilities and have the right to use force if necessary. The president's speech ended, but the boy began to see a lot of interesting information in front of him. Clicking on the information in front of him, he realized that it was about his body skills and abilities. Soon, numerous windows hanging in the air opened in front of him. All of this information made up the skills he had. Looking at the statistics, he saw that his abilities were unique. He had upper, middle, and lower cores that made up his core strength. He could feel warmth in these places because he was sitting in a posture that allowed energy to circulate. After years of training, you can feel warmth in at least one of these 3 places. As soon as all 3 points start to warm up, you can start training with the Earth method. The Earth method refers to breathing techniques. The information made the guy realize that he needed to breathe in this pose. He didn't catch himself thinking that yesterday he didn't believe in religion, but today he was practicing the holy breath technique. Concentrating on the breathing technique, he began this practice. He tried to repeat it over and over again, forcing his lungs to fill and exhale air. When he opened his eyes, he realized that it was easier than he thought. He wanted to see how his body reacted to it. Even if he has a spiritual body, it takes time to feel the warmth in these points. For some people, it can take as long as a month or even years, depending on their talent. With enough training and practice, he will be able to reach this state, even if it doesn't happen right away. At that moment, Hanil took the first step toward becoming a new kind of saint. When he opened his eyes, he could not believe it had happened. He was covered with trees, and his room was filled with grasses and tree roots. Branches started coming out of all the cracks. The jars were braided with roots, and it all happened in a second for him. He was so engrossed in the breathing practice that he didn't even notice how much time he spent in this state, and everything overgrew. After leaving his room and shaking off the roots, he wanted to look at his phone, but the battery was dead. Turning his head 360 degrees, he tried to find a clock nearby. Noticing a clock on the wall, he looked at the month and time. Shocked to see the date, he couldn't believe it was June 22nd, realizing that he had been in this state for almost 100 days. He had started meditating about 100 days ago, and he was just now coming out of his meditative state. During this period of time, grass grew in the room. But despite this, something had to be done, and Park took a bath. Fortunately, it at least worked. However, his condition was rather strange. After such a long time in meditation, he did not feel exhausted or hungry. Even his body hadn't lost weight, and his muscles hadn't disappeared despite the long period of inactivity. The phone was connected to the power bank, and of course in 100 days it should be fully charged. Now he could find out what had happened in the world during this period of time. When he looked outside, he saw a very interesting phenomenon. There was a big seal hanging over the city, like a huge dome-shaped barrier, and periodically there were funnels from which monsters came out. This area was very dangerous, and he stayed here because he could not evacuate. Looking out the window again, he saw the silhouette of a monster. The ground was shaking as this monster roamed around the city. It was huge. The sounds and screams of monsters filled the city, and it was clear that it was very dangerous to be here. The guy continued to look around and could not believe his eyes. What the hell? Looking down, he realized that there was not just one monster surrounding him. A huge number of monsters were down there, thirsting for blood. They were everywhere, both above and below, and they had terrifying shapes. Looking at all this, Park realized that he had to get out of here quickly. But it wasn't that simple. No one was going to evacuate him. Moreover, there was no signal, and the only way to communicate was not working. When he lowered his temperature for breathing techniques, he lived 100 days in the lotus position. Although he had guessed that this was a special breathing technique, he didn't realize it. When he opened the ability window of his unique body, he saw a message that he was not connected to the network and would not receive the necessary functions. He started flipping through the tree-lined room looking for information he couldn't find. The only thing he could see at that moment was his profile. But something changed in his profile, and 2 other copies of the mascot were added. Curiosity got the better of him, and he clicked on this information. The information said that the copies of the mascot were useful, and that mascots were given out, depending on the supporters and rank. 9 ranks of contract space magic. Attach the talisman to your finger and focus on a point on the top of your finger using your breath. After reading this, the guy thought it was very easy, but when he tried it, he realized that it wasn't that easy. At first, nothing much happened to impress him. When he got out of bed, he didn't feel much different. But when he tapped his foot on the floor, something did start to circulate. Suddenly, he began to move at the speed of light and hit the wall without realizing it. Falling down from a strong impact, the guy realized that the magic of contract space magic was actually real. Holding his nose, he realized that he still had a lot to learn. An interesting card allowed weight transfer, which gave him a chance to move much heavier objects. The next card provided ease of use in combat, allowing you to react quickly, like a flash. After analyzing this information, the guy decided to test everything on the roof. The only problem was that the monsters could see his light and react, and he wanted to find out more information, to be able to push off and escape from this cursed place. Earlier, he had copied the breathing technique in one of the windows, and curiosity got the better of him. He decided to take a closer look. After reading about the training of the technique, which lasts from 1 to 10 stars, he learned that after the 5th star, he could use the ability of the tree. The more tree energy and experience, the higher the level. However, he would need to spend at least 10 years per star, which looked very ridiculous. He scratched his head, realizing that waiting 10 years before he could use that star would mean breathing for the rest of his life until he died. But he already had a few stars to start with. He began to accumulate energy and could measure his level. To do this, he had to release energy into both hands and stretch out his left arm. The instruction was quite clear. When he stretched out his left arm, he began to feel the energy. The number of rings on his arm corresponded to his level. Park stared at his hand, which began to glow with green energy. But as he was enthusiastically practicing his technique, something disturbed him. An unworthy creature had invaded the apartment and was walking around the floors. But why at this very moment? Monsters had invaded his room, and a large tiger was walking on the same floor as our hero. The monster was incredibly large. Its eyes glowed with cruelty. It was in hunting mode. There was no time to think. He had to find something quickly, and he began to search more actively. But miraculously, it did happen. The guy found what he had been looking for so long. However, the roar of a monster began to come out of the hole in the wall, and it noticed the boy. With great speed, the monster began to run at him, having noticed him with only a glance. The monster grabbed the boy by his left shoulder with its claws and began to strangle him as if he were a toy. The boy could feel blood running down his face because of this bite. It seemed that nothing would help him escape from this evil monster, which had longed for this tidbit in a deserted place. But in China, there was a skill called the absorption method, which took the monster's life force at the moment of contact. The guy felt that when he put his hand on the monster, he had something similar to this skill. Energy began to accumulate in his right hand, and he touched the monster with it, hoping it would help. He activated the planting sprout art. He was able to strike the monster and disconnect its mouth from his shoulder. Throwing the cursed creature aside so that it would no longer gnaw at him, he felt powerful. His body was filled with a green aura, and he felt incredible power. He was enveloped in an energetic state that allowed him to do incredible things, but he did not understand what had happened to him. Although the wound on his shoulder was serious, he survived thanks to a useful skill. But suddenly, the power in his eyes began to fill his body, and he felt like he was in another world. Utilizing the nutrients, he felt a surge of energy and even went down on one knee to withstand the strain. His energy devoured the monster. By forming useful elements, it stabilized muscles, improved blood formation, and increased the production of red blood cells. After absorbing the monster's energy, something incredible began to happen around him. The guy began to glow with a completely different aura, and the power he received from nowhere began to fill the entire room. Looking at his hand, he could not understand what was happening to his body. He felt a huge amount of energy in his body that he had never had before. His nutrients were restored, and he took the life of that monster, which is why they were restored. Feeling the power in his hands, he realized that it would be enough to last him through the use of the winding wind. An interesting fact, he noticed that grass and trees began to grow from the monster's body where it had been lying. To take a closer look, the guy got closer and couldn't believe how these sprouts could appear on the monster's body. They hadn't been there before. He pulled out the sprouts and put them in his suitcase, thinking that they might be useful in the future. He can only use a sprout once per enemy. If he doesn't have time to absorb the monster's energy before destroying them, it's best to avoid encounters with a large number of enemies. Looking at the statistics, he realizes that he needs to hold out until the rescue team arrives. Judging by the fact that he has a trick up his sleeve, he will have to use it. Soon, another hungry creature enters the room, eager to destroy our hero. It attacks Puck and tries to tear him apart, its eyes glowing with incredible energy. Looking stern, it also screams, opening its mouth. The boy catches the bite of this creature with his elbow, which is trying to tear him apart. But the boy's arm, like armor, does not allow him to bite it. Using the art of layering, the boy swings his arm, which is glowing with green light, to strike the villain. His eyes glow with a green aura, and his desire for the bastard to let go of his hand grows. A powerful punch knocks all the stupidity out of this monster. There was no time to relax. He had to run forward. He runs away from the monster and rushes on. He needs to move faster to call an ambulance, using the twisting world and tearing forward. But the whole building is crawling with these creatures, just waiting for someone to get in their way. Looking at this unbelievable, horrific scenario, the guy can't believe that there is no end to them. He starts to beat these monsters one by one, but they attack from different directions like crazy. Although the boy's strength gives him the opportunity to fight, one of the creatures grabs his leg. But Park still fights it off and escapes from all the bites. One monster is replaced by 3 or 4 more, and they are incredibly difficult to fight. He ran up the stairs, thinking that the number of monsters seemed endless. A little more, and he reaches the roof, which he tried so hard to get to. Kicking the door with his foot, he finally makes it to the roof. Everything is covered in dust, and he is coughing from fatigue and dust. But the picture he saw on the roof was simply incredible. There was an incredibly large monster standing in front of him, with its hand resting on the roof. Looking at this ugly creature, the guy did not know what to do with this freak who was looking directly at him with his 3 eyes. Monsters were waiting for him below. Monsters were waiting for him on the street. It could drive him crazy. However, looking at these freaks, the guy realizes that he has all or nothing left. Gathering all his will into a fist, he decides to take on these villains. Activating the twisting world, he rushes forward, and the power begins to work. Taking the card in his hand, he materializes it above him, illuminating everyone around him, and the monsters are exposed to the brightness of the light. This light begins to blind the creatures and harm them. A huge stream of light rises high up, visible at a great distance, blinding everything around. Soon, all these monsters ran away from the light, and the guy sat down to take a break. After a while, he heard a human voice telling him that he was coming out right now, and he had hope that it was a rescue team. Running forward, the guy shouted that he was here and ready to be rescued, but he saw a man flying in the air. This man had a curious aura and levitated in the air, flying towards him. He wondered why the guy was lounging around by himself in this place, why he didn't have a talisman to fly or jump. He was a fire Taoist. The guy admitted that he had nothing. He had only received 3 talismans at the beginning. The flying Taoist, looking at him, wanted to remind him that this was not the best place to make excuses, and held out his hand for him to take. A monster was approaching the flying Taoist, but when the boy pointed it out, the Taoist didn't even show any emotion. The monster decided to grab the flying Taoist with its powerful claws the moment he turned. But the Taoist was tired of all this, and he was not even confused by such an unexpected blow. He began to fill his hand with energy, which surrounded it with flying balls. These balls circled his hand like armor, accumulating energy. A powerful blow from 1,000 of these balls hit the monster right in the face, causing it to collapse. At that moment, the creature flew to the side and began to fall apart. The Taoist looked at Park and asked him not to keep him waiting, to quickly extend his hand. It was clear that our hero had no choice. He had to act immediately. The Taoist wrapped his arms around the boy like a protective dome, lifting him up. The Taoist wondered how people like him could wander in this zone, and why he did not value his life. But he did not have to answer because the Taoist was not interested or did not need to know. Our hero, flying with him, thanked him for saving him from death. Soon they flew through the protective barrier, and the guy found himself in a slightly easier environment. Once inside the protective zone, his phone finally started to pick up a signal. Opening his messenger, he saw that a large number of messages remained unread. This was expected, as he had spent 100 days there. His joy knew no bounds because now he was safe and sound. A huge amount of time has passed, and a lot has changed in this world. Looking at this beautiful place, the boy wondered how other cities had changed during this time. Once he was in a safe place, he was finishing a phone call with his mom. He finally showed up and explained to everyone that nothing had happened to him. He had just disappeared and then turned up, asking them to close the investigation. He promised her that they would meet soon and everything would be fine. As soon as Park finished the conversation, he was approached by a police officer who brought 2 cups of tea. The policeman gave 1 cup of tea to the boy and the other to himself, and they decided to talk. Park was very happy that his mom and family were safe. Their pleasant conversation was interrupted by a man in uniform who abruptly burst into the room. Everything he said sounded completely unclear as to whether he was the right person. The policeman did not understand why this guy ran into the room so abruptly. But when he saw that it was Hanil, the guy who had survived the situation, he understood. This person who was rushing into the room was a student of the unit commander. Cha Hyunjun took the initiative and ordered the officer to leave the room quickly, even though he hadn't even taken a statement yet. He was shocked by this. But he insisted that the officer leave quickly, because if the commander repeated the order, there would be consequences. The first question he wanted to know was whether Park had studied the techniques before opening the divine door. After drinking tea, Park replied that he had never studied anything like that. The commander explained that somehow the boy had managed to wake up his teacher, who had been sleeping for 15 years, and asked if he had been chosen by chance. Park just silently ignored his question. not understanding what he was referring to. But when the commander showed him the system on his tablet, which was displayed in front of him, the guy saw something important. He emphasized that the word ascending was spelled correctly, and noted that there are only 9 ranks of saints: ascending, high, great, mystical, celestial, fallen, eminent, divine, and spiritual. The highest rank is the highest. A large number of the awakened are disciples who cannot be called saints, but who have been called and recognized for their qualities, and qualified as ascending under the guidance of a teacher. In their world, age and ethnicity did not matter. A person who passes the apprenticeship training holds the position of an elder. Those who did not pass the apprenticeship were juniors. Younger people should do their best for their elders. This is an unspoken rule. Park listened carefully to the commander's words, analyzing them. He wondered if the rising level was a low rank. What rank was the commander's teacher? The policeman was outraged by the boy's words, disgusted that he, being of such a low grade, had lost his mind at all. He lifted him up by his clothes and made him think again, saying that if he was born with a spiritual body, then regardless of the circumstances, he must live under the supervision of his elders and his technique. The policeman was already tired of the boy's stupidity, and he warned him that he did not want to repeat himself. If he stuttered about it again, there would be serious consequences. Puck was laughing, and he repeated exactly the words he had been asked not to repeat, so much so that the policeman loved his teacher that he began to use his cool phrases. The policeman's indignation knew no bounds. His face was filled with anger, and he lost control of himself. He wanted to destroy this impudent man. But when he saw his profile, he shuddered. The profile showed that Park's rank was much higher than that of a police officer. As mentioned earlier, high follows the ascending. That meant the policeman was a lower rank than this guy, and juniors should do everything for their seniors, according to him. Based on these words, it was funny to Park that this policeman was acting so wrong. When he returned to the building after this incident, everything took on a completely different color. The Grand Master felt his energy when he heard that his teacher did not treat him as a senior. The main mistake he made was that he gave away the master's technique that he was using. The master looked at his idiot student and slammed his hand loudly on the table. He was mean. He had inherited a gangster's technique and bowed down before some scoundrel. His apology sounded ridiculous. All this guy named Chu wanted to say was that the other guy's rank was higher than his. He was tall. The master, thinking about the other guy, realized that his build was the reason. If his guess is correct, then he might be special because of his irregular body. If his teacher continues to talk nonsense, he will destroy him. Since his body was earthly, the master explained that to be born with a body like his and his disciples meant that he had an element of wood in his body. Given this, it was clear that the speed of training would be faster, but no one could say for sure about the specifics. People with the element of wood are very rare. They came out of the water, brought back souls. They lit fire to drive out the cold and melted metal to purify it. Living beings have a tremendous relationship with this tree, but it is incompatible with other elements. Most likely, this guy's message for help came because it is a rather rare case, the master analyzed. Given this, his student should understand and not mention the construction method. The master will give him a cure. After thanking his master, his stern gaze did not leave him. He was confused about what the Starwind ability meant in people with wood, which he had never even heard of. Our hero was in his room, loudly clicking on the keyboard. He brewed himself some tea and sat at his computer to analyze the information over a long period of time. A lot had changed in the world, and he needed to analyze all the available information. According to the government statement, there is not a single person who has the wrong body. Some people who possessed the wrong body were isolated as a result of spiritual and physical tests, and fortunately, the guy was not caught. His wrong body is a spiritual body, which is usually divided into 3 types: heavenly, earthly, and human. But an unpredictable spiritual body can appear, which is a wrong body. Even in the last few decades, when saints disappeared, these monsters tried to intervene in their world to stop the evil they were doing. The saints united to stop them using their power. They fought together, and the creatures remained only in legends and fairy tales, often depicting heroes like Chavan Wunchu and Hong Gilun. Understanding this, it made no sense to think that other people should be punished because they were or were not famous serial killers like Chung Wuchi and Hong Gilong. After drinking a cup of tea, he felt the effects of the medicine on his body. He even felt the effect of brown rice, and he needed to get curious and try this taste to the maximum. Thinking about the blue sphere, he got the result of the earthly body in the test. He didn't know how long the drug lasted, and his attempts to find something similar in terms of effects failed. There was no reliable information. Perhaps there are some restrictions on how mere mortals can find such information. Sitting in his room, he was overwhelmed by various thoughts that made him analyze and think. And one idea came to him, and he began to enter it into a search engine. He entered into the search engine the medicines to be bought, and one of them was a drug containing 3 nutrients: weak nicotine, caffeine, and alcohol. The young hero was interested in this drug, and he wanted to learn more about it. But he began to recall the moment when strange sprouts came out of the monster he had killed. Recalling this, he realized that these were the seeds. He took the seeds out of his bag and placed them in front of him. He realized that he had gotten them from the beast he had fought in that apartment, and perhaps this was a fairly common occurrence. However, the seeds looked quite strange, and there was almost no information about them. There were no pictures of these sprouts, and this made the guy realize that this might be the first such case. Going to one of the forums where there was an anonymous post, "Who saw these seeds?" he found the name Purgatory Grass. They looked the same as the seeds in the book, and that's why the person on the forum spread this information. Purgatory herbs grow near the river Styx. Eating raw seeds causes nausea, but absorbing them carries energy. However, the germination conditions take a long time, and it is difficult to get anything. This was interesting information for the young man, who was amazed at the difficulty of germinating them. The fact was that his seeds had germinated, and remembering the moment when he fought the monster, he wondered if he had really made them germinate. Looking at the material he had at hand, he needed to conduct an experiment with these seeds that had not yet germinated. Taking them in his hand, he decided to use the solar wind breathing technique to make the seeds germinate. It would be very interesting if they germinated from his power. He began to accumulate energy, calming all his inner senses and tuning his energy after he opened his eyes. The guy couldn't believe his eyes. His hand, surrounded by bright light, had done the unimaginable. These seeds began to germinate in an incredible way in a few minutes. A few hours later, the policeman decided to visit the boy's room and, as always, entered in an epic fashion. He was looking for Park and couldn't understand why he wasn't in the room, because it was empty. After looking in all the rooms and lockers nearby, the policeman realized that Park had run away, but in this neighborhood he couldn't have gotten far. After checking every crevice in the boy's possessions, it was clear that he hadn't stolen anything. The moment the policeman looked into the refrigerator, he saw a strange thing under the film. It was some peaches from the store, and perhaps they were stolen. After a while, at sunset, the guy went to the park. He took a peach pit, planted it in the ground, and wrapped it up. Using a breathing technique, he began to accumulate his energy, which enveloped the place where he was working. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw an even more incredible sight. It was impossible to believe that a whole tree had grown from a simple seed in a couple of minutes. It was a truly miraculous sight for a guy who had never had such abilities in his life. He used the breathing technique for only 2 hours, and they grew so fast and strong. It was just incredible. There were no words to describe it. With the help of the breathing technique, he can exchange energy with everything around him. As he expected, the solar wind has the ability to grow plants. If he can continue to grow herbs using this technique and not have any problems with his body, it will be just fine. Looking at his briefcase, he realizes that he has to try it right now. The place he has chosen is suitable, and if there are any consequences, he will be able to control them. At this point, the guy puts a sprout of purgatory herb in his mouth, and the substance begins to take effect. His aura began to glow with red energy, filling the space with its contrast. Given the wonderful warmth that began to spread from the blue sphere upwards, he felt blissful as he channeled it in this way. But it was over, and the guy opened his eyes, feeling like his head was melting. One way didn't work for him, but there was another way, and he tried to activate this technique again. But again it didn't work, and everything was just like the previous time. It works. But why does most of the energy remain in the lower abdomen? If you look again at the moment when the blue sphere becomes a stronger and better medicine, and how he has to acquire the fictional medicine, it's like he's trying to find a Pokemon by just running around the city. Still, he has to try again, who knows, maybe something will change for him. He sits down again, his eyes filling with red energy. Spreading his arms, he feels the boundless power in them. It pulsates in his body, as if something hot has moved into his body. And remembering the message on the forum, he realizes that this is exactly what they were talking about. And if you believe the information about yin energy and purgatory herb, they are of yin nature. The empty sphere has the nature of wood, if the solar wind technique is to produce wood energy. This means that he needs to learn breathing techniques that absorb yin energy. If not, then he's disturbed by the life energy cycle. His life will be in danger, as it was at that moment. But in any case, this simplifies some things. The efficiency is reduced, but the generating power is increased by 15 units. Approaching a lawn with a tree that had grown in an incredible way, chi energy was emanating from it. The guy approached the tree, drove his hand into the ground, and he pulled out the tree in accordance with the rules of using the solar wind. He wanted to continue, but an incredibly loud call rang on his phone and startled him. Looking at the emergency message, he thought, what the hell is going on this time? But the safety message was warning of a level 2 disaster. The son of His Majesty the West Sea Dragon King, the young master, died today, and because of this, the entire Han River area and the west coast will be flooded. You need to be careful. The people in the area should evacuate immediately and wait until the ritual is over. The people surrounding Park fled in an urgent manner as it was too late to receive this message. A level 2 disaster is a pretty serious situation. When they approached him and the doors began to close, it started to rain. And looking in horror, the guys saw worms falling from the sky. Their size was incredible, but there was no need to be afraid because it was only sugar. However, people were still afraid to touch them, worried about the possible consequences. They had to stay in the shelter until everything passed because the bunker had a protective barrier. Every house was the same way, and the boy was glad he decided to go with these people. But soon Park heard people screaming for help. Monsters started appearing on the streets and collecting these worms. These huge animals ate the worms like fertilizer scattered on the streets. A large bird monster stood over a woman holding a dog. She asked to be rescued, but no one came to her aid. This evil creature looked at the woman and wanted to play with her as if she were its prey. And at that moment, Park Hanil saw a legendary and dangerous creature that was simply incredible for the area they were in. A woman fell to the ground and screamed for help. The dog, who was next to her, barked and was also afraid of this monster. The monster grabbed the woman with its bird-like foot and lifted her off the ground. He threw her up like a toy to play with her. This monster was wearing a container of worms that he had collected while walking the streets of the city. He threw the woman right into this container. Finding herself in a closed space, surrounded by worms, the woman did not know how to react. The monster continued to collect its prey throughout the city. It looked around the city with evil eyes, and the people who were left without shelter were terrified. The men who were in the shelter watched and realized that in a little while they could have been in the woman's place. It was just horrible. One of them smelled a nasty odor, similar to cigarettes. At that moment, our hero lit one of them. Holding onto the tree, he activated his ability, and the tree began to glow with green light. Using the influence of chemicals, the guy activated his ability, although not everyone liked the smell of cigarettes. Looking at this nightmare which was happening from all sides, the guy realized that this was already too much. No matter who is grieving like this, whether it is the Dragon King or someone else, leaving people to their doom is simply unacceptable. He finished his cigarette and threw it on the asphalt. He would not stand for this mockery and ran out of the shelter with incredible speed. Holding onto the tree he was holding and enveloped in the aura of his powers, he jumped up to this stupid bird, which he called an overgrown bird, and struck it right in the head. The monster, of course, did not expect this. He had been calmly destroying everything in his path. And here he was met with such a surprise. The monster was knocked back a few meters by the strong blow, and now the overgrown boy no longer felt so confident. The boy did not even understand how he was able to deliver such a strong blow. He had never been so strong as to strike such a blow to a huge creature. Thinking back to what he had recently consumed, maybe it was the purgatory weed. But his thoughts were interrupted by the rain, which poured down incredibly fast and soaked him, washing away his sweat. He looked up and realized that it was the rain of the dragon's tears. This rain, dripping on him, activated the stimulant, and the reagent was the dragon's tears. Since his element is wood, water helps trees grow faster and makes them much stronger. By activating and amplifying the energy of the tree element, Park is now capable of almost anything. Holding the artifact in his hands, he is filled with the power of incredible strength, which gives our hero a boost of energy. The tree starts growing right in his hands and turns into not just an ordinary tree, but into an incredibly straight sword that takes shape and is called the exorcist, which cuts through demons. An incredible aura emanates from it. After a few minutes, the monster began to rise from the broken place where he fell. He was incredibly angry about this turn of events, and wanted to destroy this rascal who decided to fight him. Looking at Puck, the monster's saliva dripped from its mouth onto the ground, and its wings spread out right in front of him. The monster, looking at the boy, realized that it was about to destroy him with its energy, which began to accumulate right in his hands. Realizing that it was going to be hot, he took a fighting stance to take any blow, and at the moment when the incredible punch of this monster flies at him, he keeps his wooden sword ready. When faced with this blow, his incredible strength is revealed in this potential battle. He is thrown back a little by the blow, and he rests his feet on the ground. If he relaxes even a little, the consequences will not be long in coming. The monster threw an incredible punch at Park, and a little more, and he would have flown to the protective barrier. The boy makes a promise to himself to stand up at all costs. Looking at this, the bird-like monster doesn't understand how this pathetic slug can withstand its strong punch. Not only has the guy withstood the blow, but he's about to counterattack. With a stroke of his sword, he closes the path of this ugly creature. The monster flies back, and the sword of our hero glows incredibly. There was not a single scratch on this unique artifact, and it surprised the guy. The sword was of incredible strength, because the blade of an exorcist cutting through a demon is simply an incredible weapon. The monster looked at the boy with a completely different look. Now it did not see him as easy prey, but as a threat to its existence. The monster looked directly at the blade of this sword. If the rumors about the peach tree driving away ghosts are true, is this monster a ghost? After a strong blow, the monster's prey, along with the worms it had been collecting, spilled out, and the woman began to run away. The monster, of course, noticed her. And the moment she tried to run away from him, the monster began to attack her. Park noticed this mess and, taking his sword and exorcist's blade, decided to do justice. He knocked the woman out of the monster's huge clutches, saving her life. But it was not over yet, as the danger was that the monster had lifted her high up. The woman had already said goodbye to her life, falling from the huge claws of this monster. But our hero was not going to let the woman die so easily. He flew up and saved her, not letting her crash on the hard asphalt. The girl thanked him with a trembling voice, but now was not the time to relax. The angry monster roared its huge cry and looked at these scoundrels who had violated his plans. Puck started running with this woman as fast as he could, but a huge monster was flying after them, wanting to destroy them. And at the moment when the monster was about to grab them with its big claws, it did. And for a second, they even saw life flicker before them as the claws wrapped around Puck's back. The monster grabbed the boy and threw him to the side, throwing him several kilometers away from the woman, and the woman hit the protective shell of the shelter. The boy landed, hitting the wall and breaking it from such a strong impact. It seemed that he didn't even have the strength to get up, but he breathed in the air, and the aura began to fill his body. It was something incredible for him to get up after such a strong blow and still avoid fractures. The stimulant he had been using had stopped working, and he hoped that the woman had taken refuge in a safe place. Looking up, he saw that the rain had not stopped dripping, and the monster had not stopped attacking him. The boy realized that this large creature had switched from the woman to him, and was looking at him as its main prey. The demon-like monster was looking at the boy, and it was salivating to devour this disruptor of its plans. Seeing this huge monster rise up, our hero felt funny. What kind of mockery is this? And how hard will it be for him to fight this animal? When he got to his feet, the guy didn't feel the same strength in them anymore. In the current situation, he cannot run for cover, as the effect of the stimulant begins to fade, and this makes him weaker. He needs to survive at all costs, and he thinks about using the sprouts, but if he takes them, it will be difficult to fight against this flying creature. Whatever he chooses, it's a real gamble with a short and very low chance of success. Based on this situation, he just needs to act, because the exorcist's blade that cuts through demons has the properties of a sword and a plant. Part of its power depends on the roots in the soil, and it takes a very long time to exchange energy and sprout, filled with power. But there was no time to think. As he accumulates energy in his body, he realizes that during the downpour of the Dragon King's tears, he has a chance to increase his power by absorbing this rain and accumulating energy to conquer the demons. And he can do it now. Filled with the power of the dragon's tears, the boy fills his sword with energy. He activates the solar wind destruction technique, and the moment he begins to concentrate on the energy, opening his eyes, his sword burned with the incredibly strong energy of a mighty blow. The creature was not expecting such a meeting, and looking at its opponent, did not know what to do with it, and why it was rushing at it with something unknown to it. He pushed off the ground and jumped high up. After a while, the guy found himself above this creature, which was not going to give up so easily either. This punch would decide his fate. After this blow, the monster's head flew off to the side, hitting the building opposite. It smashed through several floors and crushed everything nearby, but Park was not going to stop. Although the creature survived the impact, it was still in its power, albeit stunned, and the moment the monster raised its head to recover, Park, along with a huge shining sword filled with energy, attacked again. As he flew up, he looked into the eyes of the creature. Only one thought was in his mind: to defeat this monster. An incredibly strong blow swept across the city, lighting up all the windows with a strong flash. This incredibly strong monster remained at the site of the impact, but it was already headless. Its body was decapitated, and people looked at it as an incredible sight. The guy stood in front of this incident and just looked at this sight, and some people started filming it. They did not understand how he did it, because no one could kill this monster. This beast had a power that seemed divine. Even if someone died from its clutches, the authorities left everything as it was, even though there were complaints about this miserable animal. But this man, without thinking about such things, did not hesitate to save a person who fell into the clutches of this monster. Looking at him, people wondered if he was a superhero. Moreover, it was caught on cell phone cameras that filmed his face. And at the moment when the camera was filming him, a strong kick from the monk pierced his back. The whole street was engulfed in fire, which came out of nowhere. After this strong blow, everything was quiet. Only the phrase, "You damned bastard," was heard in the distance. It was a monk who had woken up from hibernation and was standing next to his student on one of the streets. He asked the scoundrel if he realized what he had just done. If it wasn't his ignorance, he had just killed a bird that Lady Yunhua cherished. After hitting it, the boy smashed the window of a shop, and the master said that the rascal should be burned and ordered the soldiers to arrest him immediately. All this was filmed on a TV channel and broadcast on the internet. People saw this spectacle from the screens of their devices. A huge number of people watched it in real time, and they understood what was happening. They were texting each other and wondering why this master was justifying a monster that eats people, and why he launched a fireball at this hero. How could a guy like that deserve such an attitude? Because the monster almost killed the man, and he saved him. Everyone was even pleased to see this creature die, and wondered if there was any excuse for this creature's cruelty. This man had just saved an entire neighborhood from death, and they were going to put him in jail. It is better to kill this bearded man than to lock up the guy who cleared the city of the monster. Soon the information was reported to Lady Yunhua, who reacted with shock to the death of her favorite. She asked if they had taken revenge and burned the impudent boy who had dared to kill her messenger. Her assistant reported that he had been subdued and was in custody. But Miss Yunhua felt that this was not enough, as it was a humiliation of her dignity. For such a scoundrel, mere imprisonment was not enough. This guy needed severe sanctions. She ordered her assistant to tell all the people that if they didn't want to suffer her wrath, they should destroy and burn him. But it wasn't that simple. Her assistant understood that, and wanted to warn her that the recording with this young man had become very popular. Because of this, they hope that Miss Yonghua will be lenient with him, as there is a high level of discontent among the new leadership. Miss Yunhua, realizing this, has recognized that this world is very boring and that government members are spineless rats. Since her assistant was saying this to her, she had a way to dispel her anger. They have prepared offerings that will keep her dignity and save her name. Looking at this city from a high floor of a building, Miss Yunhua is excited that she can't wait for this to happen. After a while, Yunhua realizes that the rain is ending, and it looks like the Dragon King is slowly getting over his grief. And this is just an illusion, as if a higher being is free from his own desires. The Dragon King of the West Sea would not mourn the death of a harmful boy who is not even his legitimate son, and is probably very happy with the rain-making ritual. Miss Yunhua held the object in her hands and realized that she had finally achieved what she wanted. Her assistant, seeing what Miss Yunhua was holding, immediately understood. Unfolding the object, Miss Yunhua pointed to it, saying that it was the treasure. It was a fruit known as the treasure of fantasy, even among divine creatures, a sacred tree that bears fruit once every 1,000 years and takes at least 3,000 years to produce its fruit. Now this fruit was in her hands. The mystical tree that grows only in the garden of the Queen Mother of the West was the peach tree of immortality. No one could remember the immortality peaches after the Monkey King and Dunyan show, when the Queen Mother sacrificed herself to close the heavenly gates, and then the orchard disappeared. If Miss Yunhua can make this fruit sprout, her name will replace the Queen Mother of the West, which will mean the ultimate power she dreamed of in her palace, on one of the tallest buildings in this city. We return to our hero who is walking the streets of the city. After the recent situation, he has become quite a popular person, and everyone pays attention to him when he passes by the usual neighborhoods. When he was in jail, the police reprimanded him because he undermined the reputation of divine creatures. They let him live, but told him not to do such unacceptable things again. Because he is under investigation, he will be watched all the time, and if he ever does something wrong, he will face severe consequences. Park didn't expect to be praised for his actions, but he couldn't imagine that saving a person was equivalent to a sin. He thought he was doing the right thing, using his superpowers and magic to make the world a better place. Despite this, his sword was taken away from him, but his skills still remained with him. When he returned home, he stood and looked at the destroyed territory. As he approached the place where the monster lay, he noticed a shiny object that was associated with the creature. Where the body of the fallen monster was, he reached out to pick it up, but when he saw the object, he found only a piece of shiny wood wrapped in a cloth. As he stood by the object, he noticed that the wood looked alive and strangely woven to the paw of this clumsy bird. When he took the piece of wood in his hands, it began to accumulate energy and fill with meaning, as if ready to sprout. But at that moment, the monk interrupted him, calling him reckless, not realizing what he had actually done. Although Park had managed to pluck one sprout from the tree, this did not mean that the consequences of his actions would pass without harm. He used the solar wind to transport the sprout to his hands. Clutching the sprout in his fist, he decided to try to grow it himself, hiding it from everyone. Soon a whole year passed, and the world changed beyond recognition. Amid growing discontent over the worsening odor, the government decided to purify the water. After all, the smell of this water did not allow people to live and enjoy life normally. One man, Bari, felt that something smelled bad. However, the problem was not the purity of the water, but the monsters. A huge snake-headed fish was giving no one peace of mind, and everyone wanted to destroy it. A few months after the heavenly energy wreaked havoc, a monster hid in the Han River. It was a huge snake with glowing eyes that gave no one peace of mind. The 1,000-year-old megalomaniac terrorized the entire city and did not give rest when he crossed the world of monsters and settled in the river of the human world. He became so powerful that he was able to equate himself with God and proclaimed himself the ruler of the Han River. He declared that no one would be able to use the water from the reservoir until a human life was offered to him. People were shocked by such statements by the monsters when they read the news. Sitting in the office, a young man could not accept the fact that the snake-headed fish was so dangerous. He was Yang Guju, a disciple of one of the 8 sacred deities on the Korean peninsula, the Heavenly King. A woman came into the office and asked me to refrain from making comments that did not relate to their meeting. She went to the projector and asked everyone to take the correct position. It was Shin Su-min, a junior disciple of one of the 8 sacred deities on the Korean peninsula, and she was the guardian of Mount Paektu. Yang said that the meeting was complete nonsense, which of course did not sit well with the woman. She asked him to explain his position, but he didn't think it was a problem. Jan asked a question that stopped the woman. Does she really think she can solve this problem? First, it is the will of the elders who act as if nothing has happened until mere mortals get bogged down in deep problems and start protesting. The girl did not like Jan's words, and she got angry. Unable to stand the tension, she said that his master had taught him poorly because he had no manners. Since 10,000 citizens had contracted an infectious disease and suffered food poisoning, they had to find a solution as soon as possible. That's what the master told her. And as a disciple of the Heavenly King, he dared to insult her master right in this hall. Hearing these words, I looked at the girl and wondered if she could defeat the Lord of the Han River. The provocative question put her in an awkward position. I gave the example that only yesterday, 4 immortals of mystic rank who went to the Han River to fight the snake-headed fish had failed. None of the people in this room have attained such a high rank. So does she want everyone to consciously agree to commit suicide? Does this woman who motivates everyone to move forward really want to do that? The difficulty of fighting the snake-headed fish was that it used both earth and water techniques at the same time, which few could do, just like the Han River Lord. Only a few immortals who possess powerful ranged attacks or elements that transcend water and earth, such as wood, could help it. But this help would backfire on them, because what would they care if she didn't even pass the introductory elements? The girl's patience broke down. Her hands were filled with anger, and she broke the object in her hand out of anger. Yang stood up and said that he would rather go to practice than attend such a meaningless meeting. After a while, everyone in the room left and did not continue to listen to the girl. It would have been easy to solve the problem if they had found a person capable of killing the creature. After the unsuccessful meeting, the girl went home. She held the case in her hands and began to open it. When she opened it, she found a wooden sword that was not easy. A year ago, she remembered a man who had killed Mrs. Youngwa's bird with this sword and had been arrested for it, though he was later released. The wooden sword made of peachwood was confiscated and kept in the Society of Immortals. It was a rare wooden weapon that could be used even with a low rank. When the sword was in shape, a wave of calm rose in the heavens. But as soon as it lost its final power, the turmoil stopped. The guy she was thinking of was named Park Hanil. If it was him, he was her hope. Park Hanil hasn't left Gwangtaek-gu since last year. He works at a restaurant nearby, and in his free time he watches movies and goes out to eat with his mother or friends. Why didn't he say he was using the app? Maybe if you use a mascot or follow his progress? Or maybe he knows what he's been through. It's quite expected. Just when the girl was thinking about Park Hanil, her silence was broken by a man who was jogging in the morning. It seemed to be our hero. At that moment, he ran past her, not even paying attention to her. Suddenly, he turned around and ran past the girl again, which made her very interested. But she couldn't let him go and decided to catch up with him. Using the technique of sudden pursuit, the girl ran down the same road as Park. She ran after him for a long time, but the boy was quite agile. All the while she was running, realizing that she couldn't even catch up with him. The guy was too fast, and even her technique didn't help. She used all her strength, even her talisman, but could not close the distance between them. Soon, as she continued to chase the boy, she felt a force envelop her from all sides. There was not even a trace of Park Hanil in the place where she had arrived. Where could he have gone? In a moment he was in front of her eyes, but then she lost him. As soon as he disappeared from her sight, he came out of hiding, startled the girl, and asked her if she was connected to the Society of Immortals. He realized all along that she was following him and wondered what she really wanted from him. He didn't plan to run away right away. Observing the boy's gestures and facial expressions, the woman realized that he was so strong that he didn't even use any techniques to escape from her. He didn't even need the help of a talisman. Who was he anyway? In a rude manner, the woman threw the phone into his hand, forcing him to take it. Park looked at the phone carefully and did not understand what she was trying to say. The phone had a user download and was downloading some information all the while. The woman did not answer him and just watched his reaction. When the guy read all the information, he was amazed. What should he do to be left alone? The moment he uploaded his user profile, the information impressed the girl. His basic characteristics were impressive. His divine foundation was earth and wood, and his immortal rank was high. But why was his immortality level lower than hers? Puck looked at her, not fully understanding what she wanted. After this dialogue, it became clear to Puck that this woman wanted to use his tree element to kill the Han River Lord. But he was worried that he might end up in the same situation as he had been in a few years earlier. Do the immortals really want this monster dead? The girl's expression showed that she did not fully understand this. If Park did not understand something correctly, then let it be explained to him. But it seemed to him that no one needed to. The woman replied that their mentors were not doing anything right now, because they wanted to see how their students dealt with the problem on their own. Park just shrugged his shoulders when he heard this answer, because it was ridiculous to hear that thousands of people were suffering, just because their mentors were waiting for their students to grow up. What would happen if he helped her in this situation? Will the restrictions be lifted, and will there be any compensation for his actions? And one more important question. Puck immediately realized that the sword behind the girl was his, and whether he could get it back. But how did he know that the sword was behind her back? It was simple. He uses his breath to interact with the plants around him. This is a feature of his technique that he knows how to use. And this answers the girl's question why he is so fast in this forest. An earth-based immortal is influenced by the terrain that corresponds to this element. The girl gave the sword to our hero, but before he took on the task, he wondered if he could remove the restrictions from it. She replied that this sword was authorized for use in the cleansing. This task attracted everyone's attention, and there were no people who condemned Park's actions, because he was only helping and saving them. Initially, the restrictions were imposed by his superiors to punish Park for killing Miss Yunhwa's bird. That incident was almost forgotten, and it was easy to resolve if a disciple of one of the immortals made enough effort to persuade the person. Taking the sword in his hands, our hero was glad to see it, feeling the strength and power of this sword, ready to kill the ruler of the Han River. We moved to the bank, where the toxic smell evaporates from the river and fills the space around it. The team came to accompany our hero, but some members did not understand why they were here and whether they needed to change their clothes. It was not clear why they were here, but it was obvious that this was not a tour. The woman asked everyone to calm down, explaining that they had come to get rid of the Lord of the Han River. Looking at Pak Hanel, she did not understand what he was going to do, because he was just standing there. He was looking at this landscape, spoiled by the toxins of this monster, and thinking about his next steps. Our hero, looking at the water, realized that it was simply disgusting. The guy pulled out a box of sprouts from his pocket, which he had prepared just in case, but he did not expect this case to come so quickly. Taking them, he decided to touch the water. The woman tried to stop him because it was too dangerous, but the boy knew what he was doing. When he threw the sprouts into the water, they began to glow in an unusual way. At the moment when the woman wanted to stop him, she stopped herself. She saw the effect of this technique. The sprouts began to grow right in the water. She had never seen this before, but our hero seemed to know what he was doing. It was an incredible water hyacinth, perfect for purifying polluted water. Everything was going according to plan. There was only one thing left to do: to destroy the cursed monster that sensed the presence of unauthorized people on its territory. A few minutes later, a snake-like monster appeared. Of course, it did not like the fact that strangers had come to its territory. Park Hanil, drawing his sword, felt confident in his actions, such as he had not felt for a long time. Looking at this great monster, Park started fighting, preparing for freshwater fishing with this creature. The first punch of our hero hit the neck of the snake, and the monster did not expect such resistance. In a rage, he began to circle, swirling the water around him, and approaching the boy, he declared that he was the god of this river. He warned the boy and the strangers not to mess with him for their own good. Hundreds of strikes of this cursed snake flew at our hero. But the guy did not care. He dodged every strike regardless of their number. He ran forward right through the water, pushing off his sprouts, which he threw into the water. Jumping up, pushing off from one of his plants, he flew straight toward the monster. Starting to accumulate an unusual technique in his hand, he prepared to strike this rascal. Soon, this technique formed several spear-like energy strikes that flew straight at the monster's head. The serpent thought that these were just toys for him, but when he felt the blows of Pak Hanel, he realized that they were not toys, and how the man dared to do such a thing. The more the monster attacked him, the stronger Puck's blows became, which he sent directly at him. With each combo punch, the fight became more and more difficult, not as easy as the opponents he had met before. All the monster wanted to tell him was that he was a bastard and would pay for his actions. The people watching could not believe their eyes. Streams of water from the battle covered them from all sides, and they had to protect themselves with umbrellas. A woman watching Pak Hanel fight could not believe her eyes. He used plants and completely cleaned the polluted element of the river. However, she still did not believe in his victory, because the beast was incredibly strong. The monster didn't care that Park was using energy that was hard to see. His pathetic tricks did not affect this creature. The River Lord promised Puck that these tricks would not work anymore, because he understood his technique. Then he hit him with his sharp tail. Feeling the monster's blow, the boy flew a few meters away and unfastened the bag from his shoulder. At the moment of flight, some luminous objects, similar to sprouts, began to fall out of the bag. When they fell into the water, they began to feed on the energy of the river and germinate in it. Instead of red spots, beautiful water flowers began to appear from the water, purifying the water and preventing the creature from breathing. Having fallen on one of these flowers, the boy held onto its petals to keep from falling into the water. He leaned on the sprouted flowers and used them as a platform to keep himself afloat. He had one last element left that he could use against this horrible creature. He accumulated energy in his body to channel and use his technique against this monster. The arrow-sharp punch of this talisman flew straight into the neck of the monster, and it could not stop it. Realizing this, the monster did not know what to do, as this sprout had entered its body with the help of lightning. It was clear that he was going to destroy it, but the monster decided that if they died, they would die together. Hearing this, Park smiled and said that he had put his whole soul into this sprout. Couldn't the monster feel it? But the monster was not in the mood for jokes. He realized that if he continued to fight, he would simply die. Promising the boy that they would see each other again, the monster fled from the battlefield. The boy breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that he had managed to win the battle. That lightning dart was created for a reason, and it made it clear that he wasn't going to let that monster go just like that. There was energy in his hand that he wanted to direct at the fleeing creature. This dart not only showed the location of the monster, but was also a conduit for its energy. When the boy hit the water with his orange energy, it spread throughout the river. The electric charge reached the dart that was in the monster's body. The monster did not expect this. Its face was twisted with surprise and anger. Who is this impudent boy who is capable of such a thing? Everything around the lake was filled with a yellow glowing magnetic punch, from which an unlimited amount of energy was emanating. A few minutes later, the sky shone with a completely different color. The water was purified, the air became cleaner, and the sun began to break through the clouds, which the residents of this neighborhood had not seen for a long time. Only a slight smell of fried fish wafted through the air, indicating that the monster had been defeated. Looking at the sunshine, our hero realized that it was much better. This confirmed that Pak Hanil had defeated the Lord of the Han River. Our hero got to the body of this snake monster, having his peach sword with him to achieve the desired result. So he performed an act that could give him a new lease on life. His victory over this monster will certainly draw a lot of attention to him, and he is not sure that everything will end very well now. If the immortals ignored the Lord of the Han River to test and grow their disciples, then this task should be within their power, not ordinary people. After opening the monster's body, he dug around to find an artifact that was very valuable to him. He thought the artifact would be smaller than he expected, perhaps because it was not a real dragon. It was the inner core of an aquatic creature, an effort crystal created with the hope of becoming a dragon. In mythology, it is known as a magic stone that grants wishes and gives its owner whatever he or she wants. Realizing this, Puck decides to keep it as a reward, but soon a strong elder appears over him and calls him an insolent boy. High-ranking people levitating in the air stood above him and asked him what he was doing. With a single movement of the elder's hand, a chain appears above the boy and wraps around him. The chain binds his hands and pulls him in different directions so that this daredevil cannot escape. The question was, does he realize what he has done? It was one of the 8 sacred deities on the Korean peninsula, the Heavenly Wolf King. Looking at the Heavenly Wolf King, the girl did not recognize him, but she realized that things were bad. She remembered what John had said at the conference when he had said, "Just act as if nothing has happened until the ungrateful mortals are in deep trouble and start protesting, because it's all the will of the elders." The fact that they appeared right after the River Lord was defeated only meant that they were picking the right time to kill the monster. Because of Pak Hanil, this was not possible. She decided to save the man she had talked into it, and ran to her companion. She turned to him, not knowing how they had appeared so quickly, but said she wanted to talk to the elder about safety and privacy. Since she was a student of T-Bex, she was immediately recognized and given the floor. The elder asked her if she realized the seriousness of the situation. The man she brought had only been practicing for a year and had no master. Even if the element of wood is rare, is a person without proper training capable of mastering the Han River? Doesn't she have any doubts about him? If she ever opened her mouth and brought her master great humiliation, it would make the girl realize that she was deeply mistaken. The Wolf King looked at the boy as a humiliating and dangerous criminal, but Park Hanil just smiled, making it clear that he didn't care. The king wondered if he had lost his fear. But why should the boy be afraid of anyone? The boy asked him a controlling question. What had he done wrong and what had upset the Lord at all? If they hadn't doubted our hero, he would have had an unclear basis. Volodar was not the first to think about this, and fortunately, the app had already confirmed everything. Only 3 minutes had passed since the guy killed the fish, and everyone suddenly appeared here. It seemed to him that it was planned, and they were already prepared for this situation. He assumed that these people had been watching the fish closely to show up at the moment the boy killed it. Did they really think that killing this monster would bring them the respect of the public? The boy destroyed the pedestal on which they wanted to stand and glorify their disciple. The boy had revealed all the plans of this society, and the Wolf Lord was painfully offended by his words and point of view. For him, it was reason enough to get rid of this impudent boy. The best option was to kill the boy. A powerful blow was directed at the bound boy, who stood against the background of the woman who brought him. Volodar explained that the boy had brought this trouble on himself. His advisors understood that with such strength he could easily destroy him, and that would be very bad for their society. But when the dust settled after the blow, the master saw that things were not so simple. The boy only coughed after this powerful blow, and nothing happened to him at all. He expected this, because the last time he had been struck directly in the stomach. When he drew his swords and pointed them at the bishop, he was not going to surrender or be afraid of their unworthy influence. The advisors who stood behind Vladika could not believe their eyes. This impudent boy had just dispelled such a tremendous force. The moment the boy pointed his sword at Vladika, it was clear. This was the beginning of a potential war between them, and it would have huge consequences, because the Wolf Lord was not going to tolerate such bullying. He asked the boy to say his last words in his defense, because the next blow would be his death. But holding his peach sword, the boy only smiled at his words, showing no emotion but laughter. He was not going to die because this lord could not kill him. This made the lord even angrier. Calling the boy a bastard, he promised to wipe him off the face of the earth. And sending a powerful punch at Hanil, the lord wanted him dead. But holding his peach sword, the boy was ready to withstand the blow. He did not even get upset by such a powerful energy blow in his direction. The explosion swept across the earth, destroying everything in its path, releasing dark energy. When the air became clear again, everyone realized that the boy had not died and was fine. The master looked at him as if he were an incredible monster. All this was due to the fact that one of the saints blocked the blow, not allowing the boy to be destroyed. It was the guardian of the garden, Punbek, a high-ranking immortal recognized by the 3 heavenly kingdoms. He had come at the invitation of Mistress Yunghua. Punbek noticed that the lord was trying to use demonic power, but it looked like unjustified violence on his part. Judging by the situation, it was clear that perhaps Lady Yunhua was going to take this guy away to take out her anger on him for killing one of her favorite birds. But Punbok heard this, and realized that the lord had crossed the line. If he chooses to fight, don't expect him to run away. They will both earn a bad reputation, but unless you have a good reason, don't get in the way of the elder, the high-ranking ghost immortal said. At that moment, after saying that, Park and the high-ranking elder disappeared from the scene. The Wolf Lord realized that this was one of Miss Yunghua's requests. But why would such a cunning and insightful woman save this guy? Incredibly quickly, they moved to Miss Yunghua's residence. Walking along the corridor, the elder led the boy through the endless beauty of this house. At the back was a garden that amazed the boy. As they walked down the hall, the elder wondered how the boy knew he was coming and why he was acting so boldly. Park only apologized, but the senior elder told him to take his advice. Even though a boy may think he is great, the higher he goes, the more painful it will be for him to fall. Hearing these words, the guy thought for a moment, but how high has he climbed? He is just an ordinary man. Only after thanking the elder for his advice did they go forward. Walking down the corridor, the boy realized that the elder's words were true. A year has passed since that moment. Recalling that incident, he clearly remembered the confusion everyone was in and the troubles he had to face that day. No matter how good his intentions were, not everyone appreciated his achievement. Now in this situation, the guy is carefully prepared to avoid the mistakes of the past. Entering the building's gates, he promised himself that he would not repeat the same mistakes. When they entered, they were greeted by the shining light of Mrs. Yunghua, who stood surrounded by her servants on a gorgeous throne. He will not act rashly and will not allow himself to consider Park Hanil a fool. The boy does not accept the role of a victim, and now he intends to learn his lessons, win the victory, and win his place under the sun. He will not be a victim anymore. Word spread very quickly around the city, and there were many discussions on the forums about it. Everyone was interested in why Lady Yunhua was part of the Heavenly Trinity. Some believed that she was distributing half of the divine medicines, but this seemed like a fraud to people, as some had bought precious medicinal herbs without any effect. Mistress Yunghua had an unusual garden where selected divine-level medicinal herbs were grown. This garden could have been just a rumor, but Park devised a plan to get hard evidence. a plan that would help him get the garden owner's attention. And now he's standing in front of Miss Younghwa, his finest hour. Greeting Park Hanil, Mistress Yunhwa did not recognize him, even though she had heard a lot about him, but had never seen him. One of the servants brought him something on a plate and asked him if he knew what it was. On the tablet were seeds of the grass of purgatory, which rarely germinate. To her, it was a value found by mortals struggling with the black market. She did not check the seller who was reselling on the black market and ordered him to be severely punished. It looked like a mystery to her, and she asked the guy if he had any idea who he was. The boy abruptly fell to his knees and begged his mistress for forgiveness, regretting it. He felt terribly sorry that he had no choice, because after the incident he had nothing to live on. Miss Yunhwa asked him to hold his head up and not to fall so low. She said that since he had paid for his sins, she would show him mercy, because his act was not serious. However, the price for killing her bird was much higher. She turned to Park again and asked him again, why doesn't he work in her personal garden? This offer looked quite tempting. The garden has crops of various kinds, and it is capable of growing refined herbs. In addition, with the help of this common aquatic plant, he managed to clean the Han River from snakehead fish. If he can have a positive impact on her garden, it will be a great achievement. Hearing this, the boy appreciated Mrs. Younghwa's opinion of him. However, all his talent is limited to just one technique, called solar wind. He explained that ordinary plants bear fruit in a day or two, but the grass of purgatory would not sprout beyond the sprouts no matter how hard he tried. She was trying to mislead him. Looking at this, Miss Yunhwa could not believe that he was claiming that he lacked skill. But that was the message he was trying to convey to her. Looking at him, she realizes that the guy is much more intelligent than he seemed, and she can't believe that he is already bargaining with her. The guy did not respond to her words, as he did not fully understand what she meant. The woman raised her hand and agreed to his hints. She decided to share some divine-level herbs with him, provide him with the best tools, and give him a partner to help him get used to it, because now he was working for her and his strength should be appropriate. The boy silently looked up at Miss Younghwa and still felt grateful. He was infinitely grateful for her kindness. But this was only the initial plan of our hero. He still had a plan. After Miss Yunhwa finished her dialogue with our hero, she asked the girl standing around the corner to come out to her. A girl wearing a sweatshirt came out of the Garden of Eden and walked toward her. It was a girl with a pleasant appearance named Surija Zhengbe. Miss Yunhwa asked her what she thought about the situation, and she replied that the guy in this room looks suspicious. He seems too compliant, as if he's playing with her. She also noted that he was the one who killed her favorite bird, which held an important place in the empire. Even if he defeated the Lord of the Han River, people of his level and strength are not so compliant. He has little experience, but his achievements suggest that he is either a genius or a morally unstable psychopath. This was the girl's opinion of the guy she had just met. Of course, Miss Yunhwa did not fully understand the term morally unstable psychopath. Perhaps they knew what he was up to, but invited him anyway. This is probably why she asked Surija Zhengbe to keep an eye on him. Miss Younghwa was very worried, so she initially gave him the management of the Sixth Estate. Even if he has bad intentions, he will probably not be able to go beyond her territory. If he turns out to be useless, Miss Yunhwa will turn him into fertilizer, which is what she plans to do first, Zhe Jiangbu suggests. They decided to work together, using the fruit from the Peach Island, even though they have not been able to get a sprout to grow among those who do not sympathize with her. Looking at the boy, she hopes that he will be much more useful than just fertilizer. Walking through the streets of Korea, the boy walked without fear because all restrictions had been lifted. He realized that there were immortals hiding there, and her strength was over 300, while Lady Younghwa's was at 400. Within a year, his solar wind level had reached 10 stars, allowing him to see a person's direct strength indicators. He didn't think that number and level meant the same thing. For example, the Heavenly Wolf King had a score of 600, while Master Beck was at the top level with a score of 400. Pulling his phone out of his pocket, he realized that all was not lost. Opening his profile, he saw that the system had congratulated him after updating the app, reassessed his core strength, and something new had appeared, the light step ability and 2 ability cards. The guy purposely showed Shin Sumun the correct level, but if his immortal rank is mystical, then his score would be around 45. For the past year, he's been hiding all the techniques of the solar wind, practicing them only in theory. He realizes that he needs to work in the environment to gain experience. He comes to his place of training. At this place, there was a beautiful paradise tree, with which the guy was an integral part. He brought something special for this tree to make it grow and shine with its wonderful aura. The boy dug a small hole near the tree and put the gift he had received from the ruler of the Han River there. Thanks to this gift, he hopes that the tree will not forget about him and will share its power. He expects the tree to give him some kind of superpower that will increase his strength many times over. Completely immersed in meditation, he sat in front of the tree. A stick was lying next to him. He could feel every part of his body. His thoughts were empty. He focused only on meditation and how to go deeper into it. This could be understood by the fact that his mouth was salivating. Inhale, exhale, he said to himself. However, this saliva was caused not only by his complete immersion in meditation, but also by the enchanting smell of peaches growing nearby. The strength of his attack improved while he just sat in front of this tree and breathed. This kind of training continued throughout the past year. It had been only a week since the flowers of this tree had blossomed and bore fruit. The peaches were small but already ripe. He wondered if he should try at least one. They beckoned him, and he decided to try at least one. Behind him, he heard a voice advising him to take his time. He looked back and saw a cute bear in a blue shirt. It was unexpected to see a brown bear here. Park immediately asked if he could find out who the bear was. The bear replied that the elder had named him Gavanek. After that, Puck realized that he was the god of Mount Guanyangsan and said so out loud. After the heavenly gates opened, the deities stopped hiding. The master of Mount Guangtaixin was not so lucky. Hundreds of years ago, when the capital was moved to Hanyang, earthly ministers believed that the fire energy of Mount Wang would have a negative impact on the area. An earthly minister is a person who determines good and bad burial sites according to feng shui theory. By adding water energy, using the mythical unicorn lion statue, and unpacking the South Pond, they gradually weaken the energy of Mount Guanaksan. I wonder if this is why the bear is so small, or is there another reason? He then explained that he had been training here for a year and wanted to meet Park, but they had only met now, because he did not want to interfere with the affairs of a person who was devoted to training. Puck mentally thanked the bear for his explanation and suggested that he might want a peach. He apologized to Guang, asked him to wait, and said he had something to say. Park asked him if he had said that you can't pick the fruit. The energy of the tree is concentrated on this fruit, and if you eat it now, the protection will stop working, the bear explained. The bear also warned that sooner or later, although it was inevitable, people would find out about the existence of this tree. He told Puck that there was a person waiting for him under the slopes, and a purple cloud appeared overhead. Everything around him began to change color, and the man looked up. When he saw the abundance of yin energy, he was not happy. Together with the bear, they realized that if they were attacking the barrier so hard, they were determined to catch someone. Probably their goal is the peach tree of immortality. The boy suggested that maybe it was the peach that the Monkey King ate on his journey to the west, but the bear asked him to forget about it. The important thing is that he is now being chased. With so much training, the guy should have merged with this tree. Ordinary people are not able to unlock the healing properties of immortality peaches by eating the fruit. But the bear was different, and told Puck so, asking him to give him the peach. He wanted to restore his spiritual energy and protect Puck and the tree from his enemies. The boy took the peach, and with sadness in his eyes, told the bear that he was very sorry. The bear's response was loud. When he saw Puck throwing the peach into his mouth, he shouted at him, "Idiot!" Watching the bear, it was very interesting to understand what was wrong with this madman. However, it was the fruit of the peach tree of immortality created by the Monkey King and Dongfang. After he swallowed the fruit, he wondered what would happen. The reagent of the peach immortality tree immediately took effect, and he felt energy in his stomach. Guanak was also very curious and asked the boy if he felt any changes in his body. It was a little embarrassing for the boy, but he said that the fruit was very juicy and fresh. The bear did not find the words to answer. Only a few words escaped. "You fucking madman!" he shouted to the whole neighborhood. Looking at his arm and the bear raging with anger, Park felt the heat begin to spread through his body. Breathing techniques did not work. The heat continued to circulate freely through his body. Although this heat was not like the previous ones, it was much warmer and more pleasant. The bear explained that it takes 3,000 years to produce a lower-ranked fruit, and it is not known what to expect from a tree that is only 1 year old. When asked for help, the bear shouted that even if he wanted to, he could not do anything because he had no strength. He seemed to feel very sick, and he felt that something had hit him in the head. He thought it was a stone, and he was outraged at the guy who couldn't help him and decided to throw stones at him. He took this alleged stone in his hand and began to examine it. But he saw that it was not a stone, but a seed of the herb of purification, which had even sprouted. The bear could not contain his emotions. It was very cute, as he said that this precious thing was now his. Puck threw a few more seeds into his hand. That was all he had. He gave the bear everything. He did this so that he could recover, and he asked the bear if he could recover with this. The bear answered without hesitation, "Of course!" Puck then asked him what he could do. The bear said that he could now sell the caves and told the boy about it. Selling caves sounded very strange and incomprehensible, and Puck didn't understand it at all and even thought he had heard it. The bear added that only 3 purifying grains would not help him regain his strength. He explained that he would start selling caves where people could hide. But that's not the point right now. Park is being searched for, and he needs to deal with this immediately. Picking up his phone, he used a feature that he thought would make things much easier. This feature was a call to a map of the area. On the map, they saw the intruders approaching them, and they had to deal with them. It was obvious that the bear's current strength was not enough. Meanwhile, a guy was approaching Puck, and when he got closer, he found what he was looking for. And he was looking for him. So they stood opposite each other and met each other's eyes. The energy of a disciple of the Heavenly Wolf King emanated from the boy, which Park immediately felt. He asked the boy if he had received orders from his master to return with him. He didn't hide anything and reached into his inside pocket, saying that he had. He added that as a bonus to the order, the master had given him this thing, and pulled out a very strange object that looked like a mop. Pak, adding humor, asked him if it was a chaff rag, but he replied that it was the fan of a nine-tailed fox. Hearing this, the bear said that he had seen even a five-tailed fox only once, and 300 years ago. The bear could not believe that such a treasure was created from a nine-tailed fox, a rare item. He warned that the power of this artifact must be very great. But even if its master, the Heavenly Wolf King, was going to use such power and soul, a city full of people? Asked Park. In response, the man just asked Park if he could feel the energy. Pointing to the purple clouds above them, he explained that it wasn't so important what technique you were using. It was more important how Park would act. The bear shouted to Park from behind the trees that he meant to use the items that contain the power of the 4 divine beasts. If this artifact generates such a large amount of power, it will be very dangerous. The boy did not understand what it was and why the bear was interrupting him. Park answered him, "I don't know." But the boy was not in the mood for jokes and was getting angrier. He reminded Puck that he was his prey. He said that he would take Puck's life in exchange for his own. It was easy to see that in an instant his strength had increased to an unprecedented level. The weapon in his hand looked fantastic. In this case, Park had to do something, and he reached for his weapon. When Shin Seomin decided to test his strength, he purposely distributed it all over the mountain and lowered his skills. At that moment, everything around him began to glow with green energy. This was the first star, a wind gust that Park concentrated and used. He returned the distributed energy. Meanwhile, his opponent waved his mop, summoning foxes that looked very serious and immediately rushed at Puck. Park used the wind gust to spin around with a wooden sword in his hands. As he attacked, the sword swept past the noses of the foxes. In an instant, he cut them all up, leaving them no chance to get to Puck. Guanak could not believe his eyes as this man completely merged with the environment. How can a commoner do such tricks? Afterwards, Park asked the man if he had said that no matter what happened, the barrier was impenetrable. He reminded him that if you attack, you must be ready to counterattack. This made the guy even angrier, and he did not hold back his emotions.
"How dare you treat me like that?" he shouted.
At the same time, he felt the veins on his neck, which continued to spread to his face. In a moment, they spread throughout his body. This energy overwhelmed him, and he could not understand what was happening to him. The only thing left to do was to watch what happened to him, and that's exactly what Park did. A moment later, the enemy's body was lying on the ground, and Park ran down the slope to him. He was still shaking on the ground, but it was clear that he had completely failed. He recklessly decided to use this weapon to gain an advantage over Puck, but his soul was absorbed by the backside of the sacred objects created from 100 evil demonic energies. If this weapon had been in the right hands, there would have been no survivors. Each sacred object is a force capable of moving mountains and turning back rivers. Is the sacred object really that strong? Looking at it, Park examined every detail. There was a loud sound that caught his attention, and he turned his head to the left. However, apart from the explosion and the glow around him, he didn't notice anything else. The man who had controlled the explosion appeared, and he was here because of John. He immediately ran to him and shouted his name, which was a serious mistake on the boy's part. It's hard to believe that the Heavenly Wolf King's disciple has become such a moron. Of course, now this despicable person would not escape the wrath of the Heavenly Wolf King. Even if he is a commander of the Immortal Society or a Red Flame Art Master, he is a child compared to the 8 sacred mountains. Puck immediately told the man that it was only self-defense. A moment later, he walked out of the fire. Without thinking twice, Park challenged the man, saying that he would also defend himself. The man replied that a year ago, he should have reduced Park to ashes. If it came down to it, the man was sure that he would burn Park until he was on the verge of death and then take his half-dead body to the Heavenly King. This was a very interesting challenge for Park, and one that interested him. You could tell by his confident look. The explosions began to sound immediately, and Puck was very skillful in dodging them. He was holding the weapon of his opponent. However, he did not immediately use it, but instead put his wooden sword under each fireball that flew at him. It was very difficult to turn, but he managed to deflect each ball. The magic of this sword was enough to deter such attacks. However, he did not expect one of the attacks, and it hit him, throwing him aside. It was obvious that he was in an unenviable position. His opponent was very strong. There were problems with compatibility. Why fire of all techniques? Guanak reappeared from behind the branches and began to shout to the boy that to use the 9-tailed fox's fan, you just need to pour all your energy into it and take control of it, regardless of your element. When the enemy set the bear on fire, It didn't take long for Mishka's ass to start burning. Puck thought about what the bear had said. However, he was afraid that he would not repeat Ian's mistake, as the power was very great. Well, whoever doesn't take risks doesn't drink champagne, he thought. Taking the staff, he waved it, and foxes appeared, only this time they were green. The enemy considered Puck a bastard, and could not understand how he dared to use the fan of a nine-tailed fox. It was hard for him to hold back this attack, which could easily be seen on his face. The foxes came closer and closer, doing their job. Suddenly, Puck's breathing stopped, and he saw a trace of an attack in front of him. This attack simply tore through the ground in front of him, demonstrating the power of the sacred object. When the enemy disappeared from sight, he wondered where Guanak was and went forward, not paying attention to the enemy. This was a mistake, because a beam of fire hit him right in the back and pierced his body through. A drop of blood flew out of his mouth, and he screamed in pain. After that, he sat down on his knees and grabbed the place where the wound was. The feeling that one of his organs was damaged was obvious, and he could feel it. The enemy appeared behind him and asked him how he was not ashamed. It wasn't enough to make the Heavenly Wolf King's disciple weak-minded, but you also used the fan of a nine-tailed fox. He was indignant. It was hard to believe that Puck had survived. I wonder if all immortals are like that, he thought as he formed many fireballs and sent them toward the boy. Many of them flew by, but most of them hit his body. The impact threw him far back, slamming his back against a tree. This time it was not saliva that flew out of his mouth, but blood from a strong blow to his back. The enemy was not going to let Puck use these little tricks anymore, as he thought they were. His plan was to take Puck to the Wolf King. At that moment, Puck was sitting under a tree, holding his wound with his hand, and couldn't believe that this was how he was going to die. Damn, it's true. If it weren't for this wound, everything would be so much easier, he thought. And suddenly, something very strange happened. The pain in his body seemed to disappear. The reagent from the fruit of the peach tree of immortality had worked. Had it really happened? In a moment, the analysis of the substance was completed. Let's listen to a very interesting story that happened many years ago. The Monkey King wanted to become invulnerable and was given impenetrable skin. No sacred object of the heavenly armies could harm him. He lasted 49 days in the eightfold journey of heaven. Despite the pressure of the Buddha's 5 fingers, his skin served him as a faithful shield for 500 years. Dongfang Shou had an immortal body and gained power over cells. Even the most terrible techniques created by the messengers of death could not defeat him. In the end, even the Dungeon King gave up. That's how Park Hanil got what he wanted, namely a special apparatus responsible for various metabolic processes, including the neutralization of poisons, the liver. Hanul's new liver filled his body with cool water. The enemy was stunned when he noticed that this energy was water. The enemy could not understand how the boy had such capabilities when he saw him stand up, but this only inflamed him even more. The fact that the guy had an incomprehensible base made him stunned. Park said he didn't understand how it happened, but the coolness, unlike the heat, was invigorating. Then he took the fan in his hand again and waved it, summoning a nine-tailed fox. The foxes, hungry for meat, flew toward the enemy, opening their wide mouths. The enemy could do nothing but wonder how this was possible. And all he saw in front of him at the last moment was emptiness. After a while, Guanak's paw touched the boy's face and he asked him to open his eyes. Park finally regained consciousness, opening his eyes a little. When he got up and sat down, the bear couldn't understand how he had filled the whole area with water and asked him about it. Park did not understand many things himself, but the word water only raised his interest. What water? Raising his head, he saw the body of the enemy floating in the lake that had formed at this place, and it had not been there before. The roots of the trees had been washed away and were lying on the ground, just like the trees themselves. The whole ground was covered with traces of a strong current. He looked up and saw the devastation he had created. This attack gave the enemy no chance of survival, and left him swimming like a lone fish, with his back to the surface. But, unlike a dead fish lying belly up to the surface, he swam with his back to the water. After dragging this bastard a few more meters, they started looking at his body because Park had heard that there was a flag used as a remote control for the barrier, and they were looking for it. And then they suddenly found something interesting. It was a pouch. I wonder what's inside this bag. The bear immediately said that it was a bag of treasure. He had heard that in simple terms it was a magic bag for storing small and large objects. We can assume that John must also have the same bag. The bear emphasized that there was no need to stay here, as reinforcements might already be on the way. This made the boy think, but he did not take his eyes off the body of the bastard. Taking him on his shoulder, he walked forward, and after a few dozen steps he threw him to the ground. Guanak did not stop being curious and asking a lot of questions about what he was doing and what he was thinking. He kept reminding Puck that if they stayed here, the enemies would find the peach tree of immortality. Puck was already annoyed by the bear's words, and he simply asked for a few seconds, and an energy layer began to form in his hands. He took this ball and pressed it into the ground right next to the man's body, creating a circle of energy. It was a desolation by the solar winds. The two-star art of the Song of Songs. Leaves began to fall from the tree, covering the ground around the man. Park used the body of the Taoist opponent as fertilizer for the tree, speeding up the flowering process. Fortunately, they were not too late, and now they can smile as they stand next to this tree. They were not late because help was already very close. The peach tree blossomed and the barrier worked, while the men just wandered around looking for it to no avail. "What a pity," said the bear. "If this Taoist had any element other than fire, Pak would have been able to grow a new fruit." Although, as it was, the peach tree looked very beautiful, already blooming. Speaking of the fruit, Puck asked the bear if it had any special healing effects, but he didn't know because it was a very valuable and secret treasure, and only a few people knew about it. The effect varied depending on the size and time of ripening, so maybe that's true. Even so, when Puck passes the energy through the liver, the energy of the water increases, and there is a lot of it here. He wondered what the result would be if he ate a fruit that had been blooming for much longer. This topic never left his mind, and he continued to think about it. But he was interrupted by a bear who spoke to him. After that, he asked Pak to show him around. "Can mountain deities go wherever they want?" the boy asked again. The bear answered that they could. It was not a problem. They just needed to create their own clone. The only question was whether Guanak had the energy to do so. Since their views converged, the bear wanted to look at the world through Puck and see its manifestations. But it's not that simple, and the boy asked to share something in return. It was not a problem for the bear. He immediately brought Puck a very interesting thing and gave it to him directly in his hand. It was a mott dogson, a peanut snack that looks like a club. The name was censored, and now it has this name. Holding this huge club in his hands, Park thought it was just a snack. But the bear was ready to explain what it was. Since ancient times all over East Asia, including the Korean peninsula, amazing creatures began to appear. An intelligent race called goblins. They were not only strong, but also spiritually developed from birth. Their character was outstanding. In addition, they had special tools that made their abilities more perfect. A goblin helmet and a club. After the bear explained, Park wondered if he could use the club, because after the story, it seemed to him that only the owner could use it. "That's right," the bear answered. "It's an incredibly important treasure that can be exchanged with goblins for anything your heart desires. A goblin helmet and a club cannot be made twice. The loss of one of them means the loss of half of the owner's power. Thus, Puck can make the owner do whatever he wants. But there's one catch. Since the bear was just lying there, he doesn't know who the owner is, so he picked it up by accident. Well, it's not so bad, Park thought. I didn't expect anything else from the bear anyway. After that, he said that he was willing to show the bear around, and the bear was happy to hear that. The bear could not believe that he was going to go to the outside world. The most interesting thing for him would be to go to some lady's house and work in her garden. They had a few things with them: the flag of the Dark Northern Squad, the second treasure bag, and the treasure book. The Seoul Summit will be postponed to the 1st of next month due to the approaching new year. The government has already ordered a special meeting between the heads of state and representatives of the immortals. They were traveling in a car and heard the announcement on the radio. The driver even said he heard that the reason for the summit seemed to be called the Tower of Babel. It immediately became clear to Park, unlike the driver, that it was the Tower of Babel. The Tower of Babel is an unprecedented structure built by people of an ancient civilization in an attempt to reach heaven. Unprecedented means unique. Although the myth of the Tower of Babel has been passed down from generation to generation, the tower itself existed long before the gates of heaven were closed. Thanks to the current dynasty of immortals, it will be rebuilt according to the design of Babel. The news continued to talk about whether the languages would lead to a single image if the Tower of Babel was rebuilt according to the design of Babylon. This is an advantage in itself, but the consequences will be significant. First of all, there are a large number of businesses tied to translation. These words that Park heard next made him think that this was a completely different story, as he thought it would never affect him. And then suddenly he heard a tire whistle, which scared him very much. The car braked sharply because of a girl standing right in the middle of the road. What happened? Did a monster appear or something? Park immediately asked the driver, not realizing what had happened. He held his breath and looked closely through the windshield, trying to see what was there. Behind the glass was a girl who told him it was time to get out of the car. After getting out of the car and taking a few steps, he introduced himself. She also introduced herself in return and explained that she had been asked to help him. He was pleased to meet her and told her so. She replied that she didn't care if he was on the verge of death or if he was useful, but if he dragged her into some dubious story, it would be very bad. He didn't have to think long, and he understood immediately, promising to be as careful as possible. The bear had already transformed and was in the form of a case for his phone. More precisely, it had become a popsicle, copying the environment. and he was sure that the times were not going to be good. He knew her a little. This girl loved very handsome men. The bear began to talk about her. A long time ago, there were rumors about an incredibly handsome man who was famous throughout the island of Jeju for his elegance. Moon Dorian, the son of the god Moon Gyeoksong, and an ordinary girl named Jajongbi, had the honor of seeing Moon Dorian while he was taking a bath. It was then that her spiritual power awakened, even though the heavenly gates were closed. This story from the bear was very dubious, and Park wanted to believe that he was deceiving him, because it seemed impossible. I had heard that people are able to awaken spiritual power when their minds and bodies are in critical condition. Such people are chosen and elevated by the gods themselves, the bear added. He went on to say that she was accepted by Moon Gyeoksong as soon as she gained power equal to that of Moon Dorian, and then she bravely followed Moon Doreng. Needless to say, how did he meet the young immortal poor thing? She thought he had no reason to see her, so she wanted to create one herself. It took her less than 100 years to conquer Jeju Island. You can easily say that she has a temper, because at that time there were cries for mercy in the streets. If we compare it to a flower that can reach the heavens and wipe out all life, it would be the flower of destruction, the Sura. It is with such a flower that she can be compared. When she became a representative of the dynasty, she officially proposed to Moon Doreng, but he and his father were afraid of her. They decided to get rid of her when she was preparing for the wedding, thinking about a happy future. Father and son enlisted the support of Jeju Island. On the day of the wedding, when she was applying yoji and goji and glitter, some people came to visit her. It was at that moment that they wanted to kill her. The ninjas who appeared and flew at her were all that was heard. Die! It was not her beloved Dorn, but an armed assassin. She was angry. And after that, they all had a bad time. They flew in different directions. Despite the damage she had suffered with the help of the Flower of Perdition's abilities, she still didn't let her enemies escape. Since then, this battle has been called the Great Battle that almost destroyed Jeju Island. But in the end, everything was a little different. The one who was defeated was Jajungbi herself, who was also a loving person. She was approached from many places to acquire similar abilities. She was sent handsome, reliable men, unmarried, because rumor had it that she was only interested in such men. If not for the intervention of Princess Baradegi, who knew her, she might have been expelled from the Korean peninsula. After this story, the bear asked Park if he was now satisfied that she had no reason to hate him. It was unclear why, but the bear hinted at his appearance that he did not look good. This angered the boy, and he asked the bear if he wanted to go home. This whole conversation with Gwanak distracted the boy, and he was a little further away from reality for a while. The girl could not stand it any longer, and asked him what he was doing there. After a while, they arrived where they were going and stood in front of a giant gate. He needed to get in as soon as possible. In a moment, they were inside, and she was explaining that there are 6 gardens inside the lady's castle. Each of the gardens has a number from 1 to 6. When they got to where they were going, she pulled the gate and explained to him that he could only stay in the 6th garden. Questions arose in his mind. Was this garden lower than the others? He realized that it was unlikely that she would allow him to go straight to the valuable medicinal plants. Opening the gate, they went inside, and it dawned on him. He saw 2 suns in front of him. He couldn't believe it, and the garden was completely empty, as if there were not a single living plant there. Why is it so empty? You would think that no one had looked after it for a long time, he thought. This was important because he would now be the owner of a 6th garden and could plant the fields and protect them from the locals. He then asked her about the gardeners and the former owner of the place. She replied that they did not exist here at all. The garden became inaccessible when its last owner died 100 years ago. As the world changes, the number of immortals grows, and the value of lesser herbs must increase due to increased demand. After many years of decline, the 6th garden has been reopened. The girl added that this does not mean that the boy's work will not be paid. When the harvest time comes, he will be rewarded with so much that other gardeners have never dreamed of. She wanted to continue talking, but her phone started ringing. Park was surprised to hear a Japanese ringtone. Quickly, she began to take the phone out of her pocket. In her haste, the phone fell out of her pocket. Puck saw who was calling, and there were very handsome guys on the screen, and the number was signed as Prince. It was at this moment that Park remembered her past, and told himself that he had to be careful because if he did something wrong, there would be disaster. He kept repeating the word careful to himself. Then he told her that he respected her very much. Mishka sat over the master, waiting patiently for him to wake up. The owner finally opened his eyes, not realizing that he had just been sleeping. He had a big question mark in his head. Why had he been sleeping for so long? Had 2 whole hours really passed? He began to explain that he had hit the bullseye, and even Mishka was surprised, because he had never seen a person do this without any outside techniques. He only hoped that he hadn't been beaten, but Mishka started talking about how the 6th garden grew the least, because the best seeds were chosen and their taste and quality were simply incredible. This made him realize that by the next harvest, they would definitely be watching to see how well he took care of the place. If he shows them his skills, they will definitely ask him to grow even more valuable plants. He must not use this garden to become much stronger than he is now, so that no one else will dare to abuse him as they did before. In the world of restless immortals, he will not allow anyone to touch him or his family. So he told Mishka what he needed to do to make it happen. First, he would have to deal with the abandoned field because it was in chaos. He reached for his briefcase. The sword in it was completely destroyed, its hilt turned to ash. Looking at it, he only realized that he had overdone it this time. Picking up the sword, he stuck it in the ground and thanked it for saving his life several times. Leaning his head against the sword, he realized that he had to do his best. Even Mishka looked at him and could not believe that he was asking so sincerely. It would seem that it was just a plant, but he could take it to heaven without regret. From this sword grew an incredibly beautiful tree. The tree spread its roots further, wrapping itself around the sticks that were driven into the ground. After that, a beautiful fence was created from these roots. They were more than alive. The peach tree, which had been burned to the ground and took at least a month to recover, was transformed in just a few seconds. He pointed his finger at the two trees and commanded them to come back to life. Using the Sunwind Execution 9-star Earth Cultivation Song Art technique, he created living creatures out of wood, their eyes glowing green and the energy around them of the same light. He entrusted these two beings with the duties of an experienced farmer. They turned around and began to approach each tree, giving them the strength that was inside them. It was an incredibly pleasant sight to watch. Mishka was delighted that his master was able to generate life energy in the trees, something that even an experienced top-ranked immortal would not have been able to do easily. Since he had expended so much energy, he wanted to rest, and Mishka offered him some onabi because they had just ripened and were incredibly sweet. They continued on their way to a house with a thatched roof. When they opened the door and looked inside, they were very surprised. Pleasantly surprised, because it was much better than he had even imagined. The previous owner of this garden was Park Hein, also known as Gu Mijin. Mishka found out about this after reading a biography on the coffee table. He did this while the guy was resting and sleeping. The guy had a backpack that he put on the floor to rest after a hard day. He needed to meditate to regain at least some energy. Restoring the garden had taken a lot of his energy. Suddenly he was seized with anxiety and he stood up, feeling something unusual. His pulsation matched that of the plant, synchronizing with his breathing. The greatest energy was coming directly from the floor. The most convenient option was to use the date seeds for this purpose. In an instant he had a stick in his hand, which he held tightly. With all his strength, he struck it directly on the floor under his feet. This stick could be used as a battle axe. It could easily pierce through anything. He struck again and again. Suddenly, a strong energy began to come out of the floor so strongly that it threw him away, and Mishka was forced to hold on tightly to the shelf he was sitting on. After that, when they looked down, they could not understand anything. Below them was a giant sign in the shape of a star, and in the center was a white yin-yang symbol. It was a barrier structure drawn in blood. The one who created it had used a large amount of evil energy that exceeded all limits. Perhaps there is something inside, because the pulsation was coming from below. With no other choice, he pulled out the same axe he had used to punch the hole in the floor and swung it. He was sure he could break the barrier, so he struck again. The cracks parted, the energy subsided, and they looked inside. It was a barrier protecting the secret room they saw downstairs. There was a nightstand with a large notebook on it and something else next to it. Park Hein, the owner of the 6th garden, is also known as Gu Mijin. He wanted to pass on important information to the next owner of the 6th garden about Lady Yunhua's outrages. His notes on this matter were very serious. One day, on his way home, when all his friends had already left, he accidentally wandered into the shrine of the patron god and was possessed by a ghost. A good scholar was passing by when he could not do anything, and he managed to drive the ghost out. The scientist scattered red beans, and he was grateful to the scientist. But the scientist explained that the ghost had managed to possess him, which meant that his spiritual power was unlocked. The scientist explained that he must now follow the instructions of the immortal. The grateful scholar then invited him to Lady Yunhua's pavilion. He said that if he managed to develop his spiritual power and devote himself to practice, he would be able to reach the heights. But for someone born immortal, it is almost impossible to become a high-ranking immortal. He did all the hard work, seeing no end to his duties, until he finally gave up. But that changed when he was about 30 years old. He met a girl with a story similar to his. The facts that allowed her to discover her spiritual power impressed him greatly. Her responsibilities were the same as his. At that moment, he realized that he had become possessed by ghosts, not because of the shrine of the patron saint, but because of a scientist who had deliberately sent them to him. He was just a grain of sand, a scapegoat for the carefree life of some, a part that could be replaced at any time. As he gained experience, he realized that he could no longer be a servant. He had to bow down to every master of the earth and ask to be taught. Sometimes he even wanted to commit suicide because of the feeling of helplessness, but one day a miracle happened. Lady Yunhua expressed her gratitude for his sacrifices and gave him possession not only of the sixth garden, but also of secret materials that had been passed down from owner to owner for generations. His emotions knew no bounds. He promised never to forget Lady Yunhua's charity and vowed to take care of the garden until his death. From that day on, he devoted his energies to learning the art of the Earth Dragon, improving daily and reaching almost rank 10 of the Secret Immortal, which is the 4th rank out of 9 possible. But over time, his body grew weaker and weaker despite his great success. Only then did he unravel the secret of the Earth Dragon art. This power was extraordinary, but it was absorbed by the medicinal herbs of the garden, not by him. The book said that he did not realize that his life was coming to an end, serving only as fertilizer for the garden. He had only seen such things on TV, and could not imagine that even immortals could do such things. It was truly disgusting. He only pointed out that there was nothing unusual in the book's content, Mishka said. Mishka explained that it was the established order. Immortals do this to maintain their kingdom. Now he had to wonder if this meant that he could repeat the fate of Gumijin. But he kept telling himself, this will never happen. I will never become a slave like him. If there is someone who can break the barrier of his blood, this person must be outstanding, able to burn the cursed pavilion for the sake of his descendants. It was written that one must escape with the stolen treasures and protect them at the cost of his own life. This meant that he was talking about things that were close to a testament. Mandrake seeds grown by people from all over the world are also called screaming ginseng, because they take lives with their scream. But there was another very interesting thing on the table that he picked up. He was annoyed that there was nothing written in the book or on this thing. Mishka assumed that it looked like a container for bamboo sticks. But it was very strange, because he could feel something from this thing. The impulse that came out was from it. He decided that he could do something with his power and closed his eyes and began to concentrate. Suddenly, an impulse gushed out of her like a river, and the boy even jumped back. Mishka saw his master flying away and rushed to him. But Puck was just happy that this thing really works. But it refuses to grow, so it was designed that way, and its shape should not change. This only added an additional question. What the hell is this thing? He continued to look at it curiously. After he swung it a few times, he realized that it felt very familiar, like a sword handle. Mishka also assumed that it could be a blade. But what would happen if it really was a blade? Meanwhile, the lady is elsewhere. She was being carried by people, and now she was there. Having traveled a long way to their humble place, she was greeted with a smile. As the mistress of the Izanakami shrine, her appearance was impressive, and the energy emanating from her was even more powerful. She said that because of the controversial situation, she had to point out where to start, and added that she had heard about their treasures. Then she added that she owned one thing that was lost hundreds of years ago during a very horrible event, and she really wanted it back. Meanwhile, Puck and Bag on his head were curiously looking at the thing they had found, not knowing what it was. They assumed that it might be a sword hilt, because the energy emanating from it was very strong. The seven-toothed sword of Sodeshito was an amazing artifact, as was the place where it was first made. Baekje was an unrecognized state, because among the 3 kingdoms, it was the only one that lacked the strength to gain sovereignty. Baekje's force was founded by Park Haekos, who had unusual physical characteristics. Goguryeo was founded by the legendary Jumon, the son of Lady Yunhua, who was blessed by the spirits and ancestors of the Korean peninsula. However, Baekje was founded by Chief Onjo, relying only on his strength. He belatedly awakened his earthly powers and received the golden element by learning how to control his energy on his own. Chief Onyo was a human being, but with a divine mind. Thanks to his abilities, Baekje flourished early on, but eventually, due to the weakness of his successors, the state fell and disappeared without a trace. However, there remained one who was compared to the leader's genius, the legendary prince who expanded Baekje's territory to the entire western part of the Korean peninsula, King Kincho. The seven-toothed sword, made by the legendary prince himself, was a rare work of art, a precious object comparable to great sacred artifacts. Ironically, it was kept separately, and it was for it that she had come to get it, telling her everything she knew and something else she knew. In the past, there was a record of this sword being handed over by King Gyeongcheo to the Heavenly King. The messenger who carried it died because of a storm that suddenly hit the poor man. Fortunately, the ship with the sword survived, but they only received the blade. Only the woman realized what this meant. The sword did have a hilt. She noticed that she had learned about the existence of the hilt relatively recently, and asked why they were interested in its whereabouts now. She replied that she was not here to ask stupid questions. In 6 months, she planned to start a battle with the Celestials on behalf of the shrine. She immediately asked about the conditions. Without hesitation, she answered, "The blade of Sodashito." She assumed that victory could be theirs, and asked to take one thing from their estate, and if the hilt was there, she promised to take only it. They agreed not to disclose what they would see there. However, the woman asked to add one more condition, which she told her about. After a while, they were walking down the street, talking about the fact that the battle with the Celestials would be broadcast. Lady Yunhua said that she wanted to make this information public. Meanwhile, they were approaching the sixth garden, and the man asked them to show respect for its owner and be quiet during the inspection. They lined up, the leader standing in front and the man behind. The gate opened, and behind it was a beautiful garden with thousands of species of plants. They went inside and were amazed at the beauty around them, because this place had recently been lifeless. They plucked different parts of the plants and ate them. Park welcomed the guests by sitting on a comfortable bench, reading a book and enjoying the fruits of the earth. But the person standing in front of him was very indignant because it was Sir Lee, an immortal of the 5th rank out of 9 possible. Lee demanded respect, and Park got up from the bench, walked over to them, and extended his hand, introducing himself as Park Hanil. Lee said he'd come to give him a report on his progress. However, Lee had one grievance that Park did not understand. Lee resented the fact that his subordinates were forced to call him senior. Park showed them his card, which read, Divine Level Park Hanil, Spiritual Power Type, Earth Element, Wood. A moment later, they were already ordered and were carrying stones under his gazebo, while Lee talked to Park about the battle with the Celestials. Lee explained that the Celestials had decided that 2 players, from the 5th to the 9th ranks, would fight against the Japanese. Park replied that he rarely left the garden and didn't even know about these events, and asked Lee if he would participate. Lee replied that he most likely would. Lee, during the Korean War, as a result of the shock of the explosion and the loss of his family, awakened his spiritual power, and later came to Lady Yunhua's pavilion. He could have despaired, just like Gu Mijin, but Lee was talented and very capable, literally shining when he met the master. He had reasoned that most Celestials could not be trusted, but Lee's sincerity was amazing. Earlier, he apologized for the behavior of his subordinates. Lee told us who would be participating in the Battle of the Best. It was Guo, who would soon receive the 6th rank of Immortal. He was said to be a blood relative of King Dimension, the son of Lady Yunhua. Lee was only too happy to be able to fight someone like Guo. Park was very interested in Guo's name, and he began to think about him. At that time, she informed everyone that the shrine had accepted their offer. At the meeting, everyone was told that mortals strongly supported them because they had killed several creatures. If you take an active part in debates about the dignity of a nation, you get more praise than Shinsomen, as she called her, a disciple of Tibet who had barely killed a living creature. A woman appeared behind her and asked the hostess to listen. After a moment, the mistress wondered why the owner of the 6th garden wanted to see her a second time. She asked him to tell the impudent man to wait because she was having a family tea party. Then the woman whispered something in the owner's ear. But Guo Chual, a divine-ranked immortal, heard this and exclaimed in indignation, "How dare he challenge me?" The mistress saw nothing wrong with their battle and told Guo so. Guo Hyunhua added that they say he deliberately does not raise his rank because he is afraid to fight stronger opponents, and suggested that he prove his courage in battle if he does not like what they say about him behind his back. The boy didn't understand what she was talking about, but the mistress supported Hyunhua by confirming her words. She wondered if he could stand up to the owner of the 6th garden. His eyes showed mixed emotions. His teeth were gnashing as he clenched his jaw harder because of the words he heard from his family. A moment later, they were standing on the battlefield. Park versus Go. She, fanning her face with the fan she always carried with her, watched them closely. Each of the spectators was holding their breath in anticipation of this promising battle. It was announced the owner of the 6th garden, Park Hanul, was confident in his abilities. Standing against him was the one who always controls his energy and holds himself confidently, Guo. Guo looked directly into Park's eyes and said that he would not be to blame if he died. Puck thought about the fact that Guo was looking at him as if he wanted to kill him, but he clearly understood that Guo's anger could play into his hands. The battle is declared. The battle for the divine title of Immortal begins. By the way, Puck sometimes wondered why there were so many ranks, and even his head hurt from these thoughts. This was Mishka's finest hour because he could explain it. Teacher Guangak explained the ranks. Ordinary person, 1st rank high, 2nd rank superior, 3rd rank mystical, 4th rank surpassed, 5th rank spiritual, 6th rank saint, 7th rank supreme, 8th rank divine, 9th rank. Park Chanul and Go Hyunhua were at the 5th rank of the divine level. Go Chil was also at the 5th rank of the divine level, and Go Hyunhua was at the 6th rank. We thank Teacher Guak for explaining the ranks. After announcing the start of the battle, Go immediately began to demonstrate his strength. He continued to ask Park not to blame him if he ended up in the fire of death. At this point, Guo was already using his strength, showing everything he could do. The entire area around him was captured by his chakra, and he attacked every point of the ground in front of him. Puck only had to dodge his attacks, but he began to form a barrier right in his hand. By putting it up, Park showed what he was capable of. The opponent doubted that he would be able to block the attack with the leaf shield. He saw the leaves falling off it. Guo suggested that Park should say goodbye to this technique, as well as all the others. Guo was working a miracle and was sure that it would be enough. He kept repeating how close Park's end was. Park in turn apologized for what was about to happen as his leaf shield was already fully charged. After performing the Sunwind execution, second song art star attack, he was confident that if anyone failed, it would be only Guo. After that, he performed the solar disclosure attack. This attack knocked the opponent down, and Guo began to fly backwards. This made Guo think that Park's shield was not only unusual but also capable of absorbing power. Guo summoned all his strength to push off and rush to attack. However, this ended in failure, as there was already a giant shield over Puck that could not be penetrated. Suddenly a man appeared and interrupted their battle and apologized for interfering. Damdiok appeared, explaining that they couldn't leave the child behind because it was already obvious who the winner was. Go assured him that he could continue fighting, but Dam looked at the goddess and waited for her words. He added that he was confident in the undisputed victory of the Taoist Puck. Even with his powers, he would not be able to create such a pavilion. The hostess immediately thought about it. Damdok's talents were very impressive, which is why she listened to his advice. He didn't understand why Lady Yunhua was so easily agreeing to her nephew's request, but she asked him to come to her. She was also curious about who the guy next to him was. From the looks of him, his strength must have been impressive. The first question she asked him was about what kind of training he had been doing for the past 6 months. He explained that because of the rarity of the wooden element, the pace of his martial arts development was quite fast. He also told her that he knew why she, the lady, had given him this position, to make him grow something, and assured her that he could grow it right now if she wanted. He assured her that if she trusted him now, he would never betray her. She was impressed by his courage, and she realized what he had been thinking about since he arrived here. She told him that now he needed to focus on the competition, and she would think about what he had said. On his way out, he asked her one more question, if he could go outside for a while. After a while, he was walking down the street with a guy in completely different clothes, on a lightweight bike. And he could not even think that when the lady said she would find him a walking companion, it would be him. He turned to him and asked his name, and he apologized for not introducing himself yet. He then said that his name was Damdiok, but for Park's sake, he allowed him to call himself just Diok. Park noticed that compared to the way he looked when they first met, he was unusually soft today. As he walked the streets, he noticed many interesting things, and simply did not understand many things. Afterward, Park suggested that they have a banana-strawberry cocktail. After ordering a cocktail and some other goodies, they put on sunglasses and sipped their cocktails. Daok was very happy, and although he had heard a couple of stories about the human world, he could not imagine that there were so many delicious and interesting things to eat here. He told us that when he first died in the human world, Lady Yunhua helped him become a celestial. But he didn't know that because of that he would have to live in the celestial world. He wanted all people to know his name after he died, but now he realizes that these were immature dreams. Being in the world of celestials, he constantly thought about what he had not managed to do in the world of people, and as a result, he remained a mediocre ruler of the past. After a long conversation, he realized that he had spoken too much, and thanked Puck for his attention, and for being able to enjoy the world of humans. Park replied, "No way!" And looking at his phone on the navigator, he noticed that if they went straight ahead, they could see Guanghaman. But suddenly they heard people shouting very loudly and holding placards with inscriptions. "Human sacrifice is murder." They were shouting that it was enough to turn a blind eye to the deaths of innocents and holding banners. The boys realized that it was a protest, but the word sacrifice alarmed them. Daok could not believe that the head of this country was killing his own people. How such bastards could continue to exist, he did not understand and crushed his cocktail in anger. He immediately suggested that Puck go to their leader and talk to him. But suddenly he saw something very strange. The sky seemed to be covered in darkness, with only a bright light coming from a black ball in the sky. It was a solar eclipse and the sun was under this black ball. They immediately realized what was happening, and Daok asked Park to protect the local people. People started running away, screaming, "Help! And help!" The energy and attacks were very strong, and he appeared, the one who considered all people to be creatures who do not know their place. His cap said Wabin, and this young man who thought people were beings who did not know their place was called Yong Shin. At this point, having created a weapon, Park jumps on him, expecting to strike him. He hits him with all his might. A loud explosion rang out in the neighborhood. The explosion was so strong that it left a huge impact mark on the asphalt, but John was not there. Looking around, Park could only hear people screaming for help. Everyone was running wherever they could, hiding from the attacks. There was no mercy for anyone. Anyone who came under attack could not stay alive. Park looked at these bastards and could not contain the anger that was bursting out of him. But when he turned his head, he saw something large approaching him. He barely managed to dodge a giant piece of earth that was flying right at his head. John turned to Park, saying that he never expected to meet him in such a place, and called him a wanderer from another world. In the name of Hwabin, Yong said he was going to take Park's life. The Hwabin is South Korea's first nationalist group of Christians, also known as the Poor Man's Gang. Park thought that John's actions were completely ridiculous. John's energy and very essence were one of the handmaidens of the Heavenly Wolf King. Park immediately recognized this unfavorable yin energy. He had felt it since the statue exploded. Puck asked her if she was close to Yang Guiju, the one who leads the group of the poor. Hearing that name, her teeth clenched in anger. She was ready to hear anything from Park, but she was sure that she would make him pay for all his crimes, no matter what. However, Puck did not understand the word crimes. Putting his hands on the ground, his energy spread around, his chakra going straight into the asphalt. His attacks, like all plants in this world and in the world of celestials, looked very beautiful and mesmerizing. However, to the enemy, this attack looked ridiculous. Park took his time, believing that the only one who should pay for his crimes was her. Immediately, his own wooden warriors appeared behind him, and they came to life. He ordered them to attack, and they rushed at the enemy. The warriors began to grab people by the neck and squeeze them so that they could not breathe. The wooden warriors were enough to finish off the enemy and his people. Feeling threatened, she ordered the release of the dragon glasses. Drizheglots are spirits that live in a person's head, demons of headaches and mental disorders. They are very evil, but if you take good care of them, they will bring you good treasures and allow you to have children. It is said that in Korea, dragonflies are more powerful. When they were released, she ordered them to tear apart the man who killed her dear husband, and that man was Park. He understood the threat he was facing. These monsters were very vicious, and it would be difficult to get rid of them with the help of Ents, as he called his wooden assistants. Using the fan of the nine-tailed fox was also ineffective. To the last, he didn't want to use it now, but he was lucky that he had bought a small smoking pipe from the store before. Taking it out, he took a few puffs. The active ingredient in the mandrake increased concentration by maximizing the sensory and reflex nerves. He summoned up great strength, spread his arms, and dropped something into the ground. It was a tree seedling that had crawled through the asphalt and grown into small trees. Grabbing one of them, he called the enemy freaks. These seedlings turned into a dangerous weapon in his hands, and he was not ready to spare anyone. He immediately struck the monster's back, cutting its spirit. Then he ran on to those he saw in front of him swiftly and without any fear. In his left hand he held the pipe from which he smoked, and in his right hand he held a weapon. It was easy for him to fight the spirits. They fell to the ground from his attacks, but there were many of them around. She just watched from the sidelines, confident that no matter how many of these wooden creatures he created, it would be as useless as piercing a stone with a toothpick. She ordered her subordinates to summon the dragons even faster. Finally, trying to catch the flying spirit, he uttered the word and suddenly fell silent. The world around him seemed to float away. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and he did not understand what was happening. His wards also fell to the ground, choking on the black smoke that appeared. None of them could move, only barely uttering the word save did they tremble. Unable to hold back the blood that was flowing from her mouth, she couldn't understand what had happened to her. Park felt fine, but he noticed how she fell off that big rock. He wasn't crazy enough to fight her with swords. All of this happened because of the smoke, which was not dangerous for him because it caused a detoxification process with the help of the liver, extracting only useful components, but for others it was a real poison. This case confirms that secondhand smoke is very harmful. It always happens to smokers. They are lying on the floor and blood is flowing from their mouths, and they can barely say father to the person who smoked them. And now she was lying on the floor, addressing Park and calling him father. Suddenly there was an explosion next to them, so strong that Puck was thrown back. The word father was not meant for Park at all. It was meant for the man whose head Deok was holding in his hand. He had managed to deal with him despite his strength, and there wasn't a scratch on the boy, let alone her father. Park could not believe what she was seeing, because this so-called father was the Heavenly Wolf King. His face was right in front of hers, and their eyes met in silent tension. He did not understand at all who had brought him here, and who these people were standing next to him. He kept trying to prove his importance by asking if they knew who he was, but it didn't matter. All that mattered was that he had committed an unforgivable sin in front of people. Suddenly, laughter came from the crowd, breaking the tense silence. He got to his feet, and purple energy began to appear around his body. He asked them to remember what he was about to say because he was sure he would send them to hell, and he emphasized that he would not spare anyone. He began to absorb not only the bodies of the dead, but also the power of the living around him. It was hard to understand what was wrong with him and why they were mutilating innocent people. This is a terrible art of destruction. It is incredibly strong, and even standing in front of it, no one understood how to stop it. He thought about using the nine-tailed fox's plowman, but he wasn't sure it would work, although there was no other way out. Deok couldn't believe that the reincarnation of the Blood Buddha of the future was here in the human world, and said that the elders would certainly miss him. He asked him for a sword, and it was clear that he was confident in his abilities. When he threw the sword into his hand, he grabbed it tightly as if he had gained another power. After he thanked him, the blade passed very precisely and left a trail of incredible force. He had no right to punish someone who was a celestial, even despite his sins against innocent people. But if it became known what he had done to his subjects, Deok, as one of the Celestials, will take responsibility and carry out the necessary punishment. However, his opponent, confident in himself, having embodied the great power, continued to call his opponents freaks. But with just one precise sword stroke, nothing remained of his opponent. This blow was honed to perfection. It was here that he showed his strength, finishing off the enemy without any problems. The news reported that thanks to the quick reaction of the Celestial community, all the terrorists were arrested. The identities of the dead and injured, as well as the actions of the authorities, are currently being established. He then suggested discussing the recent incident in Gwanghwamun, as the news reports showed they had dealt with the event. However, another asked about society, as he felt that they had not made any efforts. The answer was that they had managed to get information about it, and said that they would understand who the real heroes were if they watched the video. Park seemed very familiar because he had become a hero a year and a half ago. He was the one who defeated the huge bird, and with that, the lady ordered the news to be turned off. Deok stood in front of the lady and apologized to her for causing a lot of trouble, as he didn't even have the qualifications to prove that he was a celestial, and it was a great sin for him to come down to the human world. Regardless of the punishment she would give him, he was ready to accept it. After everything they had done, she asked him how he dared to even look her in the eye. Park just looked her in the eye in silence, not looking away. After that, he apologized and put his head down. It was easy to see that she wasn't very angry. In fact, she was smiling and was clearly pleased that Deok had defeated the Heavenly Wolf King. At this point, she turned to him saying, "Deok, turn around and look at me." She told him that she would not say that his actions were wrong, but she advised him to be more careful. She told Park to prepare for a disciplinary statement. After a while, he was already in the 6th garden. He was overwhelmed with strange feelings, as it seemed to him that he had not been here for a very long time. And now the time had come when he could check the find. He could not even think that someone would hide this in the statue of Sejong the Great. He didn't think this thing had any power. The statue was built in 2009, so its history is short. But after they opened it and started reading it, they were very surprised, because the real name of Sejong the Great was... Mishka asked if he was called that after his death, referring to that little worldly boy from the family. The word vile was very disturbing to Puck, and he was able to assume that the boy had done something bad. But the boy explained very emotionally that he looked like that because of his family, who had dampened the energy of Mount Gwangsan when they founded a state there. This made him so angry that he started pulling the hair out of Park's head. But he continued to read the text written on the paper. After reading a little bit, he realized that the person who wrote it was undoubtedly King Sejong the Great. The text read, "Today Hyang shed blood." This meant that Hyang was the real name of the son of Sejong the Great, and the next ruler of the Joseon dynasty. I know what happened, and I don't have much time left, but I'm not afraid at all. However, I'm disturbed by the thought of seeing my son be the first to close his eyes forever. My concern is for the people I will have to leave behind. Seeing Hien losing weight every day because of the deity's curse is horrible. The island will be covered in blood and tears of innocent people. Long ago, there were many people who gave their lives in the name of deities. Before the era of the deity's rule over humans comes again, people who have not yet awakened their spiritual power need to gain strength and courage to resist the deities. There are runes on the distant North Island. They say that if you use them correctly, they will manifest their power. It looks like a poem with great power inside the words. After reading this, they assumed that he wanted to create power from a language system similar to the bone tongue of an oracle. They also realized that this guy was popular and respected even among Celestials. If he had lived another 100 years, he might have been able to do it. If someone can read and write, then by simply learning how to activate the power of runes, that person will be able to use their power. My last wish is to not let these 28 symbols disappear, and for people who are able to achieve their goals with ease. Puck congratulated Mishka on the fact that the moment the Great King had been waiting for had arrived. He held a book with the correct pronunciation and instructions for people. He pointed his finger at the pile of firewood in front of him. Then he used his energy to lift them all up. It can't be, he thought as he looked at this, realizing that his true attack power was due to the runes and their correct pronunciation. The book had said, "Picture the words in your mind, and they will be activated when you say them out loud. He pointed to the wood and said mountains, and they instantly burst into flames. This caused him a flurry of emotions as he was very impressed. Fire! Burn! Burn! He repeated, and the wood started to burn even more. He was already playing with the firewood like a child when a sleepy Mishka appeared behind him, not realizing who was setting off the fireworks. Then Mishka opened his mouth wide and shouted loudly at Puck. Why the hell did you decide to play with fire in broad daylight? His impression was also strong, as he did not understand how Puck managed to bring this on. Puck just wanted to be the exception to the rule. Gwanak was worried about him and asked him to be more careful. Sometime later, after several attempts, he realized that the fire was getting bigger as he raised his tone. He wondered if he should say the word fire louder. Does it work when more people say the word? And how can I increase the power of the fire? Would I be able to create something more powerful if I used a whole sentence instead of just one word? He thought. After all, the power itself lies in the intention. This instruction on the correct pronunciation of the sounds of a document created by King Sejong during the Joseon period is called a hangul. After that, another idea came to him, and he shouted at the top of his voice, Heaven, weep and cry! Weep, weep, he repeated, but he could only see clouds in the sky and nothing else. He was a little embarrassed to cry at the top of his voice. Suddenly, a girl appeared next to him, standing and laughing. He was frozen in a stupor, assuming that she could see and hear all this, so he asked her how long she had been here. She began to scream, Heaven, cry and weep, copying his voice. Then she continued, I'm the best, the most headbanging man. But he wasn't saying that anymore, so he interrupted her and asked what she was talking about. She laughed lightly, causing Park to blush, and told him not to worry, because everyone has been there. Her words sounded very reasonable, and she also looked very beautiful. We can assume that this is the reason why Park is now standing there blushing. He did not understand why she had come here and asked her. She replied that she had heard that he was participating in a battle. She also heard that he won, which means he is a fast learner. The red color did not disappear from the boy's face. But in fact, the purpose of her arrival was different. She had an argument with her aunt when she took part in the battle, decided to take a walk to prepare a little bit, and found something for Park. Later she said that she was supposed to look after him, but it turned out that she didn't. She saw that he was doing well without her, because the garden was blooming. She threw him a wooden box and said, Here, take this. He looked at the box in his hands and could not understand what it was. He heard her explain that it was a holy scripture that she had been told to give him when Park became a member. When asked who had said that, she replied, The wise man. Then she added, The sage is your father. This stopped the boy's breath for a moment, and flashbacks of his life began to appear in his mind, as he was a child. It seemed to him that his whole life had flashed before his eyes. His hands began to tremble, and he clutched the box tightly. Raising his voice, he asked the girl where she had met the man who called himself his father. Without understanding anything, the girl answered, In Shenfu. A long time ago, Hwanun came down from the sky and gave a stalk of wormwood and 20 cloves of garlic to a bear and a tiger who wanted to become human. The tiger ran away, but the bear fulfilled the task and turned into a man named Ungneo. Hwangun and Ungneo gave birth to Tangun and created a new history of Korea. This is the most famous myth, but no one mentions that Ungneo was not Hwangun's legal wife. Hwangun, who ruled the human world, grew something from a cow animal. It was the sacred tree of life in a sacred place in Korea where the earth touches the sky. The sacred tree of life is a sacred symbol mentioned in the Tangun myth. Shenfu is a place called Shenfu. From this story, the girl realized that his father was married to Hwangun's youngest daughter and was in Shangfu. She added that she had finished her work there and was about to return when his father approached her. He said that his son was beholden to the court. He added that trouble was coming soon. He wrote something vital but did not tell her anything else and handed it to him to read. Now everything became clear to him, because at first he thought that his father had abandoned the family and run away. He was losing money left and right, and the burden of the accumulated debts fell on his mother and grandmother. But his father did not admit his guilt. As a result, his grandmother died, leaving this world for nothing. Park realized that his father seemed to have started a new family, but he didn't know how he was received. Ever since he became part of the Hwangun family and received his new rights, he didn't care about his former family. The girl asked him to open the box quickly because there was a very useful thing in it. Park was also curious and eagerly opened it. Looking inside, he saw a closed mystical fan. The fan-shaped scriptures were created to seal away beasts, demons, and evil spirits. A fan with 24 blades was considered good, and a fan with more blades was considered perfect. But this fan had 72 blades, and Puck did not understand why his father gave him such a valuable thing. The girl told Puck that this fan was enough to swallow up the most evil spirit. Yes, but only if he is inclined to do so. The tone of his words changed again, and he said that he would take care of the fan. Who would ever think of giving it up, especially when there is no way to get such a valuable thing? The girl looked at his joy, which he tried to hide, and realized that he was going down a thorny path. There was also a piece of paper in the box with something written on it. He opened it and started reading, thinking it was an inscription on how to use the fan. And so, 8 hours before the start, he had this strange feeling that someone was coming. It was Diak who was walking, brushing aside the leaves of beautiful flowers with his hand. This time when he met him, Park called him Brother Diak. When Diak came to visit Park, he noticed that it was very beautiful. The sixth garden became even more beautiful, and he realized that only thanks to Puck would it never wither away. But the next question from Puck was why he came here. He had one request, and he asked for help in creating a flute. The story says that the flute, which eliminates all the troubles of the world and brings peace, appeared after the unification of forces. But in fact, it was created much earlier, back in the days of the great King Kwang. It was made possible by his power when even the sages could not interfere. It was the ideal human age. However, with the end of the sages' intervention, the dragons from the three seas started a war, just waiting for it. There were many victims. To stop the senseless suffering, all three powers joined forces. This is how an instrument was created that can be used against dragons, and it is called the flute. He explained that because the flute had great power, 2 restrictions were placed on it. First, it could not be taken out of the country, and second, it could not be used against the people of that country. It was entrusted with power because it was close to the strongest dragon kingdom of the Eastern Sea. Now its location is unknown. Apparently it broke down due to restrictions. Because of this, he wants to create it because he thought that Park, as the master of the sixth garden, should know what ingredients are needed for this. He added that since the celestial battle is coming soon, the borders of the flower garden will be weakened, and at that time he is going to infiltrate and get the Black Jade Bowl. However, he added, there is one if everything works out. With the appearance of the new flute, we cannot rule out suspicions from Lady Yuhua that the Black Bowl has been obtained, as well as the possibility of a war with the dragons who will want to destroy the flute. But Brother Diak is going to take full responsibility. One of Park's assumptions was that he saw the strike at Guanghaman last time. Well, he's different from the other sages, Park realized. He immediately said without hesitation that, of course he would help, because there was no question about it. Pak explained that as a man of the people, he was very happy to know that there was a man like Diak. Diak was very surprised by his words, because on the contrary, he was afraid that he would not be very helpful. Then he laughed and said, that's what I thought. He knew that Park would help him. He walked over to him, patted him on the shoulder, and called him a good friend, and he was happy. But then, they had to find a place where a tree grew that was suitable for the flute, and at that moment Park suggested that they go. If this is the right place, even the branches or bark of the tree can be used as a valuable medicine, he said. They got closer, and what they saw in front of them was nothing short of a wow moment. The island they saw in front of them seemed to be floating in the air. It looked mesmerizing and incredible. Park didn't even know that it was possible to get here through the doors of a landfill. However, Dayak explained that the pavilion itself is a combination of these spaces, and if you touch the structure of the formula, you can get to this place. But he added that it would be very difficult. A wooden horse appeared in his hand, which then turned into a live horse standing right in front of them. It was Garmy. Dayak asked Park to take his hand, holding out his hand in a familiar gesture. A moment later, they were sitting on a horse and heading straight for the island. Dayak asked them to trust him, because they would not be able to touch even the tip of Puck's hair. Puck was curious about what was there, but behind him he saw different monsters, from which they quickly ran away. All of these monsters had tentacles and claws, giant 8-legged sharks and crabs. Dayak explained that it was because of these monsters that he would not be able to enter the island, and Park got down from his horse. Turning around, he asked for only one thing, for Park to believe him. And in a moment he started to go in the other direction, warning about one more thing. That there were also monsters on this island, which Park would soon see right in front of him. Substance absorbed. The active component of the mandrake, Park thought, while Brother Dayak covered him. We need to finish with these monsters as soon as possible, and he reached for his pipe again. The correct pronunciation and instruction for people. The longer and more meaningful the sentence, the more their power increases. You need to act faster, even faster than anyone else. And he did just that, starting to attack the monsters after taking a few puffs. An unusual aura came from 2 places. It would be good for him if there was a jade bowl there. But something caught his attention that he hadn't expected to see. It was a monster of a completely different level, which easily threw Puck away with a single blow of its hand. His blows were so fast that he even cut off a piece of wood with his hand. Heavenly level, the 5th level of immortality out of 9 or even higher, Puck saw in this monster in front of him. This lizard and several others behind it made it clear that he was at a disadvantage. He had already used the mandrake, but it was still difficult to pass, so he had to reach for the fan he had. He called it a good trick. He was ready to use it as soon as the lizards ran at him, and they did so instantly. Park took the fan in his hand and waved it from behind his ear. The energy that came out of it lit up the entire forest on this island, and it was enough to deal with monsters of a much stronger rank. Immediately after these lizards left, an even stronger monster appeared. The eye of this monster was filled with coldness and ruthlessness. It was a giant bear that let out a loud roar that echoed throughout the island. Even far behind him, he stepped on the lizard with his foot, not noticing it under his feet. With one kick after another, the lizards flew in different directions. Mishka and Puck couldn't understand what was happening, but he was quickly dealing with the lizards. His blows were so hard that it was impossible to resist them. Mishka only asked Puck to wave the fan even more. As he fought back, Puck realized that Diak was enjoying his strength, even if he didn't want to admit it. Puck also realized that he was not called the Mountain Fire God for nothing. This is also not his true image, but an evil that irritates the great mountain among the mountain spirits. Mount Golanak has the shape of a mountain peak that looks like fire, making it a volcano. Parents believed that fires would easily break out in the capital overlooking this mountain. To extinguish the fire, a pond was dug on the top of the mountain and a bronze statue of Hetu was installed. For hundreds of years, he had been suppressing the energy of Mount Gwanak. As soon as Mishka saw the lizards running away, he, very angry, ran after them. But it was clear that there was nothing strange in the fact that they were running to where they felt strong energy. Besides, this black jade bowl must be absorbing most of the island's nutrients because all the plants on this island grow very well. Park sat on a tree branch and watched where all the lizards were running to. It was a giant shell that they all ran up to and ran inside. They decided that there was nothing unusual inside that they could regret. And so they decided to run inside. Pak took out his fan and waved it again, and immediately the bear became even bigger. Its eyes were filled with energy, but they were not the eyes of a bear, but the eyes of someone else. The appearance of this creature made him nervous, and wondered what was going on. In a panic, Mishka shouted to Puck what he was doing and asked him to get him out of there quickly. By hitting the ground with his hands, Puck forced the plants to save Mishka. Feeling safe, Mishka sat on Puck's shoulder and saw the one who had been acting as fertilizer on the island. This meant that this het puppy was right here. It is not uncommon to meet someone who has the divine beast's account and is an intermediary. Mr. Lee also raised one of them. This is Hete. He is now an adult, and it is very interesting to know if this puppy is this big. How many are here and how many have grown up? This little guy is about 200 years old, and as far as you can see, he's doing his best to get out of the thicket. He needs to grow and explore the world. At this age, seeing that he can't even resist the machinery, we can conclude that he hasn't learned the basics. Picking up the fan again, Park told Mishka that everything would be fine. After that, he waved his fan again, saying that everything would be fine. A giant bear was drawn on the eyelashes, chasing the puppy. Giant plants began to grow on the ground in the form of healthy cones. That's all they needed. He suggested they gather everything they could. Gather everything you can and then just leave, he said, what he saw in front of him. These plants made him very happy and satisfied. The puppy was already running away from Mishka. After a while, the boy's foot stepped over the threshold. Dayak was waiting for him, but for some reason blood was flowing from under his coat. At first glance, Puck thought he was just choking. The guy asked him not to take care of him and explained that after resting in a quiet place, he would be able to recover. But how long he would fight it, that was the question. Then he handed Puck a purple ball and asked him to take it. He explained that it was the payment that Puck deserved for what he had done, because this garden was protected by twin dragons bound together. He added that he would have liked to give both balls back, but it so happened that he was only able to get the ball from one. He explained that there was no need to make such a face because it was more than a fair reward. Dayok's reckoning does not end there. If he survives the fight for the championship and creates a new flute and gives it to the people, Lady Yuhua will find out about it, and it will be impossible to avoid her wrath. After that, they moved on, and we can conclude that Diak is very strong as a person and as a sage. Puck is ready to become strong enough to call him his older brother with confidence. Pak suggested that Seongbei go to Ponmachukso, but he explained that as a mountain god, he had to maintain his reputation and thought he would be sharpened in some kind of tool. This is not normal, but the guy offered him a few jars of honey, and he immediately agreed. "Good afternoon, dear viewers," said a voice that echoed around. The voice continued, "I am now on the island of Tokdo in the Eastern Sea, where a battle for supremacy is taking place. The battle of the true Celestials is impressive even before the battle begins. Unlike previous tournaments, this is a competition where the winners face the opposite team. There are also voices of concern about whether this face will be disadvantageous to the winner, because everyone is competing on different levels." Park listened to this and looked at the guy who didn't seem to be seriously injured. They continued to announce that before the competition began, Representatives of sages from each country would send congratulatory messages to the Dragon King of the East Sea. The girl twirled her witness in her hands and held it up, saying that with this message, they hope that the Dragon King will understand what it means to hold the competition in the sea, in the domain of the Dragon King. They say it means making a sacrifice in return. After that, work began on temporarily filling the sea for the battle. She asked everyone to see how the two islands became hotter in the blink of an eye. She just waved her hands, and the water became more. This is the power of the Celestials. Foreign observers of the Celestials appeared on the covered platform. They are here for a fair judgment. It is said that along with the inspection, each representative invited a high-ranking official to fulfill their conditions. One of them said, "I, as the one who speaks for Shiva, will judge fairly with all the honor I have assumed. I will do so until the winner is decided, and I swear that I will protect the wealth of Mrs. Yuva with my life." They both swore and took out the chest, promising to protect the 7 blades with their lives. Suddenly, energy began to bubble up in Park's bag on his belt. He jumped up and looked at it, not understanding what the resonance was. He realized that he was reacting to the 7 blades. The hilt was a 7-pointed sword, it became clear after the reaction. The blade also began to fill with energy and glow blue. It began to fly in front of the man, and on his back he had a sword that also began to glow. The energy coming out of it was blue. He had to do something, so he took his sword from behind his back and sharpened the blade that was in the box. He asked everyone's forgiveness as he held the tip of his blade and explained that this little boy really wanted to win. Sometimes when they meet our opponents, he reacts quite violently. He added that despite the fact that the sword had no owner, it showed a very violent reaction. He apologized for interrupting the event. Yuwa noticed that if this is a sword that can handle the divine power of a fencer, his level of spirit is clearly not low. Park simply said the words broken sword in his head. He looked and realized that this was the man. A broken sword, so to speak, a destroyer of weapons. This nickname was given to him because his grip is so strong that there is no sword that can withstand and not break. Valhalla. Even among Valhalla's ancestors, he is the owner of a human skeleton with so much fighting power that its owners can be counted on the fingers of one hand. His name is Beowulf. If it were not for Beowulf's position now, the hilt of the 7 swords would have jumped out of the treasure box. For that matter, the reason for that is probably because Park was the one who had the hilt of the 7 swords. An announcement is made. Li In goes first, and an energy layer is formed. Inside this layer they stand. The celestial first round corresponds to the 5th level of power, and there are 9 in total. Park, clenching his fists, just wishes his master good luck. Next to him, the words are heard. "What a pity." The girl turned to Park and asked him again, "Isn't that right?" Her name was Guo. She was a member of the Guo family that Park had seen when he was promoted to the heavenly level. He didn't know what she was talking about, but she asked him to watch to see for himself and added that she hated to explain such obvious things. Strangely enough, he decided to look up there. It was a kamaitachi, a Japanese yokai in the shape of a weasel with sickle-shaped front paws. They flew like lightning at the enemy, who was standing and holding a stick. He swung his stick several times. He was able to easily repel the enemy's attack, which made him gnash his teeth. She only tried to resume her attack. It ended in a splatter of blood, and nothing more. In terms of combat flair and ability, Lee is ahead of his Japanese rivals, but that Japanese celestial has dramatically increased in power. Park realized that this was an instrument of the Dharma. The girl asked him, "Have you just realized this?" Initially, the teacher was a wanderer who disappeared from time to time but always returned. She asked why he took on a student who did not have a single Dharma instrument. She added that if he did not get rid of him, the next attacker would be Chawol's brother, who was armed with Dharma tools. The Battle of Tokdo is also a place to test the skills of royal Japanese celestials, a battle watched by the people of the world. The hidden purpose of this competition was to make an active performance worthy of their memory. Lady Yuhua wanted to revive the dignity of the Guo family for the people of the world and show the image of the clan defeating the Japanese ancestors at Tokdo. From the very beginning, Li was only an assistant. Looking ahead, he saw something very impressive. The stick hit the ground again. Mr. Li had not yet given up. Even though he was facing a serious opponent, his legs could barely stand, he found the strength to continue. Li Ying almost lost consciousness after the attack, but he managed to hold on. His condition seemed very serious, perhaps due to the serious wound he received from Kamaitachi. But his gaze remained very confident. Does this mean that the Korean Celestial has lost the battle? In any case, he needs to gather his strength. Shouting, "You can't just lose!" He jumped into the air with his stick. His opponent, using his weapon, realized that it was useless for him to flounder. The stick disappeared from his hands, and he realized that the situation had become even worse because his hands were empty. At that moment, he felt a severe pain that knocked his breath away. Drops of blood began to drip from his mouth onto the ground right next to his feet. Bleeding, he sat down on one knee, helpless. He looked at the enemy in front of him, and his face was even more bloody. Grabbing his stick, he leaned it on the ground and then lost consciousness. Everyone was told that Japan had won the first match.
There were shouts. "Stretchers! Hurry up and get a first aid kit!" Park clenched his fists as he sat in the stands.
Park realized that the crowd was at peace with him. The girl asked him if he shouldn't be happy, because this would give him a stage on which to make himself stand out even more. She added that this would only happen if he could win. She asked him to lose beautifully and quickly, because that way she would be able to stand out. In response, the guy just kept silent. Then he told her that he would try his best, but that she would not be able to stand out. All this would happen because he was going to be the winner. An announcement is made. Park Han-yul is next. He is known for killing Lady Yuwa's favorite descendant. Everyone is very interested in what he will show them. The Japanese man looks at him and says, "What, this nincompoop again?" He shouted to everyone that everyone had already seen what he was capable of. His monsters are flying around him again, showing their long quills. He promised Puck that he could feed his monsters with his flesh. As he spoke and threatened, Puck ran up to him without batting an eye and punched him right in the face. Daok stood there, holding his breath, watching what was happening. All the cameramen could not believe what they were seeing either. "What just happened? Mr. Park Han-yul won by an impossible margin." She sat in the stands and screamed, "You're crazy!" because there was a possibility that he would faint from lack of blood. She was outraged that he did not value his life at all, but Daok told the girl that it was a very brave and effective decision. Throwing himself under attack was brave and effective, but to this girl it seemed crazy. Besides, she didn't understand how the guy knew about the fast movement technique. Daoku really didn't want to explain, but he explained that Master Han-yul is like a bottomless bowl when it comes to learning skills. The simulators took the active ingredient of purple acid, calcium, and vitamin D, which increased cell viability and blood production. Iron and purple acid attenuated bleeding, but with this, he can only pretend that everything is fine, because the bleeding has not been completely stopped. And then a question comes over the loudspeaker. How long can Park take the blows? He needs to learn how to attack back. He waited for a few minutes. Then he reached for the cards he had up his sleeve. He warned him that he was not that easy and threw the cards in Park's direction. A moment later, giant samurai appeared behind him, but they were puppets. They were wearing a protective amulet to avoid close combat. Then it was necessary to act decisively, and Park clenched his fist to the limit. She controlled the puppets with cards, each of which gave new commands. He wondered if she planned to use this trick again. He thought she had some strengths, but it seems like she has nothing else to offer. At this rate, Park is winning. Her face changes. She glances back, uneasy. She can't understand what's happening, because her puppets are suffering from wooden monsters. It seems that Park has also summoned his puppet. After that, he suggests ending everything according to Korean custom. The art of chanting is a style of Korean writing that later evolved into Hangul, marked by dots instead of dashes and vowels. He then suggests singing a battle march. "Let's sing a battle march, sharp pain and suffocating fear. Until our last breath we will stand," he said, but the audience and cameramen did not understand why he was suddenly singing a march. Suddenly, a new energy appeared around him, and he continued to sing. "I'm afraid that if I get weak, we'll just lose. We are doing our best to keep the country from falling, swallowing medicine like water." The wooden monsters broke the puppets one by one. The screams grew louder, and their breathing quickened. "I'm afraid that if we give up, we will fall even lower," he continued to sing the march. 15 minutes to realize the strength of our country. We are unstoppable. He kept singing, seeing his opponent start to panic, not knowing what to do. She has only 15 minutes to realize what has happened. She has to realize that there is no stopping him. The commentators and cameramen can't contain their emotions. They have seen Park Han-yul instantly win his second victory in a row. He used only one move in the fight. Because of this, the next opponent cannot assess his strength. This competition was just a show to boost the Yunhua family's prestige, and they hoped that Park would fall victim like Li Yin. But Park wasn't going to play by their rules. He wanted to be the main character in this show. The commentators announced that due to the defeat of the two Celestials from the Japanese side, the next one to perform from Japan would be the Magnificent Celestial, and from Korea, Han-yul. But the question arises, why is the shrine-related Shinobi standing opposite Park? The level of power between the Celestial and the Magnificent is strikingly different. Park should realize that this time he needs to be more careful. But now is not the time for reflection, because his wooden puppets barely had time to jump out and protect his body from the enemy's flying kunai. The kunai were stuck very deeply in the wood, but their energy did not fade away. They kept getting stuck and eventually exploded. Park bounced back, and it was a great opportunity for the enemy to attack. The enemy was unstoppable. He was flying like a real ninja, throwing kunai in flight. It took a lot of effort to dodge these quick attacks, but today, luck was on Park's side, and the kunai flew past, sinking into the ground. Strong energy emanated from the kunai. It began to shine behind the boy's back. Magnificent watched as Puck fell to the ground, pulling out his katana. The energy emanating from the kunai did not allow Puck to concentrate, and the enemy was already flying at him. At this point, it was necessary to act radically, and Puck decided to use the art of singing, and began to shout, "Where the earth ends, I communicate with the cloud." And at that moment it happened. He found himself in a protective barrier. Picking up the fan, Park admitted that he almost cut it in two when he saw its second level. He had to think of something, so he waved the fan, summoning the bear. Guanak came down to the ground and stood right in front of the enemy. The bear was outraged at Park, saying how could he leave him alone with this dog? The bear also wondered why he looked like that. Had he been beaten? Then, recognizing the mark on the enemy's armor, he realized that it was Naburai Suzuki. Very few shinobi wear the emblem of a three-legged raven. The bear immediately decided to beat the crap out of him. The bear believed that some magnificent celestial would not be able to do anything to him, especially considering that his armor was made of gold, which resists fire well. You could see that the armor had already started to melt. But Puck still felt a little uneasy. The enemy's weapon was already tearing out of his hands, and he began to scream loudly. The bear immediately dealt with him, leaving him no chance. The enemy's armor soon completely melted and flowed to the ground, leaving him to lose. Guanak warned that it would be a clean victory and swung his paw. Puck screamed, "Stop! Stop!" On the ground where the armor had leaked, there was a very strange energy emanating from the molten substance. The Great One's cloak began to grow larger and looked threatening. The molten substance was flowing from the cloak and falling on the bear's head. Naburai Suzuki used the blood iron technique, the art of manipulating the shape of metal. This gold melted from the heat, further restraining the bear, who cried out that he urgently needed cold energy to cool everything down. In fact, Puck thinks it's easy for the bear to say, but unfortunately there is no cold energy right now. Puck started to hesitate what to do, and then he had a great idea. "Cold is on its way!" he shouted to the bear. And then a very familiar feeling hit the bear. This feeling, which he had remembered for a long time, suddenly appeared again. The only question was why right now, and why him? Park ran away from it and shouted, "Quick, get it away from me!" The cameramen couldn't keep quiet and just asked the audience to look at it. Taigiki, the technique that Park Hanil showed, painted the battlefield in bright colors. But even Park did not know what this incomprehensible word meant that the commentators were saying. The enemy leaned on his hand and put it on the ground. His eyes showed that he did not expect this turn of events, but he definitely did not give up. Defeat can be quite humiliating, and although he looked exhausted, he might still have a few tricks left in him. But Park isn't easy either, and he was determined to finish it. "Let's call it a day," he said, not to the girl who appeared and repeated the same phrase. The reason why she stopped this fight was that this fight was being fought for the peaceful resolution of the conflict. She said she didn't see the point in putting someone's life on the line. Park could not answer anything. The girl just grimaced and expressed her displeasure. This meant only one thing. Magnificent must not die because the shinobi is not part of the plan. Probably they made an agreement whereby Saikashu was given his shrine. This Kashu is a group of mercenaries founded during the Sengoku period, the era of the warring provinces. This means that the three-legged raven is not an emblem. He told them that he was in an awkward position now. The words came from the side that if the mistress and Sonokami decided that the student's life was more important than victory, they said the following. They said they would follow their example and also admit defeat. Park was dumbfounded as he listened to these women. He was even more surprised when she told him that it was a great job, and that he had managed to make it to the third battle. She could not even imagine that he had such amazing skills. Park realized that although she was pretending to praise him, she was actually insulting him. In response, he said that if she had warned him, the show would have been much more interesting. "What are you talking about?" she asked. He immediately explained that she was probably worried that he was attracting too much attention from regular people, or boomheads. Park said that he was also an ordinary person who became a celestial, and he knew better than anyone else what ordinary people were thinking. He listened to this conversation very carefully, analyzing every word Park said. He could not believe that he had lost to the weaker man. Puck felt a little sorry for this shinobi. Then he met the girl's eyes. She was sitting on a chair and invited him to sit next to her, praising him. She said a few words to him like, "What a horror," but he replied that everything was fine. But she explained that she was not talking about him. She asked him if he knew that in idol elimination shows, such people are called producer's choice, and regardless of their abilities, they will be promoted further. They will go to any lengths. This guy needed to show his best to earn a reputation. Even if he was a loser, she wants ordinary people to worship her, but she doesn't accept their nature at all. It was difficult for him to understand her, but he drew a parallel with a football player. How to replace a striker who is still strong because the public will not actively support him, no matter how well he plays. Park didn't even think she understood this so well and told her so. She explained that she hadn't seen it herself, but that it was often written about on social media. The next announcement was made. Go Hyun-hwa would be coming out for the next fight on the Korean side. But before they could finish, an earthquake hit. But it wasn't an earthquake. It was a tsunami that was approaching them. These guys appeared and asked where Yokdo was, the name of a group of traitors who dared to rebel against the royal court. Park and the girl did not understand why they were here, and Park did not know who they were. He asked the girl about it, and she explained that they were the sons of the Dragon King of the East Sea. The eldest of them stood in the center and said that they would not listen to excuses, and asked how they dared to deceive the Dragon King, the ruler of the East Sea. The eldest son asked if they really thought they could hide the location of the seven-pointed sword blade and added that they really thought it would not be possible to find out how they were trying to exchange other treasures away from the eyes of the main court. People did not even realize what treasures he was talking about. He was very angry and thought that even drowning them all would not be enough to atone for their sins. But he said that he would show mercy according to his father's word, and asked them to give him the blade and handle that they had used for the bet. "What kind of nonsense is he talking?" the boys asked as they listened to him. The others began to use their power, clenching their hands and gathering energy into them. He did not like this answer, and he saw them preparing for battle. He picked up his weapon, which had incredible power. He was ready to send everyone to the seabed, turning ordinary water into dragons with his power. The water dragons immediately rushed at people, sparing no one in their path. Few people managed to escape the waves, which were carried away by the strong current. "What's going on?" thought Park, and he wondered if he could take advantage of the commotion to steal the blade. Puck began to wonder where Beowulf was. Suddenly a man with a box on his back flew at him. In the box, tied to his back, was a blade. Puck immediately reached for the hilt, which was in his hand, expecting the blade to resonate with the hilt. But the man seemed to dissolve in front of him, and Park saw a huge wave moving directly toward him. Inside this wave were many dragons that drowned people and did not allow them to get out, and he too was in this current. But it was too early to die, because he hadn't found the blade yet. Park put his hand over his mouth to prevent himself from swallowing the water, and then he felt the energy in his hand. The resonance seemed to have begun. In a moment, he had a fully assembled sword in his hand, and the hilt resonated with the blade. This was a real joy for him because now he had a powerful force. Something strange happened. The wave seemed to push him out of the water, and he found himself several meters above it. But he could not hold on, and he began to be pulled down by gravity. A moment later, he fell into the water with a splash. As he plunged into the water, he felt that something was wrong this time. He felt the most powerful energy he had ever felt in his life. This energy was coming from the sword and belonged to him, perhaps because the artifact had been split up long ago. Based on this, he began to radiate only energy, as more and more energy flowed from the sword in his hands. But there was so much of it that it was hard for him to hold his hand. He was even afraid for himself, because his body might not be able to withstand it. He had to release as much energy as possible, and he swung his sword. After that, he saw something very strange. "What is this?" he wondered, looking in front of him, because after swinging the seven-pointed sword, a crack appeared in space. After that, he began to be pulled inside. He was approaching the crack, which was sucking him in, and it was getting bigger and bigger, sucking him in. When he fell in, he felt a very strange energy. It was as if there was some kind of barrier that he had fallen into. In a moment, his body splashed out, and he was held by the water. Thanks to the water, he managed to land on the ground easily. After that, he lay there coughing because he had drunk so much water. Park looked in front of him and could not understand anything. It was difficult to understand where he was. He could only see the portal that had thrown him out, and water was still flowing out of it. "Is this the space created by the seven-pointed sword?" he thought. It seemed that he had entered another dimension, just like the last time he had passed through the gates of the White Flower Pavilion. He wondered if he could get back if he swung his sword again, but first he decided to explore the place. He began to look around, but when he turned his head, his breath caught. His body was pierced by a beam that hit him right in the stomach, and everything around him collapsed. He fell down, feeling as if glass had broken behind him and shattered into small pieces. It was no accident. There was a man's foot in front of him. Park was looking at him, and blood was coming out of his mouth. Trembling, he realized who was standing in front of him. It was the same Shinobi he had just fought. How did he manage to do that? Thought Park. Was he really chasing Puck after his defeat? The Shinobi approached the boy and put his foot on his chest. Shinobi said that there were many more torture tools than even he could imagine, and offered Puck a choice. Puck could only look at him. After a moment of silence, the Shinobi said he would choose and pulled out a blade. Puck looked at the Shinobi, quickly running through all the possible options in his head. He reached out to his right, and a flower appeared on the ground. But the Shinobi was already pulling the flower out of the ground, asking Puck if he really thought it would be invisible. Puck loved plants, and the Shinobi noticed this right away, noting that Puck's base was again a strange attribute of wood. The Shinobi said he would make sure that not a single piece was missing. These words made Puck realize that the Shinobi was going to eat the plant, and he asked, "Do you really want to do that?" adding that they were not suitable for food. Park had a plan. In the hands of the shinobi, the tree began to transform. The root of the sapling came to life, and the lust of chaos began to reign in the atmosphere. Because the shinobi was holding the plant, it completely controlled his energy and forced him to strangle himself. His actions ended there, and he fell to the ground next to Puck. Puck needed to be more careful with those plants he had never seen before. Because of the blow to his stomach, Puck felt very sick and blood came out of his mouth when he coughed. He had a very serious wound on his body, right next to his spleen. Although it was a relief that he had dealt with the shinobi and he could tell himself that, he still couldn't move. He had to try to do something, so he reached into his purse. Puck managed to summon Guanak. His feet hit the ground, and a voice called Puck a bastard. It was Guanak, who had turned into a human, unhappy that every time he was summoned he saw Puck's horrible appearance. But it was more excitement than indignation. Guanak immediately grabbed the boy's wound. "It will be good if Park takes some medicine now and starts practicing breathing techniques," he said. Listening to these words, Park asked Guanak to tell him the truth about what had happened. Guanak said that his Dion Tian had been badly injured and began to try to heal the area. It became clear why he felt the energy draining out of him. If left as it was, his power would disappear. Not only would his power disappear, but his life would end. There was only one option that Puck could use, but Guanak was convincing him that it was not something he could handle. The pearl that Park received from Diok contains divine or even supreme level energy, as well as the power of a Mugi who is not an elder dragon. This item is imbued with the perseverance and determination of Mugi, who is willing to do anything to evolve into an adult dragon. But the question is whether Park, who hasn't even lived 100 years, will be able to cope with this amount of energy. Being swallowed up by this power is worse than even dying. Guanak told Puck that even Damdeok would not let him eat this pearl. It was very difficult for Puck to hold on. He apologized to Guanak, whom he had summoned. But Guanak was outraged that by summoning him, Puck was going to use the pearl to control the closed mystical bamboo wind. Guanak only managed to shout at the boy, "You fool!" And everything around him began to shine. The glow was getting stronger and stronger. Meanwhile, the hostess ordered everyone to leave. No one even thought to argue with her. When they brought her food, she even refused to eat. Unable to stand it, she threw the tray right on the floor. In a raised tone, she once again ordered everyone to get out, pointing to the door. They understood her because they always noticed how she behaved in different situations. In this case, she was ready to tear everyone apart. She was so angry that she kept repeating to herself, "They have no idea what they've done." She was outraged that they attacked because of such a small thing as their presence on the territory. All this happened because of a rumor about a flute. She asked herself questions. Why did I help if they were going to stab me in the back anyway? But in the end, she believed that the one who would suffer losses would be the dragon's court. She wanted to do this very much, because the guy had also talked about some treasures other than the seven-pointed sword. The Dragon King of the East Sea would not give his life for a lie. She knew this well, but she didn't know where the old lizard had heard it. However, she thought he could be trusted anyway. The plan to make Guo the new hero had failed miserably, but thanks to Diok, all was not lost. As she watched the news announcing that the heroes had saved Korea again, and Diok was in the picture, she told herself that soon the entire East Sea would be bowing down to her. Meanwhile, Park could barely open his eyes. His head hurt very badly. Apparently his Diantian had recovered, but the pain did not go away. He put his hands on his head and felt something strange, something that seemed to have grown on his head. Are these horns? He thought. They looked very much like animal horns. In addition, his senses had become so sharpened that he could now feel the temperature around him. And another question, how much time had passed? His body was surprisingly clean. It is not known what kind of place he is in now. The last thing he remembered was using the mystical bamboo fan, absorbing the pearl, and creating a barrier. But in order to do so, he had to free Guanak so that he could return to the mountain. However, the elder decided to stay close by and take care of Park. After that, Park jumped up, ran to the window, and started screaming, "Guanak!" Then he looked at the glow in front of him and could not believe what he was seeing. He went outside and could not understand where the forest came from. Did they really manage to build a barrier of plants around it, he thought? And how much time has passed for these plants to have blossomed so much? But as he walked further, he noticed even stranger things on the ground. There were footprints on the ground, the origin of which he did not understand at all. One of the possibilities for the origin of these footprints was that Guanak had fought with someone. The smell of burning was clearly perceptible. And one more question. Where did Guanak go? Turning his head to the right, Park heard sounds. It seemed to him that someone was there, and he started running after it, shouting, "You can't run away from me!" Then he was very surprised. As he ran closer, he noticed a house. And running even closer, he realized that it was a sanctuary. Now it became clear to him that it was in this sanctuary that Guanak lived. A giant blue paw stood on the roof of the building. It was Hete, a giant blue creature that had grown even bigger than they had seen last time.
"If it's so big, why is it wary of me?" asked Park, standing in front of it. Then he held the horns that had grown on his head and thought that maybe it was because of them. But if Hethy had grown up like that, why was he so wary of Puck? The only option he could think of was that it was his horns. After that, the creature rushed at him with its tusks and claws, but Puck didn't even move. He just stood there and looked at the giant beast flying at him. Then he began to form tree leaves around his head. The creature's attack simply went in vain, kicking the ground. It became even more angry because it could not do anything. Then Puck told her, "You can't throw yourself at your master," and turned into a giant dragon. Het, like a little cat, began to tremble. After that, she fell on her back and pretended to be dead so that she wouldn't be eaten. But Park turned into a human again, came up to her, and started stroking her head. "Since you are still small, you need to show strength to respect your master," he said. Despite the fact that Puck had absorbed the pearl, his abilities did not change much, because a lot of energy was used to restore the Dianthian. After that, Park looked at the fan next to him. His belongings were lying next to the fan. It seemed that Gwanak had packed them for him. There was a small bag on top of the things, and the boy immediately became curious about what was inside. He decided to look and shook the bag. A scroll fell out of the middle. "It's strange, did I ever have something like this?" thought Park. "Maybe this is the secret scroll that the Shinobi used." A book with the correct pronunciation of runes, a closed mystical bamboo fan, and now a secret Shinobi scroll. It seems that luck is one of Park's skills. Soon the news will be all about Puck and his brilliant success. Sometimes you don't need medicine. One day, Park Hanil woke up a happy man accidentally becoming rich. This was just the beginning of his stellar career. But Gwanak, listening to Park's assumptions about his dreams of being in the news, asked him to stop joking, and with such a serious face. Puck held the scroll he had taken from the Shinobi, and couldn't figure out what it was. But he had a hunch that it was a scroll that the Shinobi had used before. According to what Gwanak said during the battle, when he clarified what kind of badge was on this warrior's armor, and said that it was Naburai Suzuki, few Shinobi wear the emblem of a three-legged raven. This secret scroll is called the Yatagarasu scroll. Next to it were the clothes worn by that Shinobi. Park wondered if this garment could take shape with the energy of gold, and he decided to try it on. After that, he put the clothes on his body. A strange noise started next to him, and he heard it. The noise was coming from the side where the traces of the battle remained, and Park immediately rushed there. As he ran there, he noticed two men. One of them was swinging a pickaxe and shouting loudly. "What are they doing?" Park asked himself, assuming they might be trying to break the barrier. He noticed that they had blue skin, a large build, and red hair. They might even live here, and they were carrying a very interesting weapon. The weapon looked exactly like the goblin club that Puck had been given by Gwanak, and they were wearing hats, so maybe they were goblins. Puck did not even expect to meet goblins in the space of the seven-pointed sword. Perhaps this is their territory, and they want to break the barrier because Puck has invaded their lands. Over and over again, they repeatedly struck with the pickaxe, and cracks even appeared on the barrier. Puck assumed it was only a matter of time before the barrier would break, and realized he had to do something to stop them. Without forcing himself to think for long, he immediately came up with an idea. He decided to approach the goblins. "Who are you?" they asked when they saw him. Park immediately introduced himself, saying his name and holding a piece of wood in his left hand. All of the goblins immediately turned their heads back and faced their boss. Their boss came out, also introducing himself, and said that his name was Malduk. The boss did not ask anything else except where the owner of the sword was. "This place is not easy to find. Only the owner of the sword can open the passage," the boss said, and asked Park to answer quickly or he would punch him in the head. Park asked a counter question. "Why do you need a sword owner?" He was thinking about whether to answer right away, and the whole goblin team was standing behind him, telling him what to say. He did not say anything unnecessary and told the truth that he wanted to take revenge on him. King Junsho promised them that a man with a sword would soon come who would be worthy of becoming their leader's mate, but that man never came. King Junsho was not sure of the details, but it seems that the new owner of the seven-pointed sword was supposed to come here. The promise was never fulfilled, and the previous leader was seriously shocked and soon fell ill. "That's why the owner of the sword must be punished," the boss repeated once again, becoming increasingly angry. He was going to take Puck to the current leader so that he could personally execute him. Park thought about these words. After that, he asked to hear the boss and asked him if he had seen a red bear here. The boss asked Puck if they were together because he had seen the bear before and told him to go away, but the bear did not listen, and then the current leader came and grabbed him. This news immediately made Puck angry, because how could they capture Gwanak? Puck could find him, but he had to stay calm about it. Puck said that he was the owner of the seven-pointed sword, so he was now their new boss. But the current boss said that Puck was lying, and threatened that Puck would die from even one stroke of it. Puck continued to hold the wooden stick in his hands.
He also heard the boss say that he was very weak and didn't look like someone who had studied martial arts.
These bastards wanted to make Puck take off his pants, even though it sounded very strange. Puck was getting angrier, and the boss said that anyway, if he could open the passage, he should let him fail. And if he didn't interfere, he would stay alive. Park was tired of being silent and called them snotty. Taking out his fan, he asked them to stop underestimating him and waved the fan, summoning the creature. Again and again he waved the fan and ordered the creature to spit out the liquid. The creature took in the liquid completely. It then spat out a red liquid directly at the boss, hitting him on the arm most of all. "What kind of liquid?" he asked when he saw it running down his body. But the creature continued to spit, and the goblins realized that they needed to escape, raising panic among themselves. The creature did not stop spitting. All those who could not escape lay on the ground under the cover of this liquid. Pack warned them that if they did not get up now, he would pour the red bean porridge over them again. The boss knelt down a moment later and apologized, promising to obey him and not do it again. Afterward, Park asked him if their boss was really that strong. The man explained that he was indeed very strong and was best with a baton. The boss then clarified that this was why he was able to defeat Guanak. Park asked everyone to tell him what they knew. The boss said that he had a shield in the shape of a golden gourd. Puck asked the following: "What power does it have?" But a voice came from the mountain and said there was no need to ask. One could see red hair that looked like fire, and then their leader appeared. He told his workers that they were idiots, and could not even be trusted with anything. Park explained that he had come here to see what was going on. He told his subordinates that they were idiots, and did not realize that they had been deceived. As a punishment, they would be locked up for 10 years. The chief took out a strange gourd that looked like a seal. Puck was very curious about how strong it was, and his creature had already flown to him, feeling threatened by the chief. Without hesitation, the creature spat red porridge at the chief. The chief effortlessly jumped away from the line of attack. It was a very obvious attack for him, and he said so. Then he shouted, "Show yourselves, my goblins!" And in that moment, a large number of goblins appeared and rushed at Puck. The enemy was very strong, and Puck had to do his best to end the battle as soon as possible. He picked up his fan and ordered the creature to attack the leader. The creature that was the reward in the battle with the Shinobi was also ordered to join the battle. The warriors of the leader could not cope with the attacks of these two creatures. The leader liked this battle, and he felt a real pleasure watching it. He had not had so much fun for a long time, and he summoned more and more goblins to fly into the battle. The leader summoned them with his club, waving it in the air. Puck used all his strength in this battle. To defeat the enemy, he had to solve a riddle. Puck remembered the words of Guanak, who said that goblins can create anything with their weapons and clubs. But the main ability of goblins is to embody images from their imagination. The problem is that goblins don't think about their fantasies. They can't create something specific by acting instinctively. In addition, goblins have inner physical strength and a strong body from the moment they are born. If they had a little more intelligence, they would have already conquered the whole world. Indeed, the leader's level of imagination was far superior to the other goblins, who could only perform primitive actions. The goblin leader was on a completely different level, and it was easy to see. Puck was doing well, but he wondered what he should do next. He noticed a barrier and realized that he should take advantage of it by looking at it. The leader immediately noticed where Puck was looking and asked, "What are you looking at?" To distract Puck from his thoughts, she struck him with her club. She asked, "Do you really have time to be distracted?" Puck could barely contain the blow, his hands shaking from the weight. But then the head that Puck had summoned appeared. It aimed at the leader and fired. The leader easily dodged the attack and ordered her warriors to move forward. "My goblins, forward!" the leader repeated, and they rushed at Puck. Puck was unable to deflect all the attacks, and they hit his body. Suddenly, everything around him was filled with a green glow. This glow came from Puck's head, hitting the green barrier. The leader flew to him and asked, "Is that all?" She decided that it was time to end and ordered the goblins to fly at him and told Puck to scream and beg for help. As one, they swung their weapons and ruthlessly rushed to kill the boy. As soon as Puck screams, she can lock him up like that bear, and she took out her gourd. She expected him to scream, "Go ahead, scream!" Puck raised his head and looked his enemies in the face, saying, "I don't see what's so funny about this." Behind him, puppets made of wood had already appeared, this time many times larger and holding pots. Red liquid was flowing out of these pots. The leader did not expect this turn of events. She opened the pots a little. The puppets swung, and hundreds of kilograms of this liquid poured out directly in her direction. The leader shouted, "Boom!" and yellow energy began to appear around the pumpkin. This energy completed its action, and now no one was holding the gourd in their hands. The gourd fell to the ground. And at that moment, Park realized why the girl had been waiting for him to scream. The leader had fallen into her own trap. Puck tapped on the gourd and asked Guanak to come out. Guanak flew out of the trap and was pleased with what Puck had done because he did not doubt his abilities and was sure that his master would save him. Puck told Guanak that he deserved to be punished because he made Puck play the role of a pet. After shaking the pumpkin, Puck ordered everyone else to come out as well. All the goblins fell to the ground, including the leader. He didn't want to keep her captive because there was another time zone. Puck went up to the leader and asked him where the seven-pointed sword was now. In this case, she definitely shouldn't have cheated. The chief looked at Puck and said that he was small and his shoulders were also small. This greatly angered Puck, and he began to get angry and shout that he was not small but above average and his height did not matter. The chief realized that height does not matter. She said her mother used to say the same thing, but she thought it was nonsense. She recognized that the victory was still Puck's and told him that he was smart enough and good-looking. After that, she decided that since he had won, he should be her husband, and she started repeating, "Be my husband. Be my husband." What is this nonsense? Park asked himself, and Gwanak, who was sitting on his head, was also wondering the same thing. Gwanak thought that if Park got married, he would have to officiate at the ceremony. With a man. What kind of nonsense is that? Park thought and asked Gwanak about it. But he reminded Puck of a story that a goblin had told him. The goblin named Malduk said that King Guncho had promised them that a man with a sword would soon come who would be worthy of becoming their leader's mate. But that man never came. The man with the sword was Puck, and he was supposed to marry the Hanil. Because of this, Puck, swallowing his saliva in fear, asked himself, "Does this mean I have to marry her?" The Gwanak on his head had already said, "I'll take care of the ceremony." But Puck could think of nothing else to do but dodge it, and he started shouting that he had nothing to do with it, and the person who was supposed to come with the seven-pointed sword had died long ago. It was a mistake to think that the leader would take it the same way because she sat there with a gloomy face. Now is not the time to panic. We need to pull ourselves together and figure out what to do next, Park thought. He then asked her where she had hidden the seven-pointed sword. He threatened her that if she didn't tell him quickly, he would eat red bean porridge until she confessed. Pulling up a spoonful of this liquid, which stank worse than the old man's shoes, they demanded that she tell them quickly. But in response, they heard that they could do what they wanted, but she would not crack. She said that she would not give up the sword under any circumstances until they had 3 wonderful children. By doing so, she forced them to pour porridge on her. Gwanak thought he had used the wrong approach when the girl was unconscious. Gwanak explained that goblins are stubborn creatures and not easily persuaded. He asked Park if there was a reason they couldn't get married and reiterated that he could trust him to perform the ceremony. It seems that these goblins are trapped. That's why only the young ones are left. And maybe that's why they don't realize their full power, Gwanak added. Even the golden gourd used by the chief is a treasure of the highest rank. If their clan has such items, their history must be extraordinary. Since you, Pak, are a celestial, you can live for many hundreds of years. And in 100 or 200 years, the goblins might gain power, and then it will be hard for you. So it's better to get married, Gwanak added, explaining all this. Park realized that this could happen tomorrow. Don't underestimate them, Gwanak said. Instead of intimidating them, we should try to reach out to them. But how to do it? And suddenly he came up with an idea that seemed very interesting to him. After a while, the girl opened her eyes. She thought Puck was an insolent bastard. Her hands were tied, and she didn't understand what he was trying to do. But when she opened her eyes wider, she saw something more pleasant. A table with delicious food was set in front of her. What is this? She asked herself when she saw the food. Park finally waited until she woke up and came over to her. But she kept insisting that she would not say anything until they were married. But Park picked up the food and said he would eat first and think about it later. He began to take bite after bite and eat right in front of her. He bit every bite with great appetite. He told her how delicious this food was, right in front of her eyes, enthusiastically describing the combination of soybean paste and rice cakes. Oh my God, this is so delicious. She was crazy hungry and told him so, and he just threw bite after bite into his mouth. She closed her eyes and cried out, "I'm hungry too." When she opened her mouth wide, he threw one piece to her. She chewed it and felt like she was in another world. It was so delicious. She did not even want to eat quickly because of the taste she felt. Her whole body relaxed, and she felt warmth inside her soul. Then she started asking for more. "Give me another one, please." But Park had something else in mind and decided to do something different. He turned over the entire bowl of food, throwing it into his mouth. She thought he was a terrible person for doing this, and thought he was trying to keep her from getting married until they had children. But Park ignored her words, continuing to enjoy the food and saying how delicious it was. There were only 2 rice cakes left. She had great hope for these 2 pieces. A moment later, there was only 1 piece left as Park popped one into his mouth. The girl had already agreed to only 1 child, and the sword would be his. Puck did not listen to her, pulling the last piece into his mouth. Emotions overwhelmed the girl, and she could not help but scream. She was even ready to get married without children. She begged him, "Please," and cried hard. As planned, Park said to himself. He told her that he would only marry her when he wanted to because he couldn't do it now. Park went on to say that the wedding would be in 100 years, which wasn't that long.
In return, he handed her a bowl of other food. It was corn tortillas. Park promised to tell her the recipe and what ingredients to grow. She considered it a wedding gift, calling Puck her husband. A moment later, a box appeared near them, and the chief shouted, "Open it quickly!" Puck was curious and asked her, "Is it a treasure or something else?" The girl explained that it was very beautiful and she had received it from her mother. She reached into the box, took out one thing she was holding in her hand, and handed it to Puck. "Take this," she asked him. She was holding her dowry in her hand. It was cones. "Are these really the same cones?" thought Puck, remembering the fairy tale about a kind old man with an ugly lump on his face who met a goblin. The goblin exchanged his lump for wealth. But there was another old man, greedy and evil, with the same lump. He was jealous of the first one and came to the goblin, but instead of wealth, he got a second cone. Puck remembered this story when the girl was holding the cones in her hands. When he picked up the pine cone, he felt that it was very similar to flesh. As they replayed the words in their minds, they realized that the main character in the story was a famous singer in Korea at the time. Goblins give people what they want so badly, taking away their greatest talents. The goblins are honest in their desires, and they have developed a method that allows them to give and take even intangible things like talent. People would not give something like that away for nothing. These cones are proof that a person, faced with a difficult life situation, decides to exchange his or her talent for something that will help him or her get out of this situation. That is why these cones are so valuable. Gwanak, impressed by their size, asked Park to attach them to himself as soon as possible. "If it's something good," he thought, "then everything will be fine." Their conversation was interrupted by a girl who asked Park to call her sexy from now on. She then told him about the origin of the cones, that her grandmother said she had gotten them long before she came to Korea. But Gwangak said it was during the reign of King Shansan, which was a sad but beautiful time. The owner of this cone was a doctor. He was known for his ability to make medicine and his knowledge in this field. One day, a powerful man forced him to cure an incurable disease, and as a result, he was imprisoned and starved to death. In fear for his family, he gave away his cone. When Park was preparing the medicine according to the recipe left by Gumi Jin in his book, he came to a dead end. This cone belonged to a very strong warrior. He was skilled in martial arts and a virtuoso horseman, but his vanity ruined him. The girl recalled that he seemed to have taken his beloved to the battlefield. When the situation got out of hand, he gave up his bump to save her. It was the first and last time he sacrificed something for someone else. Park looked at the cone and sincerely felt sorry for this warrior. Although he had nothing to lose, it was a little disappointing. The girl got up and asked if she could start. Puck wanted to interrupt her somehow and stop her, but he couldn't find the right words. Even more so, he did not understand why she had a baton in her hand. Her eyes glowed with a purple light. Then came the sound of baton strikes. A moment later, Park was holding his head with his hand, but it was strange that he felt no pain at all. She explained that she was the one who hit him, but it was strange because Park did not feel any change. She assured him that he shouldn't worry, because after a while he would be able to use his new talent. After that, Park decided to do the next thing, more precisely to take away what they had come here for. Namely, the precious and long-awaited blade. Usually treasures of this level have self-awareness, and this one will be especially arrogant. Gwanak added that Pak's main attribute is wood, so he will have to make an effort. Metal is the opposite of wood, so the entire seven-pointed sword has an attribute opposite to Puck's. In any case, Puck shouldn't try too hard. Gwanak also asked him to do so. Puck needs to try it by looking into the chest where the blade was lying, which began to emit energy. As soon as he put his hand to it, he grabbed the sword by the hilt. Holding the sword in his hands, he could hardly contain the flow of energy that came from it. He shouted, "Come on!" Gwanak ran over and once again warned him not to overdo it. After that, the energy began to increase, and Park's entire body was covered with bursts of this incredible aura. It was almost impossible for the boy to hold the sword, but he found the strength to hold it. The sword became more and more beautiful, glowing yellow. This color reflected the energy that was in it. After a moment, Gwanak noticed something and exclaimed that Park had changed. He usually had a smile on his face, but now he looked so aggressive. The guy barely had the strength of mind. A few minutes later, the sword completely calmed down. Even Gwanak, who had a long history behind him, had heard stories of ordinary people becoming celestials and conquering their opponents with sheer willpower. But he never expected Park to be able to conquer the seven-pointed sword. He himself was surprised that he had the desire and confidence to conquer the sword. Is this really the talent of a martial artist? At the end of the story, Park told the bear that it was time to go back. And so after a while they found themselves on the streets of the city. Gwanak was really enjoying himself. He fell in love with this drink, as he liked it all over the world. He also really liked the baked eggs. Park was sitting at the computer at the time. After a long time, they returned to Korea and stopped at an internet cafe. They had originally planned to go straight to Mount Gwangtaeksan, but Park had used up a lot of energy in the battle with Sodam, so they had to stop in a town near the mountain. Sodam wanted to go with him, but fortunately she had a strong sense of responsibility. 7 months have passed since the battle. People still discuss this battle. This is because of the unexpected invasion of the sons of the EC Dragon King. Almost immediately, representatives of the Baikwa Garden and Inosokami Temple accused the Dragon Palace of interfering in their battle. A representative of the Dragon Palace repeated Yogdo's words and accused them of the opposite. However, about a month later, the Dragon King suddenly began to make excuses. He apologized, saying that he had made a mistake because of false information, but both sides knew that these were just empty words. At that moment, Gwanak wondered what the Dragon Kings of the West and South Seas thought about this. Puck told him that they did not express any position. The bear realized that the East Sea was clearly being ignored. Although the 3 Dragon Kings do not get along well with each other, they always unite when they encounter humans or celestials. But Puck didn't think that this time they could just ignore the East Sea's provocation, since they were the ones to blame. Where did the 7-pointed sword go? It is said to have remained on the Korean peninsula and will most likely take part in the East Sea War. It's probably because of the oath he took at Tokto. He's strong enough to drown out the resonance of the 7-pointed sword with a single blow. Park needs to be more careful as this man is looking for the sword. As Gwanak continues to read the news, he comes across something interesting, namely that the East Sea is completely cornered. Even people are speaking ill of them as all the reviews were very negative. After reading all the news and thinking about everything that happened, Park asked himself, what should I do next? After thinking about it, he decided that he needed to go to Mount Gwangtaeksan. Since Park was now considered either missing or dead, if he returned unharmed, it would raise suspicions. Therefore, he decided to calmly observe the situation from the outside. Gwanak said that he also wanted to get to this mountain to check the condition of his main body, as he was very concerned that he had stopped feeling its energy. This has happened since they entered the place where the goblins live. He thought that the connection would be restored when he returned, but it seems that something happened to his main body. This means that 7 months have passed since his connection to his main body was interrupted. This was very important, and Park asked why Gwanak hadn't told him about it before. He then added that he was heading up the mountain right now. After a while, mountains appeared on the horizon. He and Mishka went ahead, and right at the entrance they encountered their first obstacle. They noticed a nest of bees. It was a whole hive, and there was more than one. There were about 10 of them hanging from the tree branches. There was one question. How could the bees penetrate the peach tree barrier? The barrier seemed to have weakened. Mishka jumped off the boy's shoulder and immediately rushed at the bee. There were several possibilities. Either the bees had broken through the barrier or the tree itself had called them. There were a lot of leaves on the ground. Gwanak got tangled in the leaves as he chased the bee. He began to dig up the leaves, trying to find something inside. Gwanak even got lost in the leaves because there were so many of them. Their smile turned to shock. Suddenly, a whole swarm of bees flew out from under the leaves, which were gigantic in size. Under the leaves, Mishka found his real body hidden in the leaves. The bees immediately rushed at them. Park took his pipe in his mouth and blew the Shinobi witness. He summoned the Japanese arrow-shooting heads and ordered them to shoot at the bees. As they released their arrows, they hit every bee that flew closer. But then there were so many bees that they didn't care about the arrows. Park noticed that they never seemed to end. Even the iron cannons couldn't cope, so he had to come up with something urgently. Flames began to appear, burning the bees, and they fell to the ground. Mishka's appearance changed completely. The energy of his real body came to life, and he became gigantic again. Now he didn't care about these bees who were flying around and couldn't do anything. He dealt with each of them, destroying them one by one. He could control the energy of fire, and he could easily kill the bees because they were easily destroyed by fire. However, he had to be very careful not to hit the nest in the peach tree. If you hit the nest, the situation would be much worse. The nest was filled with bees, so many that it was impossible to count them. Gwanak asked Park if there was any other way. He needed to think of a safe way to kill the bees without hitting the tree. Concentrating, Park began to think. He looked at the bees lying on the ground after being burned, their bodies trembling. He wondered why they weren't dead if they had no wounds. What have I done, he thought, and then realized, this is it. Gwanak said that he needed to pay attention to his main body. He explained that if something happened to his main body, the copies could restore it. Puck had a question. Then why were you afraid for your main body before? Gwanak said that it was because he had fun scaring Puck. After that, Puck decided to take revenge. Het, it's time to go for a walk, the boy said and began to summon the creature. As soon as Mishka saw the energy from which Heti appeared, he screamed, "Take him back!" The flames were running wild and were about to reach the tree. Puck's voice, addressing the bear, stopped it. Then Puck asked him to step aside. He threw a few balls in the direction of the bees. The balloons exploded, and smoke began to spread around. This immediately scared the bees away, and they started flying in the other direction.
Park put a very interesting thing in the ground. With this thing, he caused a barrier that now prevents the bees from breaking through. They barely managed to get beyond this barrier to stop all the bees in the dome. Still, Mishka did not understand where these bees came from. It was just his guess. But he thought there was a story about a golden queen bee who grew something called gimbong on Mount Gonyoksan. But he explained that it had been a very long time since she was last seen. There was no reason for it to show up now. Park said something else interesting. If you think about it, it's a peach tree, which is a symbol of youth and immortality. The tree of life. Perhaps there are still bees alive from that time. They could have lived elsewhere. But when they smelled the peach tree, they came here. In fact, they were lucky that they had figured out how to get rid of the bees, and the smoke had already cleared. Standing up, Park offered to go inside. The tree no longer held as many bees as before. When he opened one hive and cut it open with a knife, Park saw honey begin to flow out of it. Saliva immediately appeared on Mishka's lips, but Park said that this was unusual honey. It was full of yang energy. If you eat it, your body is immediately filled with strength. This honey smells like ordinary honey, but it is honey from a peach tree. Park immediately wanted to check what Gumijinin had mentioned in his book, namely that there were many useful things inside. However, there were several hundred larvae inside. Since they were still alive, it was better to move them to another place. The honey contained many useful substances that would help in their further growth. I was very curious about the effect of this honey. The active ingredient, royal jelly, cleanses the head and fills the body with strength, as well as improves the ability to grow. Despite all these beneficial ingredients, this honey tasted really awful. Puck thought it would be sweet, but it wasn't. When he was full, Mishka approached Puck not only because he was full. Puck's head became light as if it were illuminated. Then horns appeared on his head again. Gwanak threw the honey out of his hands and was very frightened and did not understand why the boy had horns on his head. Puck explained that they had grown after he had absorbed the pearl. Mishka didn't believe it to the end, because, according to him, it couldn't be connected, and he asked Puck not to talk nonsense. Puck took off his clothes to half his body and showed another strange thing on his body. It looked like a cut, but it was green in color. The boy assumed that it could be because of the dragon pearl. However, it was not that simple. Mishka explained that dragons are creatures born out of water, and after many years of training, they are reborn. Human nature is different. They use other methods to become stronger. But Park became a dragon, even though he was a human before. That's why Gwanak didn't know what to say. He just said that Puck had become a real monster. Gwanak warned that it would be difficult to live like a normal person now. If Puck had had the chance back then, he might not have absorbed the pearl. Nevertheless, dragon scales and horns have their advantages. When the boy ate the honey, the dragon parts grew. If Puck had been an ordinary person before, he would not have received such special benefits. Who knows? Maybe Puck will be able to become a real dragon someday. Gwanak explained all this to him. Becoming a real dragon sounded very interesting, and the boy even thought about it. At least the horns responded. From this, we can conclude that you need to eat royal jelly regularly. If you leave the larvae alone, they will grow up over time, and when that happens, you can collect more royal jelly. While the larvae are growing, Park wants to learn a new technique. He told Gwanak about it, which he did not expect to hear. The young man explained that he was very lucky because the first elixir he ingested was a gongqing extract, an elixir containing the energy of nature. Initially, Puck had an indefinite base, but after learning the techniques, it changed, and now he can only absorb elixirs with the attribute of wood, which is not very effective. The types of attributes are wood, water, metal, earth, and fire. If Puck learns techniques with other attributes, he may be able to absorb other elixirs as well. After explaining all this, Mishka agreed because it seemed like a good idea. But the question arose as to where Puck was going to get the other techniques. He said he had them. He took out some books and a witness, which he put in front of Mishka. These were the techniques of the students Choyol and Nukcha, as well as the witness of the Saikashu family, who was a shinobi. Since they would have to hide, Park suggested that they try them out. He decided to start with the witness because it was the perfect shinobi technique. Puck already had 3 items with the metal attribute, including a 7-pointed sword, but something bothered him, and he shared it with Mishka. It was the jade bowl that he couldn't get yet, and asked if there was any way to contact Diok. However, Mishka didn't understand why this bothered the guy. To Gwanak's question from Park, "Why are you so serious?" he replied that he needed to learn to look at the world more broadly. Gwanak knew what the flute was, and he couldn't believe that Park thought they would get it and all their problems would be solved. There was no need to put their lives in danger for the first person they met. These words made him think. The bear kept asking him not to do anything stupid, because you can always find someone who will do everything for you. Gwanak's words created even more mysteries in Park's mind. This made him ask Mishka if he knew anyone who could help with this. After that, Mishka got angry and said that Park didn't deserve it, and even if he got the flute, he wouldn't use it anyway, but would give it to Diok. but Puck wanted to keep it and said so. Mishka was not expecting to hear this and asked again. Then he asked again if Park was lying. He replied that it was true, and that he would never give it to his brother Deok. Gwanak realized that there was no point in giving the flute to Deok if he could use it against the Dragon Palace himself. "Okay, I'll help you," Mishka said, and Puck began to rejoice, calling Gwanak the best. After that, Gwanak told him that the master he wanted to introduce Park to was called Hwadak Jingun. He has been serving his older sister and nephew for a long time. They need to get to Mount Kwolsan. Park might not know about it because this time the place is in North Korea. But when he heard that it was there, he got excited. Park started to digest what the bear had just told him in his head, and remembered what he had said about his sister. He asked, "What is your sister's name?" Mishka answered that she had no name, because as a spirit of the mountain she inherited it from him. But his sister is not a spirit. As for his nephew, he is usually called Tangun Wangam. He was probably one of the leaders who ruled the entire Korean peninsula. He still rules Asadal near Mount Kwolsan in Hwanghae Namdo province. Park never imagined that he would end up in North Korea. Indeed, this mountain truly deserves to be called the sacred mountain of their people. Walking up this mountain, Park asked where Asadal was, but Gwanak told him not to fly in the clouds. "When are we coming?" asked Park. Gwanak replied that they had already arrived. In front of them were 2 giant columns of stone. On the tops of these columns were carved human faces. These columns spoke and asked the boys, "Who are you?" and told them that Asadal did not receive uninvited guests. Gwanak asked me to tell her that the red bear from Mount Gwanaksan had come to see her. He asked to do it quickly, and also asked her to take off her disguise. Pak noticed only the pride of this guy and how noble he looked. All this time he had perceived him as an ordinary bear. Suddenly the boy became dizzy. His eyes were filled with boundless delight at what he saw in front of him. "Wow," was all Park could say when he saw this village that began to dawn. The village was alive, with people living in it. Even the children were running around and playing with each other. This village is hidden behind a barrier, and not just people live here, but celestials, Gwanak explained. He also added that they had once accepted those who wished to stay, although one of the conditions was that all rights to life and death would belong to his nephew, and these people would be their descendants. At that moment, a man appeared with 2 girls standing next to him. They bowed and greeted their master, calling him Gwanak. Gwanak asked them where his sister was. They replied that she was waiting for him in the abode of grace, and asked who the man behind Gwanak was. The man introduced Pak as his servant, and said that he could be trusted. After that, the man with the gun asked them to go ahead. They walked down the street, waiting for the meeting. Park looked around and did not understand why she was in such a remote place, because they were approaching the entrance to the cave. He did not understand why she would be here if there was a beautiful palace nearby. A moment later they approached, and a girl appeared right in front of them. Her name was Unyo. She was very beautiful, with red hair and kind eyes. After a moment, the girl thanked the guards, and they said they would leave them alone, and then left them. Sister Gwanak was the first to speak. "It's been a long time." It was obvious that Gwanak was also happy to see her, and was worried. They really hadn't seen each other for a long time, and they immediately rushed to hug each other. It was very sweet of her. She hugged him and told him how long she hadn't seen her little brother, and how he could have been away for so long. She realized that he had come a very long way, so she suggested that he rest right away. Suddenly, Gwanak began to lose consciousness. Park was worried and reached for his weapon. But the girl said that there was no need to worry. She just put him to sleep for a while. She expressed her hope that she had not embarrassed Park by her behavior. She went on to explain that this boy was her only blood relative left after she became a keeper of grace. Because of this, she asked Puck to answer the question of why the dragon claimed to be her brother's servant. Puck immediately began to explain the situation to her, and took off his mask, saying that he was probably not a dragon but rather a monster. After that, they sat down in a cozy place under a shelter, while it was raining outside. Puck explained how they ended up here. There was no reaction from her, but something was bothering her, and she said that Park had told her everything, including how he became a celestial, and whether he thought she had heard too much. He replied that he did not. He explained that Gwanak was well aware of his situation. Despite this, Gwanak had brought him here, although he had to hide his identity. This means that Gwanak trusts Park. Based on this dialogue, she determined that Park was quite perceptive. She asked what they were looking for here. Park emotionally asked what she meant. She explained that he hadn't lived in Asadal for a long time. She then explained that the man would make him a flute because he was worried about her brother. Puck was very nervous, but it seems that everything went much better than he had expected. However, one thing bothered Puck. If Hwadak Jingun hasn't lived in Asadal for a long time, Gwanak should know about it. Why did he decide to come here? The girl said that Park finally understood, but he did not understand what she was talking about. She explained that he was planning to ask him to join Assad. This surprised the guy, and he even opened his mouth in surprise. She explained in more detail and said that more precisely, Gwanak wanted Park to take over the soon-to-be vacant throne as a member of their clan. The throne will soon be vacated? What does that mean? Thought Park. He tried to understand and looked for some clues, recalling Gwanak's words about the sea, which was clearly being ignored. Is this the throne of the Dragon King of the East Sea? Puck just watched the girl remain silent and smiling at him. The carriage was flying straight up in the sky. Inside, Dayak and the woman were sitting opposite each other. He just sat there in silence. This made her ask him what was wrong with him, but he answered, nothing. She couldn't help but start a conversation about the leaders' meeting and whether he was happy with it. She asked if he would like to lead an offensive against the East Sea. When the sons of the East Sea Dragon King had disrupted the battle, it had caused considerable damage, and many people had died on land. Dayak could not forgive them for that. He was sure they would be punished, no matter what it took. However, when he mentioned the children, the woman immediately asked him what nonsense he was talking about. She reminded him that they were the enemy, and had to be killed without exception, and warned him that if he ever mentioned it again, she would remove him from his role as commander. Dayak shook his head and agreed. The new Dragon King. The reason they brought it up at the leaders' meeting was because if the vacated seat was taken by a puppet of one of the factions, the consequences could be disastrous, she thought. Luckily, dragons are rare, so it won't be easy for them to find a suitable candidate. She can't let someone else take advantage of this. She knew she had to find a dragon she could control as soon as possible. Let's go back to Puck and his conversation with Sister Gwanak. He asked her to help him leave Asadal without anyone knowing that he was a dragon. But she immediately asked him why he didn't want to take the throne of the Dragon King, as this would make it easier for him to achieve his goals. Park explained that even if he took the throne as a member of Assad, he would be just a puppet. He did not want his life to be run by someone else. If possible, he asked her to give him advice on his next steps. He bowed down before her, and expressed his doubts that among the Celestials he would be lucky enough to meet someone who would dare to help, so he asked her for advice. She was pleased to hear this and smiled, but said that her brother would be saddened by their separation. What do you mean? He asked, looking at her. She said she would not allow him to leave their land anymore. She told him a story that long ago her brother had to leave Asadal, even though she had resisted it with all her might. He did become the guardian deity of Mount Gwanaksun, but eventually lost everything and became one. Puck realized that she wanted to trade Gwanak for helping him. But she denied it, and explained that she would not let her brother go, even if Puck did not ask her for anything. She added that the throne on which a dragon can ascend is not only in the seas. In cities, where more water energy is concentrated, a throne can also form. Although the level of such thrones is lower than that of the sea, their energy is still quite pure. A scroll was brought to her and she said she knew of one such place. She had a close connection to a dragon king who lived nearby, and when his line was cut short, she inherited the rights to his lands. She said that she would give it to Puck, and he could take the throne. Of course, it's not as good as the sea one, but it will be enough for Puck. This place would be perfect for him to build up his strength in peace without worrying about outsiders. Puck realized that it would probably be better to leave before Gwanak woke up, even though he really wanted to say goodbye to him. Puck would never forget what Gwanak had done for him, because in such a short time they had become best friends. 3 days later, Puck was holding a torn piece of paper torn from the scroll. There was such an unusual energy around him that he himself could not believe that the throne was on Mount Pektu, one of the sacred symbols of the Korean people. First, he had to absorb the water core of this lake. He plunged into the water to accomplish this task. Park swam and breathed easily underwater, as if he had become a fish. Was it because he was now a dragon? When he dived to the very bottom, he found what he was looking for, a magic ball that was illuminated. What incredible power! As soon as he approached it, Park felt himself being filled with energy. He wondered how strong he would become after that, and he reached out his hand to the orb. How strong he would be when he absorbed it. At the bottom, everything began to glow. The energy was getting stronger and stronger. He shouted to this energy, "Stop resisting!" And he emphasized that he would absorb it and would never give up in such a situation. In a moment, the entire lake shone so brightly that even from a height, no water was visible. Puck managed to absorb the core. Although he felt strange, it seemed that the core had merged with the dragon pearl. Dark clouds began to gather over the mountains. He remembered what his sister Gwanaka had said about what would happen after he removed the barrier. The Mugi will appear and feel Puck's energy. They have trained hard to become dragons, and they will be a difficult opponent for Puck. Knowing about their appearance, he said, "You have come even earlier than I thought." A dragon that looked like a catfish flew toward him. But whoever it was, Park was not going to give up and was ready to fight. He swung his sword, and a ribbon of energy flew straight toward the dragon. This made the dragon angry, and its eyes turned red. Their energy met in the air, creating a blast wave. The dragon's energy was more electrified, so even the water under Puck flew apart. After that, there were even more sea creatures. A huge snake appeared next to the catfish. These creatures were brothers, and they began to discuss with each other that this was ridiculous. Although they could feel the energy of a dragon in Puck, he was not able to control even his own power. They thought he was a nobody who could not withstand a single blow. In any case, they had very little time left to become dragons. If they ate Puck, it would speed up the process. It wasn't that simple. They saw Puck on the ground with peach petals around him. He began to use his true power. However, those beings believed that there was no point in resisting and told Puck about it. They asked him to enjoy those petals before he died. But Puck was not going to die in that place and continued to concentrate his energy. Eventually, a smile appeared on his face. The tree began to blossom, releasing its flowers outside. Now Puck was ready to show them who he was, and if there was a place on the throne for him. The creatures did not expect to see that the boy's strength suddenly became greater. Puck summoned lightning by simply applying more force to the tree he was holding onto. After that, the Japanese heads appeared, ready to attack with their arrows. The creatures immediately consulted and realized that this guy had a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Having made their decision, they began to run away, and the catfish did not even wait for the countdown. The snake behind him was catching up and shouting, "My brother, wait for me!" Puck just watched. He almost didn't fight them, and they got scared and just ran away. To cause this attack, Puck used a lot of strength. When he absorbed the core, he was on the verge of collapsing, but he couldn't leave it at that. He got this opportunity in exchange for Guanak, losing his friend. The snake, flying away from Puck, could not understand what had just happened. They began to feel Puck's energy, as if he were right in front of them. A portal appeared, from which Puck jumped out, holding a 7-pointed sword in one hand and another weapon in the other. The creatures saw in his eyes a thirst to achieve his goal and did not understand how he could be here. They both thought only one thing: who the hell is he? They both prepared to attack, knowing that he would not be able to use the lightning rod. Suddenly, he rushed with his sword at his enemy. He had to change his perspective and was outraged. Is this really possible? After 2 strikes, he realized that it was all in vain. Eventually, they managed to successfully attack these monsters. Then he took the last step and touched his enemy with his stick. The snake watched him attack. Where did this guy come from? The snake asked itself. It did not consider it necessary to save its brother, realizing that it would also die if it stayed. She decided to turn around and run away, but her plans were interrupted by a voice. "Where are we going?" he asked, catching up with her. The plant that Hanil used to conquer the 2 flies is called Black Chinese bamboo. In ancient times, it was believed that if you pierced the body of a dragon with it, it would gradually lose its vitality. An incomprehensible building began to appear under the water. Is this really a dragon's palace? He thought. Perhaps this building appears when the owner of the water core approaches it. In any case, the first thing Puck should do is look around the neighborhood. The snake begged him to pull out the sticks, promising to do whatever he said because the pain had become unbearable. Puck asked for one thing: to answer the question, and then the sticks would be pulled out. If he lied, you can guess what would happen next. The question was, is there anyone else here besides them? The snake answered that the guards of the dragon's palace, 5 of them, were hiding in their lair. The next question was why the monsters appeared immediately after the barrier was removed and how they knew about it. They explained that they were connected to this place. Their names are Halok and Kanbei, and they were servants of the previous owner of this place. But 600 years ago he died, and they had been training for a long time to take his place. Puck realized that if they were servants, they must know the place, and therefore would be useful. Puck pulled out his sticks and asked them to show him the place, and asked the snake to wait a moment to change his form, because he was uncomfortable in this form. After that, he turned into a young man with incredibly beautiful eyes and introduced himself as Halok. To tell the truth, the guy seemed very safe, but the foxes that Puck had summoned promised to stay after the case was over. Halok said it was time to go show the place. They set off, but the boy's head was turned back. He looked at his brother, who was in the form of a catfish, and thought that they were lucky to be alive. Because he was lingering and thinking, Puck asked him why he was digging there, and if he should put those sticks back in. They continued walking, looking around. The architecture of this place was striking in its beauty. They came to the devices and mechanisms that are powered by the energy of the water core in this palace, so the owner of the core can easily manipulate them. Despite its small size, this palace has existed since the Sango era, and until the last owner, no one was inferior to the Sea Dragon Kings. It is very strange that there are fish swimming outside, but no water inside. The courtyard looks spacious. They could move the peach tree here and create a garden, Puck thought. They came to a giant gate, and the boy said that the treasures of the Pektu Palace were kept here. Only the owner of the core can open this door, so the treasures remain untouched. Now Puck offered to see what was inside. As the new owner of the core, he opened the door. It was much cleaner than he could have imagined. When he saw the giant hexagonal shelf, he was amazed and asked what it was. The books on this shelf did not look like ordinary books. Park opened one of them and began to look closely inside. The guy explained that it was a martial art, the White Sword King's technique. Puck wondered how creatures like this boy could train to become dragons. The guy explained that most people are just looking for a mentor. He and his brother had been trained by the previous Dragon King. However, Master Beck had died, and so they were never able to become dragons. Everything that this Imujai said is true. If they mastered this technique, they could become dragons. Park thought that in that case he could use them, and he told the boy that he would give him the technique. The boy was amazed to hear this. Then Puck said that in return, he had to become his servant. The boy gladly agreed and said he would do anything to get the technique. Park handed him a book and said he would give him his first assignment. He asked him to get ready to meet the guests. If you think about it, Locke has the looks of an idol. His 3 brothers also looked incredible. Do all dragons look like that? I wonder what Kanbei looks like. It's amazing that the Lord of Divine Fire showed up right at the palace. Although Pak is only at the superior level, he recognized him as the king of the dragons. The Lord asked Puck why the new Dragon King, who should be busy rebuilding the palace, wanted to see him. Puck immediately explained that he had a request for him, holding a stick. The king immediately recognized the stick as black Chinese bamboo. Puck asked him to make a flute out of this bamboo. The Lord realized that the young Dragon King's ambitions were great, but Puck explained that he was not going to use it. The Lord seemed to believe Puck, smiled, and said that he knew how to keep his client's secrets. The size of this stick was perfect for the flute. He would be able to put all his skill into it. Just looking at the way he was disassembling the stick made Puck realize that he was a great craftsman. After that, Puck pulled out his sword and said he had one more question to ask. He threw the sword into the ground and it sank in, filled with energy. The master looked at the sword with amazement. Puck had found this sword in the vault. It seemed very strange, and Puck decided to take a closer look at it. The aura that the sword radiated when Puck picked it up confused him greatly. There was no anger or resentment inside the boy, but as soon as he picked up the sword, he was overwhelmed with the desire to tear someone apart. To see blood, flesh, and death, the pure intention to kill. The Lord looked at the sword and immediately concluded that it was not from this land. He came closer and took hold of the sword's hilt. Puck was very frightened and asked him to wait. But holding the sword, the master's face expressed calmness and confidence. Puck could not control it with all his strength. He was a true master of his craft. One could see how confidently he held the sword in his hands. He was the master of divine fire. He explained that this sword was a treacherous weapon forged by the dwarves of the Northwest lands. It can give the wielder great power, but if one is not careful, the sword will only bring death to its owner. The Lord told Puck that if he was worried about the power of this sword, he could subdue it by creating a new scabbard. While the sword is in them, there will be no reason to worry. But as soon as it is taken out, the owner will feel all the lives that this sword has taken. He asked not to forget that the sword will calm down only after it tastes blood. When the conversation was over, the master said that he would visit Puck when everything was ready. After a while, Puck sat and continued to read books. He liked this place very much, because he did not even expect the office to be so spacious. He thought that while the flute was being prepared, no one would bother him. But it was not so, because a young man came to him and addressed him, calling him master. Locke told Puck that he had a visitor. This man was called Taebuk of Balsundan. When he came to Puck, he asked if he was the new king of Pektu Palace. Balsundan has 8 sacred halls. During the Goryeo dynasty, the monk Mona Cheon founded 8 sacred temples, each with a word of a deity to whom gifts were brought and prayers were made for the country's prosperity. But in reality, everything was different. On the 8 mountains settled celestials who possessed amazing power, which is why the Goryeo authorities declared these mountains sacred and brought gifts, and soon they began to be called the sages of the 8 sacred mountains. Many years passed and they were abolished. But now that the heavenly gates have reopened, the Korean government has restored the Balsundan sages to their status, and the owner of the Mount Pektu Sanctuary, in other words, the rightful owner of the entire Mount Pektu, appeared to Park. Pak greeted him, calling him his master, and said that he had to find him and greet him first. He explained that it was okay because he was in Vireo Castle, and behind him was his youngest student, whom he introduced. The student's name was Shin Seomin, and he was Master Taebek's junior student. Park was very surprised to see her because he knew who she was, and he told her it was nice to meet her. After that, Park suggested that they walk to the hotel. As they walked, Park felt the atmosphere around him change. After her recovery, the girl was called a fairy, and even the naked eye could see that Taebek was favorably disposed toward Park. But Park had a question. What does he want then? Park heard a question about his relationship with Unyo from Asadal. He replied that everyone knows that she owns heaven and earth. Park explained that although he had received power from her, It was her personal initiative. Soman continued by noting that Park had achieved a remarkable level at such a young age, had visited the Gates of Grace, and had a close relationship with the heir to Asadal's grace. He added that he had never met a celestial who had achieved such a thing in such a short time. Pointing to his student, he said that her young age did not prevent her from having a remarkable talent, and that she had almost reached the heavenly level. Taebek asked Park how he felt about giving her some guidance. Park wondered if this could be interpreted as training for building friendships. He replied that yes, because they would be able to give each other pleasure. Who knows, maybe this girl will become your concubine, he added. Park was very surprised. Concubine? Yes, he explained, that's the whole point of pair training. A couple does not mean two people, but a man and a woman who are in a relationship. Soman went on to explain that sexual Taoist practices are a mysterious thing that releases energy in the right way. They can bring the masculine and feminine into harmony, which is the only way to reach the higher path in the shortest possible time. Using Shinsomen, he tries to tame the pack dragon. This is the world of celestials. Park apologized, explaining that he had no intention of entering into such a relationship. The man tried to convince him not to jump to conclusions, because pair practice would help a lot. Then he said that after that, Park could become his son-in-law. I'm not the type to treat my sons badly, he added. This feeling that overwhelms Park now is Gongqing extract. Thanks to this feeling, Park managed to hide his identity, but he was unable to find anything like the elixir. The rarer an elixir is, the more valuable it is. Park explained that he was already engaged to another woman and intended to marry her, but he continued to say that this practice had nothing to do with feelings. It doesn't matter if you have a wife, as long as you pay attention to each other. There's nothing wrong with that. Besides, you are a dragon, he told Puck. How are you going to keep your chastity? Puck looked at the girl and tried to figure out how to get out of this awkward situation. He could see something unusual in the girl's eyes. Then Puck said, okay then. With great respect for Shin Seomin, Park agreed to the pair practice, but he was ready to make the most of it. A few days later, in the office of Heaven and Earth, Park went into meditation. He was overwhelmed by new sensations, and his level of awareness increased significantly. He formed a cloud in his hands and began to master new techniques. Everything was going well, and drops of water appeared around the cloud. Now that he understood the principle, he could make it rain using the energy of the air. When he reaches the 6th stage, he will be able to combine different properties and create natural disasters. Pak was excited. He couldn't wait to reach the 6th stage. Locke came to him again and asked for his attention. He said that the mistress would like to join him in the bedroom. Great, Park said and smiled. It was time to use the immortal Tybeck, and Park told Locke, bring her in. At this time, she was standing in front of his door. The ancient dragon is an amazing opportunity to become part of the Dragon King's lineage. He asked her if she understood what that meant. If she made the effort, she could take possession of the dragon. Everything that belongs to you is mine, the man explained, and told her that she would succeed. She was ready to do anything for her teacher. Opening the door, she apologized to the young master for his concern. Then she gasped at what she saw. The room was lit only by candles. Park was lying in bed, cooling his body with a fan, and she was standing right in front of him, looking at him in his pajamas. Puck asked her what she thought of the atmosphere, and how he had decorated the place. She repeated in her mind, "It's all for teacher," and she thanked Park for his concern, ready to move on to the next step. She kept repeating to herself that it was all for the sake of the teacher when Park asked her, "You don't want to do this, do you?" He could see that she didn't like it and added that it was strange that such a lowly mortal thought she could be on par with him. He noted that she was very beautiful. But did she really think that the Dragon King was willing to give her his most precious possessions? Then he asked her what would happen if he told her that she could get the treasure only by turning away from her teacher. And he asked if she would continue to call herself Tabeck's fairy then, or if the fact was that his situation had worsened. The girl was clearly not expecting such a conversation. She reached for her weapon, called Park a bastard, and said that if he continued to insult her teacher, he would regret it. Park didn't even bother. He just called Hedda. As they say, the further into the forest, the more firewood there is. A mere mortal will never be able to cope with the Dragon King. It doesn't matter what her teacher thinks of Puck. He is the king, and this is his palace. Both the teacher and the girl must realize this. Puck told her that she could do what she wanted, but she could not harm him. Then he called the beast away and asked her to follow him, promising to show her another way. He held a small round ball in front of her and asked her to eat it. What's going on? Is this a pill? She wondered as she looked at Park. Is this a pill to preserve the energy of the 8 treasures? She thought. Or maybe it's just an ordinary medicine. But if you look at the quality, this pill might be different from the ones she was used to. Well, it can't be worse, she decided and put the pill to her mouth. At that moment, her eyes widened in surprise. A properly prepared medicine has no taste or smell, and she realized that it was different from the ones her teacher had given her. In addition, the wounds she received from hate healed, and her strength increased. Can such a basic medicine really affect the heavenly level? She asked herself. Then she asked Park, "What is the secret?" "Good ingredients and craftsmanship," Park replied, adding that he was a jack of all trades. He also explained that her teacher was a cunning opponent who was difficult to ignore, and said that he was not going to have sexual intercourse with her. Park asked her how she felt about just pretending. "Won't the teacher find out?" she asked. He replied, "You didn't think about that when you were taking your medication." Then it hit her little head. Park continued, "You will continue to take the medicine, and in return, you will give me the gongqing extract." She realized that her doubts would dissipate as soon as the air energy began to grow. She had one condition. Gongqing extract is very valuable, and she asked him to let her know when he was going to use it. He snatched the flask from her hand and asked, "Is it true that if I use it incorrectly, you will cry and tell the teacher everything?" After that, he said it was time to get down to business. She wondered which one. Raising the flask to his mouth, he said, "To drinking alcohol." She wasn't sure if she had done the right thing by giving him the flask. Park turned the vessel over and took sips. It seemed to him that the effectiveness of the drug was decreasing. He realized that he would have to increase the dose, but this was enough for practice. Now he needed to add alcohol to the gongqing extract. She had already drunk 2 barrels and asked for more. He was surprised that she wanted more, but she, already in a good state, said she could drink even 8. "Pour it faster," she asked, demanding a guarantee. Pak even had to call Locke to ask him to pick her up. She was outraged that she hadn't been poured yet, and asked Puck if he thought she was worthless for calling him a fucking lizard. She was outraged that he was ignoring her, emphasizing that he couldn't do that because she was her father's daughter. She then asked him if he knew how proud she was of him, because he was a firefighter who had received the President's Award. Then her emotions changed and she started crying. She called him a damn man and said she thought he wouldn't know she was going alone. It seems that in her drunken state she started to say too much. Locke just tried to pull her out, dragging her pants across the floor. Park realized that he had learned something useful in this chaos. He decided to think about how to use it later. In the meantime, his hand reached for the canteen. He had to finish this first. His plan had worked well. A few days later, there were 2 cans in front of him. The aroma around him was very strong. If the Celestials of Soul smelled it, Park could be in a difficult situation. But he realized that his plan had worked. He reached for the lid and opened the can, and a strong glow came from inside. The aroma alone was intoxicating. Using the fig peach as a base, Park added bee carcasses to make the drink even more sour. He began pouring the drink into an empty flask, wondering if it would be much different. The flavor could drive anyone crazy. Suddenly, Puck felt the presence of a celestial behind him. But this person told Puck that he was just a traveler who liked to drink. He asked Puck if he could try the drink. "It's hard to resist such a wonderful flavor," he added. Without wasting a second, Puck handed him the whole jug. He was overjoyed, not believing that the guy was really giving him a full jug. In his eyes, Park immediately became a good young man, and the Celestial accepted the gift. A moment later, he tilted the jug and began to drink. The drink seemed divine to him, and it seems that he had not had anything like it for a long time. Memories of his friend even came to him, but Park interrupted him and said, "You said you would forget the taste of alcohol forever after you die." The deity asked how the guy knew that. Park apologized for the late greeting. According to the Pectagong records, he is a wanderer who settled north of Mount Pektu after becoming addicted to Pectagong's alcoholic drink. He is one of the 8 immortals, legendary Taoist masters in Chinese mythology, a descendant of the Thunder Sword technique who killed many dragons and punished evil, Yo Dong Bin. After that, the Celestial told Park that since he had lost a bet to the previous Dragon King, Park was now his adopted brother. It turns out that he said that he would never drink alcohol again, and if he broke his promise, the new Dragon King would become his adopted brother. Since Park is the new Dragon King, the man did not break the bet. However, he readily admitted that he didn't know about it at the time he drank, so it doesn't count. Park explained that although he realized from the flavor how valuable the drink was, he showed no anger and was polite. But the Celestial no longer wanted to listen to Park, waving his hand and asking him to stop. He simply asked Puck to say that he was a real drunk. He said he couldn't listen to these nice words anymore. It seems that this man decided to keep his word to the end. Either he was very stubborn or very righteous. It hurt Puck to see his older brother use such horrible words to describe himself. Puck suggested that instead they sit down for a good drink and honor the memory of their ancestors. The godless man calmed down and said he didn't mind. He then thanked Park for saving him a lot of inconvenience and said that if he needed any more help, just ask. After that, Park asked him if he could ask him for a favor. The astronomical sword technique is an amazing martial art derived from a sage named Hwarion. Legends say that with its help, he defeated a powerful dragon using an ordinary sword. In combination with this technique, one can achieve strength that far exceeds other martial arts. Park also practices sword techniques.
Afterwards, Park asked him to teach him his sword skills, because it never hurts to learn. 2 months later, North Korea. In a house hiding from the monsters that surrounded it from the outside, a woman was calming a child who had tears in his eyes, saying that everything would be fine. She explained that if they didn't move, the creature would disappear. But suddenly the monster appeared right in front of them. It opened its mouth so wide that it was scary from the very smell that came out of its mouth. Puck appeared and remarked on how beautiful the land was. Then he stabbed right into the middle of the body of this ugly creature. At that moment, the woman thought she had received a second life. Park was able to deal with this giant and incredibly strong creature with a single punch, hitting the target. The children didn't know what to do. They were so frightened that tears did not disappear from their eyes. Park could not believe that there were children here. And even more horrifying was the thought that these children were being used as sacrifices. The thought made Puck very angry. The creature regenerated and rose up, became even angrier, its eyes glowing red. It asked Puck, "Are you going to touch me?" It opened its mouth wide with about 1,000 teeth inside and roared loudly, promising to tear him apart. The children watched with horror in their eyes. It seemed to them that Park would not survive, and they were sure that no one would save them now. They would die right there. But suddenly the kid's eyes grew hopeful when he heard the sound of a sword. Puck managed to slip away and find himself in the air, thus taking a dominant position. With a swing of his sword, he stabbed right into the middle of the monster's body. He followed it with about 20 more attacks that struck this long and cold-blooded creature. It growled like a dog when its food is taken away. Then it formed a circle with its body, in which Park found himself. The creature thought that now he would have nowhere to run, but the creature did not know what heavenly escape meant. It meant to hide from the sight of heaven. The monster lost sight of him, and in a moment he was standing against the backdrop of the moon with a sword in his hand. If you can hide your presence and change the direction of an attack, then the human body, which contains the power of air, is also capable of doing so. Puck launched so many attacks that the monster had no chance. Finally, after a hard-fought battle, Puck was able to breathe a sigh of relief as he watched the monster fall to the ground behind him. But his stomach felt something very unpleasant because he was not used to this. He couldn't believe that to teach him this, he was constantly thrown down a mountain and forced to kill monsters at the foot. Nevertheless, it worked. Now he is training in a city where there are a lot of monsters. Park never realized that there were so many monsters in North Korea. They will be a great workout for him. Park reached for his phone, but a man appeared behind him and thanked him. They called him an elder, which piqued his interest and thanked him for saving them. Because they called him that, he asked if they were from Asadal. She replied that yes, although they had been expelled, their family had been worshipping and honoring the gods for generations. They are hereditary shamans. The blue-colored creature's paws flew in the air. The military guards noticed it, but it suddenly disappeared, and when they pointed their guns in that direction, they saw no one. Then blue-colored energy began to appear. It hit the military directly and disabled them. Heta was flying in the air, and Park was holding on to him. His face was serious, hidden by a mask. He came here because of a conversation with a woman and a child who told him that her mother was a shaman. The woman said that when the creature appeared, the villagers began to offer sacrifices to it. It even ate her father. Her mother made an iron spear to resist it, but somehow the soldiers found out about it and invaded the village. They did not spare anyone. They did not care about anyone. That is how the woman and her child became victims. She was treated inhumanely for trying to defend her village, and Park could not realize it. He looked at them, and he felt infinitely sorry for them. He approached them and asked them to calm down and stop crying. He promised them that he would avenge her mother's death, and at the same moment he called Hetha and flew straight there. He shouted only to the creature, "Go!" and was ready to destroy everything he saw in front of him. The military at that moment was not as cool as when this creature appeared in front of them. Puck just watched the creature destroy everything around him, and noticed that lately it had started to follow all his orders. Perhaps she perceives Puck differently now that he has become a dragon. Or maybe it's because she's lonely. It seems that she and Hede were getting along even better than Puck had thought. At that moment, the creature jumped right out of the building, holding the one Park had come for in its teeth. Bringing it to Park, it immediately began to speak. "I thought you were going to be a celestial or a master, but it turned out that he was just a monster disguised as a human." He looked a lot like a dog, which is what Park told him when he looked at him. But the monster asked Puck, "Who are you if you dare to attack me?" It was easy for Puck to explain that he had come to demand justice for the murder of an innocent man and to recover a stolen artifact. The monster immediately realized that Puck was talking about the shaman, as he called her. As for the artifact, he said that the general most likely had it now. The general realized that they had arrogated a rank to themselves and infiltrated the people around them. He was dressed in an officer's uniform, and using his position, he easily manipulated the government and the people. "To turn all the villagers into fodder for that monster."
It seemed to the dog that Park had no idea who he was dealing with, judging by his reaction. She said that the reconnaissance teams had already reported to headquarters, and that reinforcements would be coming soon. Park came closer to her and scratched her head. Then he asked her to lead him to the lair of the freaks, saying that he would personally pay them a visit. She was sure that this guy, though a celestial, was nothing compared to the general, and said that he was digging his own hole. But she had no choice but to start leading. When demons fled from the celestials in China and South Korea, they settled in North Korea. All of them were led by the 1,000-year-old white tiger, Tanga Duryong, a great demon on the verge of reaching the supreme level, the 9th of 9. And now Park was approaching them. He saw mountains of human bodies on the ground, which were being eaten by demons. They were tearing the flesh to pieces. Puck immediately realized that he had come to the right place. Not only were they disguised as humans, but they were openly engaged in cannibalism. It was really disgusting, and he shouted it at them, calling them animals. Pointing his finger in their direction, he formed a hurricane around it and launched it right at them. The dog in Het's mouth was terrified. Park ordered Het to spit it out, but it started screaming, "Wait, don't do that!" Because he fell right into the heart of the hurricane. Only a part of the blood reached Park, who looked ruthlessly at his enemies. He wanted only one thing, to take revenge on them all. Suddenly Puck began to feel a strong energy coming straight from the heart of the hurricane. A white tiger appeared and asked what all the commotion was about because he was curious. He managed to dispel the dragon cloud in one fell swoop. Puck asked him, "Are you Tanga?" The tiger got angry just because Puck said his name, and said that he would pay for it. He ordered the other monsters to eat Puck, thinking that they were already hungry. He also said that he was hungry himself, and he would personally taste him. All the monsters rushed at the boy. Among them were various monsters, ranging from giant bears to eagles in military uniforms. Everyone wanted to defeat Puck. But something more interesting happened. A giant catfish and a snake appeared in the air. The tiger knew who they were. They appeared as reinforcements for Puck. Puck himself was hungry after all these battles, so he asked Locke and Kanbei not to keep him waiting too long. Puck ordered Locke to collect all the whole corpses. He cooked the most intact one like a real snake, keeping up with his accounting. The catfish, unlike the snake, was in the form of an old man. He approached Puck and said that he had already collected all the trophies. After that, Park told him to go first and get everything ready. Kanbei was very amused when he saw Park drinking alcohol. He immediately burst into tears and said that Park was very understanding of his past King Pektu. Puck walked over to the cage that was standing next to various boxes and things. He was curious to see what was inside. It was a supreme spirit that feeds on iron and can drive away nightmares and evil spirits. Puck immediately took out a piece of delicious food for him and handed it to him. He thought that the spirit would relax if he got something to eat, but it wasn't so. Then Hede flew over, and Park handed him a piece of food as well. The two animals met each other's eyes. Perhaps they will become friends, since they are of the same species. And then they made a connection. The animal gave them back the food that Puck had given them. Hede waited for Puck's approval to make sure he had done a good job. Puck patted him and praised him, saying that he had done a perfect job and that he was a great boy. He had become a real troublemaker, but at least now he had a new friend who was replacing Guanak, at least for a little while. It was time to go back, and so they did. They returned home, where they could not understand what they were seeing. It looked like a tavern, not a dragon's palace. The table was full of alcohol. A girl was sleeping next to the table, and everything was spilled and scattered. It looked like she and her teacher had become real drinking buddies, but it was funny that she didn't know the teacher's real identity. Then a woman with a child who had previously been a victim to the monster ran out and addressed him. They were waiting for Puck to tell them that everything would be okay now. Puck handed them the jewelry and said they could have it. They were their mom's jewelry. The girl took them in her hand and could not hold back her tears as she looked at them. It was a relic of their home, and they treasured it very much. Their grandmother had received it as a gift from someone a long time ago. She said that if they kept it, it would help them in their time of need. Puck felt sorry that even in this situation they could not use it. This is because they lack the knowledge and skills to use the spell engraved on this relic. Puck said that maybe he could help them use it. Puck asked them to give him the relic. She held out the relic to Puck. He took it in his hands and began to look at it carefully. Then he pressed it to his heart, and it glowed. He put his index and middle fingers right to the center, and the energy began to increase. A strong beam of light flew straight up the mountain, and they were delighted to see it. In a moment, the beam became very gigantic, more like a firework. It looked like the signal flash mascot that Park used to use. But there was one problem. Would whoever gave them this relic remember the signal after all these years? After a while, a strange sound began to be heard. This sound was followed by a flash and an explosion on the ground, as if a water bomb had gone off. Splashes flew all over the neighborhood so that we had to protect ourselves with our hands. Did he really come so quickly? Thought Park. But who could it be? The person appeared on a giant kite and asked Puck a question. Are you the owner of this gift? She ordered him to immediately release the descendants of her benefactor.
This was a very unexpected meeting for Park, and he turned to her and said that there had been a misunderstanding, asking her to listen to him first. After that, he said her name, Jaijungbi. The children, not understanding the situation, just watched and did not understand what was happening. The girl who arrived began to cry, calling the children her little ones. She came up to them, hugged them warmly, and apologized, promising that they would have lots of beautiful clothes, delicious food, and that she would teach them martial arts. She asked Park how she could make it up to them. He replied that it was okay and that she must have traveled a long way to get here, so she needed to eat. Park also said that he had seen her on TV during the battle between Korea and Japan, and that he was honored to meet her. Fortunately, she didn't recognize him because he was wearing a mask. It was a good thing he switched to a water-based one. A wooden base is rare and could have given him away. He asked her if she could explain her connection to this jewelry because it was famous for its power, and it was hard to believe that the ancestor of these children was their benefactor. She had nothing to hide, so she began to explain. The children were already asleep after all the horrors that had happened to them, and they were able to rest. Locke and his brother took care of their sleep. Puck talked to her, and she explained that she lived as a shaman's apprentice in the neighborhood. She said that Princess Bari, who is considered one of the 3 deities of the Korean peninsula, along with Lady Yui and Tagun Wangam, also lived there. She was treated as the ruler of all the shamans in her family, and was the 7th daughter. Like Jejengbi, Princess Bari had a very difficult life. Her family also abandoned her, which is why they became close. It is said that Princess Bari made the girl her main assistant. The girl continued to tell us that the princess was very kind to her, but when she asked to return the key to Seochan Garden that she had taken from her, the princess did not even want to listen. The girl explained that she was a little angry about it, or rather she was very angry and smashed it a little. Park remembered the incident she was talking about. She was so angry that she hadn't arrived on time that she wanted to revive those creatures and destroy them again. Although she was unable to get the key, she stayed in the neighborhood to return the favor. That's when she met Pegda, these children, and the shaman's apprentice from the district, Shaman Jemsoni. Jemsoni was a nice girl, but then the following happened. There was a very unpleasant incident with a key. The key was made from a branch of a sacred tree, and to get it, she decided to perform a ritual near a waterfall filled with the element of water and yang energy. But the key disappeared. During the search, Princess Bari accused Gamsoni of stealing the key. Bonus episode. Park met Kanbei. Upon meeting him, he said that he had changed a lot since their last meeting. Kanbei explained that since he had been living for a long time, he decided to change his appearance to match his age. His current appearance was very strange because he thought his previous form was better, even though he looked amazing in his new form and like an old man in his previous form. The girl's story continued until an unpleasant incident occurred involving a key. The key was made of a sacred tree. To repair it, she decided to perform a ritual near a waterfall that was filled with yang energy. Suddenly, the key disappeared. At the moment when everyone was waiting for the key, Princess Bari accused the Jemsons of stealing it, thus sowing hatred towards her. She decided that no one but her could have known about the key's whereabouts, and only she could be responsible for its disappearance. But if this woman had stolen the key, she would have realized that with only one key, Hong would still not be able to get into the garden. When the girl expressed her denial, she was released. But during the interrogation, she was severely injured and then expelled. After a while, they met with her again. At that time, she had already gotten married and was preparing to have a baby. She was very persistent and could have achieved a lot, but her life turned out completely differently than she could have imagined. At that moment, she blamed herself for everything that happened, because it could have been avoided if that damn key hadn't disappeared. But it was never found. Then she blessed the woman and gave her a pendant. From time to time, she managed to visit her, and it seemed that the woman was living in complete comfort. But after the girl left the temple, she could not stay there, because she was expelled by order of the Jemsons. The Devourer was interested in what really happened to the key, but no one could give her an answer. She checked every grain of sand in the temple, but the key was never found. At this point, the Devourer reached into his pocket, looking for something among the children's mother's belongings. Pulling an object out of his pocket, the key they had been looking for appeared in his palm. Looking at it, the fire in the girl's eyes lit up. She did not understand how this could have happened. But it was the very key she had been looking for so long, and which had long since disappeared. The only thought that was in her mind was, why was it there? Looking at it, she began to realize that perhaps everything was different than she had imagined. Reaching out, she wanted to take the key, but something told her that it wasn't that simple. Park Han noticed that the girl was saying that this woman was very persistent. When he was looking through her trophies, he came across 2 books. When he opened them, he saw that they were diaries written by the hand of Guillaume Sonia. She continued to live as a celestial, and her knowledge did not disappear. She put this knowledge into 2 books. In the first one, she wrote about pulsars. In the second book, she hid such descriptions that she wanted to burn it or hide it. It described the mystery of the disappearance of the key. And with these words, the young hero wants to say that this burnt piece is actually a key. The girl wondered who really did it, based on the information from the diary, where the gay Sonia called her mom. Terror gripped the girl's soul when she realized what the word mom meant to the girl's mother. Gem Sonia was only a witness, not the thief of the key. Despite this, all suspicions and accusations fell on her. But then why did Princess Bari do exactly that? She did it on purpose, the girl realizes, so that everyone would depend on her. She saw a man in red robes trying to destroy the key using Sanmai-jinya, a technique of burning objects with chi energy. Next to this person was another person who ordered him to do so, and this person was her mother. To tell Jejungbi all about it, she was going to collect the remains of the key, but before she could do so, she was grabbed and tortured, accused of stealing the key. She knew they understood her perfectly well, but they tortured her until she confessed to the crime. Princess Bari was obsessed with Jejungbi. Her obsession knew no bounds and was very pronounced. Because of this, she was very jealous of their close relationship and felt completely alone. When she was brutally tortured, she was ready to give up and say goodbye to her life. Her body was mutilated, and bruises and scratches covered it. Despite this, she kept breathing, and at that moment something unexpected happened. The door to her basement opened, and a young girl came running to her aid saying, "Gem Sonia." Jongbi believed that she was saved thanks to this help, and from that day on, she began to live a new life. She realized that if she told her the truth, she would try to take revenge on everyone involved, even if it put her life in danger. However, Okugaku's enemy, one of the 3 great princesses of Bari, was watching from the outside and trying to make this person's life as difficult as possible. She was afraid that if Chinjobi spoke out against her, it would significantly undermine her position. So she decided to keep quiet until Chinjobi regained his former status. The moment that happens, she will give the rest of the key to her sister, who believed her. Even if she doesn't succeed, she brings water to the sacred tree every morning and says prayers. And even if it takes several millennia, time is very important for this event. Gradually, the key returned to its original shape and became what it was before it was burned. The reason why the key was restored was the deep devotion of the sisters, who valued each other as if they were their own lives. And this marked a new beginning to change the situation no matter what. Realizing this, she is once again convinced that Bari is a real creature. Park tries to calm the girl down after receiving the information, as suicide is now the order of the day in Okugaku. Instead, he asks for permission to propose to her. Using his magical powers, Park materializes the key in the same state it was in before the fire. Right before her eyes, the key is restored and becomes as powerful an object as it ever was, even when it was new. Looking at it and holding the levitating key in her hands, the girl realizes that this is the beginning of a new era. Puck has had the ability to control water all this time, which could make a tree grow if he can get to Sungcheon's garden. It will be a great joy for him, and an opportunity to show his strength and help the girl. At this moment, the girl hears that the boy will not leave her and will help her with this difficult task for nothing. Realizing that this man will be able to use his own vital energy to recover the key. Looking at him, the girl realizes that if he spends most of his energy on recovering the key, it will be a real sacrifice. But he needs something from her in exchange. However, the mask on our hero's face did not answer one question. Why is he wearing it? The logical answer was that if his identity was revealed, not only he but also the lake and the dragon's palace would be in danger. He planned to hide here for a long time, but when he gets out, no barrier and no magic can stop him. Puck knows that he is lucky that it was you. If someone else with bad intentions had come instead, everyone would have been in danger. This is the reason why our hero restored the key and gave her a new opportunity to get into the garden. He saw that the girl had great strength and potential and was determined to achieve her goals. When he first saw her, he felt that she despised the world created by the Celestials, and in this, their thoughts coincided. Simply put, this Devourer needs her help to confront the current celestial regime and take a position that is as good as the 8 temples and 3 deities. This guy feels great about this path and plans to destroy the old system of the rotten system. The world of Celestials is not just complex, it is very complex. Does this guy think he can succeed just because he has her support? But one way or another, there is a key to Seongjong's garden if it is fully restored. The girl realizes that now they will have to reckon with each other. She extends a hand of trust and agrees to help him. This news makes our hero happy. Looking at it, he has already given his answer, and holding the key, it takes on a whole new meaning in the hero's hands, as if absorbing its energy. All this miraculous light fills the space and overshadows everything around the girl with its light. They materialize in a cocoon surrounded by green energy, which protects them and gives a new breath to their lives. From this moment, something very interesting begins. After the incredible energy effect, the girl was shocked that the guy had thoughtlessly wasted so much vital energy. and it seemed inadequate to her. She took him by the clothes to bring him to his senses because he was acting like a child. Although his main element is wood, and he can easily make plants bloom by disguising it as the element of water, to others it seems just crazy. In any case, looking at him, she realized that the restoration of the key meant a lot to her, and she was very grateful to him. She would do her best to help the hero lead the world of celestials. And right now a great opportunity arose. The conquest of the Eternal Sea was the main place to start. The girl believes that if they take part in this, it will be the starting point for their journey. Among all the crimes committed on the Eastern Sea during the last battle, those from the Western and Southern Seas, as well as the Shrine Adepts, agreed to participate in the conquest of the Eastern Sea. At that moment, they felt much stronger than they had previously thought. If he and the girl win, they will agree to divide the riches of the East Sea Dragon Palace, according to the contribution of each participant. Because of this, adherents wish to participate in the conquest in large numbers, and everyone is eager to be in the front row to increase their chances of making a big contribution. To join them, our hero needs fame and power, which he still lacks. He has a whole year to fix that. Holding an object that was a pass to the Blue Room, a rainbow emanated from him. In order to prepare for the conquest and go there, this fragment was very necessary. The city created by their Wang Gong with his lawful wife, where time flows more slowly than in the human world, and where his father lives. Since he has received the key to Songchan's garden, he can regain his vital forces faster. To take out the necessary plants from there, you need permission only from the Lord of Sarado. Previously, he was allowed to take out all the plants at his own discretion, but now he is forbidden to leave this garden. Therefore, only Princess Bari can take out and take away plants from the Songchan garden. The girl is allowed to take only the flower of life, the flower of reincarnation, or the flower of destruction. One of these flowers will not be enough to restore his power. Therefore, she needs to get permission to take a fourth plant. All this needs to be done in a short time. In fact, she wants to give him all of her merits, which will help him get into a very good position. Puck wonders if she is really going to give him all the credit. She's not part of Lady Younghwa's gardens, but somehow it's okay. She has reached her position because of her abilities. If this lady tries to do something, the girl will quickly set her mind at rest. She is very good at brainwashing and feels completely different, but still, she realizes that these abilities can make her go crazy again someday. Puck looked at her, not understanding what she meant when she said these words. Looking at his reaction, Jung Jobi realized that he probably didn't know about her past, but he still remembered the situation on the island. It was a truth that she didn't really want to talk about. But when she turned around, her eyes shone with hatred because her revenge was not yet complete. Of course, this aggressive behavior pushed Puck away from her. However, she helps him only because it will help her get revenge. She asked him to ask her what he wanted and needed from her. Her name Jung Bai was given to her by her father when she was very young. He prayed for her birth and was glad that she was born, even though he was expecting a boy. However, she was born a beautiful girl, so he named her Jung Jung Bi, which means born by desire. When she first left home, she transformed into a man to have more rights in the world. She wanted to come up with a name that had nothing to do with her family, and she thought about it thoughtfully. That's when she chose the name Kim Down, nervously, but realizing the meaning of the name. It meant blessing of peace, and gave her a new strength and essence. She never minded being called Kim Dong instead of her real name. Park listened attentively, but had nothing to say about her story. Realizing that he had learned much more about her in a few hours of conversation than he had in the entire time in Lady Yunhwa's gardens, he felt her trust when she asked him to call her by the name she had come up with. Recalling Gibson's diary, the boy realized that he had learned some important facts about how much she valued her loved ones, and how much pain this betrayal by such an important person in her life brought her. The guy understands the responsibility on his part, and agrees to call her Don Naji after hearing these words from his mouth. The girl smiled because she was pleased, and this name sounded quite nice. After a while, the children left with Jungbai, and the boy walked around the city. The moment he set out on his long journey, he left the palace run by Genlock and Kenbei. As he walked forward, he saw a peach tree that impressed him with its majestic appearance. During this period of time, it had grown significantly, and the first fruits appeared on it. These fruits became huge, round, juicy, and glowed in the dark. It was a beautiful sight to see such a majestic tree that had grown so quickly. But as he walked closer, he could smell the rotting odor near him. The horrible smell did not go away, even though it had been a long time since he had caught sight of these distortions. The smell was simply unbearable, even though he had planted plants that remove toxins. Looking at the tree, he sees these juicy fruits, of which there were only 3. The bodies of the monsters were a great fertilizer for this tree to make its fruits grow so juicy. Normally, it takes about 100 years for these fruits to reach this size. And now he has the fruits of this tree in his hands on an incredible scale.
Looking at them, he wonders what would happen if he tasted them and ate them all at once. A minute after eating the juicy peaches, only the pits were lying on the ground. He thought it would probably take some time to feel the power of this tree. But literally a second later, he was hit in the head with a pneumatic blow. His blood seemed to start flowing faster, and he felt the impact of this force. He held his head as he started to feel very nauseous, and he did not understand what the intense pain in it was. His head was just tearing apart, and this pain was piercing his body and soul, as if breaking him into pieces. Sweat was pouring down his body, and he was burning with heat. His temperature rose, and he did not understand what was happening. Saliva was flowing from his mouth, and he could not stand this state. He realized that he had made a mistake. The substance spread through his body, but he was not prepared for its effects. After a while, he took the active ingredient menthol by running inside a building. He also took an antibacterial that could have helped him, and he washed it all down with the best iced tea he could find. Realizing that after eating those damn fruits, he grew horns. But as soon as they grew, they immediately fell off, remaining on the ground. There were places under his hair where the horns had grown, but nothing seemed to have changed this time. Picking up the horns to look at them, the boy hoped that there would be something useful in it. But realizing that he might have misunderstood something or misjudged the situation, he wondered if he was being too greedy. After all, what was he going to do with those horns? Of course, he felt bad about eating 3 fruits at once. He wondered what he could do with them. Soon he was visited by one of the girls from the residence. Or rather, the guest who visited him was from the residence of the Master of Divine Fire. The boy was glad to hear this interesting and important information because perhaps the flute was already ready. But the moment he approached, he was struck by a terrible scene. Parts of the house were broken around him. Pieces of stone were lying on the ground, and people were trying to put everything back together because the residence of the Lord of Divine Fire had been destroyed. He couldn't understand why they were doing this at all, why they were destroying this place. What had happened here? This did not give our hero peace of mind when he came here. The guest who came to see Pak was received as usual. When the old man saw the young hero, the medicine eater, he was touched to learn that it was Pak. Thanking him for his visit, the drug eater apologized for not receiving the guest in the best conditions, but assured him that everything was fine and there was no need to worry. However, behind his back, the guy noticed a man who was very seriously injured. The doctor was trying to help him, and people around him were panicking. This man was surrounded by numerous listeners, and perhaps he was a strong celestial, but judging by his wounds, he was in critical condition. One detail was of interest. Who could cause so much grief to these lands and bring such suffering? The old man, noticing that the Devourer had paid attention to the wounded man, confessed that it was his wife. At first, he planned to make a scabbard, and then to make visits. To create a scabbard that would neutralize the evil energy of the sword, he used steel imbued with sword energy, and to assess its power, he tried to insert a spirit stone with a fiery attribute. But there was a problem with this combination. The master underestimated the blade. To suppress the blade's power, he tried to use a unicorn horn and even a dragon's call, but it didn't work. So he invited an artisan with a Western bloodline. This man was known for being able to create the finest metal called Zaudeka. While working on it, the old master learned about the sword and had to accept it. When the blacksmith saw what it was, he was shocked. Holding the sword in his hands, the master began to emit a dark aura. When asked what was wrong with him, he looked cold and did not answer anything. His body was filled with rage, and his eyes were burning with fire. He could not control himself because darkness filled his soul. The moment he picked up the sword, his mind became clouded, and he killed the artisan for no reason. Our hero heard this story and could not believe his ears. How could this have happened? At the moment when the artisan was dying, he was able to explain why it happened. The fact is that the materials used by the craftsman did not suppress the power of the sword, but became the source of its power, enhancing its effect. He lost control of himself. This sword broke out into the estate and filled all the spaces with its energy, turning everything into chaos. Everyone who was on that territory went crazy and began to destroy the place. His wife, seeing this, tried to stop this madness, despite all the vile deeds of these people. The people who were seized by the power of the sword were not afraid of anyone or anything. But the wife could not let them do whatever they wanted. She decided that she would not let this happen and would fight to the last to save their village. The husband, seeing this chaos, wanted to help and save his wife from the brutal attacks of the madmen, but he was far away from her at the crucial moment. He didn't have time to counterattack and protect her, and the force of the sword pierced through, giving him no chance to save her. After this blow, his wife just wanted him not to worry about her, but to move on. To save the village, he had no choice. He had to save the others first. And with his energy, he burned everyone who was gripped by madness. If not for his wife, everything could have ended very differently, and she would have saved him and their village. Our hero, looking at her wounds, did not understand what had happened to her if the sword had not even touched her.
The fact was that the sword had taken possession of the body of a girl who had recently joined their family. Although he managed to hide the sword, it still controls her mind. He needs to either destroy the sword or create a new scabbard to tame it. The old man apologized. He was very sorry that he could not meet the expectations of our hero. Remembering what he had just told us and used the dragon's call. Dragon body parts are extremely difficult to find, so they are very highly valued, and perhaps there was a defect. The boy asked the old man if he could use the dragon's horn to create a scabbard. But the thing is that it has to be in perfect condition, and finding one is like pulling stars from the sky. If it's good enough, the young master will do it. And at that moment, he pulls out the very horn that was of legendary rank. Looking at it, the old man couldn't believe his eyes, because it was just incredible. It was him. But where could a guy find such a valuable horn? It was impossible to find. But who cares where he got it? He had to get down to business. After a while, the guy decided to visit the woman who had gone crazy over the sword. She was looking at her phone, laughing like a demon, watching various videos. The guy approached her slowly so as not to scare her. This crazy woman was chained up, but she always had the opportunity to watch TikTok. When she saw the stranger approaching, she held a sword and asked who this impudent man was who came to her, because she did not know him. As he approached, she remembered that he had been the first to pick it up, and she was amused to see him tremble as he felt its power. This was the consciousness of the sword speaking, hungry and angry that Park had decided to sheath it. Although chained, this creature asked the boy to come closer if he was strong and brave. If he decided to risk his life, he could approach without fear. But, seeing her reaction, the guy realized that she would not do anything to him because she was chained. But where did she get the cell phone from, and why was she holding it? Something didn't add up in our hero's mind. Why was the phone in this girl's hands? The old man said that the sword had taken possession of the body of the new girl who had recently joined. But why is the sword using the phone, since the sword had only recently taken over her mind? Did it have any effect on it? Puck walked closer to this vessel and asked what it was going to do next. The sword only snapped, waving its wand like a fool. If the guy comes closer, he will just wave it. But the sword wondered if the guy had a phone charger. Of course, no one would give him a charger, and Park was just playing with this fool. Looking at the sword's phone, Puck noticed that the vessel was reading a novel. He wondered what it was called, and what was fashionable to read with a sword nowadays. In a passive state, the sword decided to answer that it was absolutely invincible me. The guy was curious to hear about it and asked what the novel was about. The sword told him that the main character was a loser, and then became a very strong guy. Still, the story was interesting. Suddenly, his rage flared up out of the blue, and the dark sword was hungry because he was annoyed with the heavenly sword. He was angry with his friend for touching his sword and started moving in chains, angry about the incident. Park did not know how to react to this. Compared to when he first picked up the sword, he didn't seem so angry now. He just had a sharp temper. He was not impressed by the measured coins, but he liked the interesting novel. Although he was burning with rage, he still looked quite nice. The sword in the girl's vessel began to move on. He was curious what would happen next. But the currency on the site that allowed the sword to read the novel was in the form of cookies, and unfortunately, it ran out. Now he won't be able to finish the novel because he's used up all of his supplies. On top of that, his phone died right in front of him, and he was just terrified. Even the battery was dead, and the sword realized that the best world was saying goodbye. Puck was shocked by the way the sword was behaving and wondered if he was okay. All the sword wanted was to be charged, and if it doesn't have one, then give me your phone. But Puck didn't have one. It was a complete disappointment for the sword, and he recognized that God had abandoned him. But was it really that bad? Puck was interested in keeping the vessel from crying, so he decided to tell her a fairy tale. The thing is, if the story is not interesting, he will just listen and not pay attention. But if he listens, he will not lose anything. Park admitted that this was his life story, and of course anyone could be interested in it. After hearing this horrific story, the sword could not accept such a terrible ending. He was convulsing, tearing his clothes, and could not accept this ending, feeling very offended. The father left his wife and young son, then remarried. He saved people, and they beat him and put him in custody for it. How could they even kidnap people and force them to take care of the garden to make their family look better? They only show people talented people, and because of the huge number of dangers, he had to leave that cute sack. Analyzing the whole story, the sword realizes what injustice reigns in this world, and suggests that the boy kill all these people. If he lacks the courage, the sword can help, because for the first time in his life he feels such anger, the power of which is simply unlimited. Park appreciates the response of this vessel and his sympathy, but since the sword is sealed in this girl, how can it help? There is an adequate answer, to ask the old man to release it. But how can he do that after this scoundrel has destroyed everything around him? The rage fills the sword's vessel again, it burns with fire and it infuriates him.
The sword wanted to let off steam, and our hero noticed it. There is only one way he can tell. If he is listened to, he will know what to do. Our hero stretched out his palms to him, showing a gesture that they must understand on their own. The sword, seeing our hero's gesture, understood everything correctly. Looking into the eyes of Hanil, the protagonist of this story, he realized that it was better to do everything on his own, and came closer. He put the sword in our hero's hands, and the sword began to fill with this energy. The girl who was the vessel of this sword fell down as the influence disappeared, and Puck felt the enormous power of the dark energy. Not only was the sword extremely strong, it wanted to rule the consciousness and fill people's souls. And at one point the sword felt itself in the body of Puck Hanil. When he resurrected, he rejoiced at this event. For him, it was something incredible and wonderful. He moved into this beautiful body which had a high level of strength for only one purpose. He was going to punish them all using this body and tear them all into little pieces. But when the sword began to act, the roof above him began to fall apart. The old man, noticing this cursed sword and that it had taken over the boy's body, called him a cursed monster. He directed his fire technique at him with such force that it should have been enough to destroy him. Engulfed in flames, Park felt a brutal pain, but it was necessary. The master realized that if he had used it on that girl to knock out the sword, it could have been harmful, but it would have worked on Puck. However, our hero's consciousness began to contradict this, claiming that he wants to seal him in that cursed sword again. The scoundrel repelled the attack. He resists it, saying that nothing will work and he will no longer be able to control it. All his attempts are in vain and the old stinking master's condition only gets worse. Soon, a fire snake fills the entire space as the master decides to remedy the situation. He directed the attack at the vessel, hoping that it would help, but the sword was perfectly proficient in all techniques. He deflected the attack and rushed at the old man, seeing that he was already losing ground. At the moment when the sword was about to strike the old man, something incredible happened. The tree on top of him glowed with an unusual energy. Or rather, it was not the tree, but a new scabbard. They were nearby and were meant for this lousy sword that liked to get into other people's subconscious. Seeing this, the sword realized that the old man hadn't given up yet, but he wasn't going to fall into the trap. Since the old man had decided to attack him, the sword wanted to break the scabbard and make one for himself. As the sword tried to destroy the scabbard, his hand began to disobey. He lost control, and Park Hanil grabbed the scabbard. And at that moment, the sword became afraid because it could not do anything. Pak regained control of his body and put the sword back into the scabbard, which scared the sword very much. The sword was begging him to stop. It didn't want to be shackled by this power, but everything was done beautifully and precisely. And at the moment when the sword reached the end of the scabbard, everything exploded with a tremendous force. This cursed, unworthy creature came out of our hero's mind, filling him and not allowing him to take control. After that, Park began to regain consciousness, and the sword's consciousness was sealed. Lying in the chaos, the boy could not begin to control his body for a long time, but eventually he felt his strength. After keeping his eyes closed for a long time, he had to wake up, but not in a broken building, but in a hospital. Seeing that he was in a hospital, Park realizes that it's over and everything ended well. His maid asked him how he was feeling, and he replied that he was fine. Everything had gone as planned, and now he was sure that everything was fine. His body was examined. Other than being very tired, there were no problems, and he now needed to get a good rest, as the old man asked me to give him this medicine. At that moment, the maid handed him the medicine, which he took. After drinking it, the guy realizes that everything worked. The sword, sealed in its scabbard, could now do nothing or contradict, and was in the room where our hero was sleeping. He could hear the sword's cursed voice that kept coming, and it was very sad. But since Henlock didn't react, it turned out that only he could hear the sword, perhaps because the scabbard was made of his horns. When he got closer, he realized that the horns were like antennas for radiating energy. And so now the scabbard was not connected to him. He directed his thoughts to the cursed sword and said to it, "Let's keep it down. You're bothering me." At that moment, they started to communicate with the sword, which realized that the guy could hear him, but ignored him anyway, and it was simple. He realized that this might be part of his destiny after he ate a peach and grew horns. It was a mysterious fact, but a cool one. He tells the sword to try to calm down. He understands why it is angry, but assures it that it will be much better. If the sword hadn't been used yet, it would have been gathering dust in the warehouse, and then it would never have been sealed. The old people wanted to destroy this sword. If he goes with it, he will be able to personally destroy those scoundrels and get a new chance at life. But still, the sword asks if Puck will refill the cookies so he can read the novel. Puck replies that he will, and the taming is complete. Holding the sword, now on his body, our hero was about to leave so as not to disturb the others, as they needed to stay at home. He did not plan to stay for a minute longer, even though the old man asked him to. If the young master had not given the old man the horn, which was so valuable, he would not have been able to create this scabbard. It was all thanks to his efforts. However, Park did not want the old man to blame himself, because the horns had only worked because the old man had asked for help. He felt sorry for the old man, and despite the fact that everything happened at his request, he decided that he shouldn't pay for the work and repairs. The boy did not owe the old man anything. The master was a craftsman, and could not even imagine that he would ever be able to work with a dragon horn in such perfect condition. Thanks to this, he reached a new level of skill, creating a scabbard that could tame even the most brutal demonic sword. It was his best masterpiece ever, and because of that, he was not going to charge a fee. He also assured me that I should not worry about his wife. She was not a simple person and would soon be well again. Hearing these words, the guy felt relieved and promised that he would stay in the longhouse. He felt that this master was real. However, one question remained interesting for our hero. Did the craftsman say anything about the sword? The craftsman explained that he had heard some rumors. He said that the sword had a name, and its name was Turfing. The young master went back to the building, where an old acquaintance had been waiting for him for a long time. It was Mrs. Shin-seo-moon, and she was waiting for him. Finally he came. The young master was surprised by her appearance, because he had not expected her to come. She said she would come with him, but where did she put that business suit? Our hero decided to play the fool, letting her know that he didn't understand where she was going. But she knew everything perfectly well, and said that he was going to Shinshi, and someone had told her. Park stopped her, saying that a wish alone would not be enough to get there. He needed to get a pass from his teacher. But when he remembered that she had the sage Tybeck behind her, he realized that this made a difference. But why did Shin Seo-min suddenly decide to join him? She wants to participate too. Besides, they have to train together to avoid the teacher's attention because they recently made a contract. Because of this, he doesn't need to do everything alone. So what do I do with this nonsense? If she wants to go with him, then let her do what she wants. Shin Seo-moon did not like such indifferent words at all, even though she was wearing a suit, but no one had cancelled her position. Walking through one of the buildings, Shin Seo-moon knew of very important news. The girls were from North Korea. They were in the hospital and their servants had placed them under a bedspread. The owner had rescued these girls on his way back from training, and they were just grateful. Demons were hunting these children, but our hero saved them. It was just incredible because when Shin Seo-moon was getting drunk to the point of passing out, our hero was saving all these people. It was a shame. She no longer wants to give in to Park Hanil in anything, and is going to go forward no matter what. After going through the portal, our hero finds himself in a completely different barrier. There was a lot of controversy about the existence of Mount Tebeka, because unlike other mountains, Baektu and Myeong, it is hidden behind a spatial barrier. Mount Guwal is also hidden behind the same barrier, but Mount Tebeka is one of those mountains that cannot let ordinary people through. However, a lot of people have gathered, and they all want to get to this mountain. It seems that because of the conquest of the East Sea, there will be a lot of commotion there. Nevertheless, she suggested that they go faster, since they had a pass and didn't need this line. As they passed, people recognized them. They knew that Fairy Tebeka had traveled to many different places in a year, and her master's influence was enormous, as everyone was talking about. They admired the fact that this girl, who is now the Tebeka fairy, was once an ordinary person. She must have been very lucky to have met her master. They imagined that in her place they would have surpassed her. As the young master passed by these people, he realized that these celestials did not feel very sorry for this girl. As he walked forward, he saw a man sleeping on a chair, looking out over the room. He was just sleeping on a chair, and on his back was the well-known sack. No one touched him or used his services because he needed a pass. He was just allowed to sleep in the workplace. A lady came up to him, greeted him, and said she wanted to get to Shinshi. When he woke up and realized that she was a student of Tebek's, he saw the Jade Pass. He immediately realized who she was and where she was going, but he did not know who was with her. The guy introduced himself as the Dragon King of Hell, and it was just incredible. He didn't know how the guy got this pass, but still, he had to stand in line and not break the rules. Tebek's student could pass without any problems, but unfortunately he could not. The fact is that only those who have a patron are allowed to pass, and those who don't have one are forced to wait in line for a long time. But Park realized that he didn't have much time to stand in line with those people, as he was in a hurry. As he looked closer, he realized that he had seen this face somewhere before. It was a familiar face, but he couldn't remember who it was. The moment the door opened for Shin Seo-moon, our hero walked up to it, forcing this guy to do his job and check him out. The guy could have gotten hurt because, despite his position, he could have aroused displeasure if he didn't act correctly. But Park Hani was not going to stand by. He shouted at the guy, accusing him of inaction, and challenged him to a fight. Hearing this, the boy turned to the Dragon King Pecto, calling him a lizard, and he would have to pay for these words because he overestimated his capabilities. By activating his power, this guy will make him regret his words. He shouldn't have made him angry. Our hero quickly draws his sword, preparing to kick this scoundrel's ass. But suddenly they are interrupted by a scream that spreads throughout the space. It's a girl screaming the San hymn. She opens the gate and catches the guy who wanted to attack by surprise. The master asks Anthem San what is going on here. Anthem San, seeing his father, is seriously angry at his reaction. Although our hero did not fully recognize the boy, he still remembered who he was. He realized that he sees this face every time he looks in the mirror. He wondered if he would win and look the same in a few years. He knew they were here, but he didn't think he would see them so soon. Approaching this man who shouted out to his boyfriend, our hero asked if he was the man's father. Although the man did not understand his hints, he replied that he was. Our hero identified himself as the Dragon King of Pektu, but to this man he did not seem more important than a stone on the road. Pak said that if he allowed himself to be destroyed now, how could he carry on the legacy of past Dragon Kings? He asked the man to recognize his son's mistake and make him apologize. His father understood and agreed that they should apologize for disrespecting the Dragon King. They would be happy to receive him as an honored guest in their city and show him appropriate hospitality. But this would be on the condition that he proves himself worthy of being a guest of the city, because only those with sufficient power and authority can enter their city of Shinshi. The young master offered him a job as a referee at the duel. However, the boy's father still refused to judge, pointing to his son, who would be the referee. The problem is that there's no one who can prove his abilities, so they will hold a small duel to test his strength. Although his son will not get much, he has already reached a great level, so he will be a great opponent. This makes it clear that the father has decided to settle things with a battle. Looking at this, I wonder how long our hero has been waiting for this moment. He had imagined this moment many times when he would meet his father. This man, whom he saw with his own eyes, destroyed his family. In his imagination, he would yell at him, beat and torture him, beat him to death with his own hands. And now, having finally met him, he is going to use the demonic sword to take possession of its energy, to destroy this scoundrel who destroyed his family. The moment he puts the sword down, the demon begins to possess his body. He swings with force without controlling himself. By swinging this sword, he puts it into a fighting position. Thanks to this, he was able to be more honest with his feelings, merging with his sword, the turfing. While wearing the mask, no one can understand his thoughts, but only his father, whom he met, can feel his energy. Hatred burns in his heart, and there is nothing tougher and greater in his soul than the desire to kill. Our hero's opponent was the man's son. He took a fighting stance, preparing to fight the boy. Looking at Pak Hanil, this so-called dragon god, the boy was smiling, expressing his displeasure. Activating his technique, he began to radiate tremendous power, and his aura was yellow. He warned Park not to beg for mercy later. He had only one goal in mind, to destroy him, and he attacked with his chakra. Our hero, filled with hatred for these scoundrels, easily dodged his blow as if playing with a toy. Moving upward, he flew above his opponent, preparing to strike. The son of the fallen father dodged Park's punch and was glad that he had failed again. Having blocked the blow of this brazen opponent, whose strength was quite impressive, the young master was still able to sustain the attack. Keeping his sword at the ready, he was still learning how to use it, but he did not stop fighting. The people around him, watching the fight, saw that the Dragon King was beginning to be pushed out. They said that he was weaker than expected. Everyone thought he would be much stronger than Fairy Tebek. Perhaps he just inherited the title of Dragon King, not won it in battle. Looking at him, people lost faith in him because he was not as strong as they thought. Our hero realized that this guy's endless attacks did not stop. His strength was so great that it was difficult for Puck to attack him, while the enemy easily used the space he could not control. Realizing that space can only affect those with a material form, he decides to transform. Filled with the energy of the sword, he transforms into another form using light. Now the young man who had been boasting about his strength is no longer laughing. The Dragon King's lightning strike falls on his arrogant head. He doesn't understand why his spatial shield didn't work, and the blow hit him hard. Soon his father shouts to his son from the stands, "Anthem San, don't give up!" Thinking that he's being silly and seeing the potential in the Dragon King, the father begins to worry. He orders his son to surrender because the fight was unequal. But the son was not so easy and was not going to listen to his father's orders, deciding to fight to the last. He reassured his father not to worry and climbed high up, filling the space with his energy. He thought that a few tricks from this guy would not affect him, but at one point everything changed. All the judges and elders were amazed, their jaws dropped, and they stood there as if paralyzed. The father, looking at his son, him of the sun, realized that it was simply the end. The Dragon King had inflicted infinite harm on his son. Anthem San's father's servants burst into the fight, trying to stop the fight as it was getting out of hand. The hatred of the Dragon King fell upon the son of this scoundrel, and his head flew off his shoulders in a second. Looking at these villains, Park Hanil realizes that if they had taken care of their family before, this would not have happened. Filling his strength with the energy of water, he flawlessly performs his tricks and knocks the weapons out of the hands of the warriors. The warriors rise up like toys, impressed by our hero's technique. If their father had cared about his family, this would never have happened, and now that he has stepped on it, he will get what he deserves. After he struck these soldiers, he noticed that something was wrong with them. All these warriors just hung in the air, and some strange seals glowed above them. The power of the young Devourer was strong, but why were these celestials hanging in the air? The element of water seemed to be floating above them, and the water was spinning more and more. At some moments, the warriors simply did not understand what was happening, but it seemed that someone had intervened in this battle. It was one of the elders who intervened with his power, trying to calm the young Devourer. Holding this energy of water in his hands, he maneuvered it perfectly, stopping this foolishness. He ordered the boy to stop, saying that there was no point in continuing on. Anthem San's father was angry with this boy, and the Dragon King was a son killer to him. But why does he stop this fight? Levitating in the air was one of the saints. She looked at this battle with enthusiasm and did not worry about anything at all. She landed on the ground because she was personally ordered to stop by her father. Because of this disturbance, they had not received the guest properly, and he must be given all the honors, as ordered by his father. Listening to this, Park realized that this was, after all, an order received from the Heavenly King, which no one dared to contradict. The technique this guy was using was similar to a time-stopping technique. The face of this man was definitely familiar to our hero. The guy hid his weapon back after greeting Prince Heimosu, who was the son of the Heavenly Lord. Realizing this, Park sees that this son is very similar to his father. Not only did he inherit heavenly blood, but he was also endowed with more power than anyone in the Gu family. He and his brother shared the same eye. People began to whisper among themselves, because they had never seen Prince Heimosu before. He is a high-ranking person and the closest relative of King Hwangwon. Hwangwon came down from heaven, founded this city, and endowed it with divine power, in the center of which a tree grew. Since the gates of heaven closed, no one has seen this man again. Some people believe that Hwangwon became a being superior to celestials and rose higher in this world. Others have rumored that this city has become his new incarnation, and there are many gossips swirling around Wanhun. But the only one who knows the real truth, inaccessible to other people, is his eldest son. His name was Cheon Hamosu Wang Ran. It's quite a difficult name to pronounce, so we'll call him Wang Ran. Anyway, this scoundrel is defending himself for his son. The father has lost his blood, even though he is your nephew and grandson of the Heavenly King. Why do you treat him so harshly? But Wang Ran looked at this guy who was defending his son, and noticed that he had started a fight, and offered to arrange a duel. Moreover, he had not heard him stop the fight or set conditions under which they should not take each other's lives. It was not in the rules. Wang Ran and our hero noticed that the guy had clearly drawn a line between his work and personal life, emphasizing the importance of this fight. This was to his advantage. After all, family comes first for any person, or maybe this family comes first for everyone. He behaved quite mysteriously and strictly. There was something unusual about his mannerisms. If I could describe him in one word, he was like a deity. And if he was going to apologize, Wang Ran said, then the time stop would not last long, and he had to hurry. The city's treasures have some flower petals from Song Hua's garden, but they don't last forever. Wang Ran also noticed that all is not lost, and he will be able to attach his son's head back if a guest asks for it, and he would be able to do it. His father began to apologize passionately to the Dragon King with honors, but it was just a wash. An apology must be genuine and expressed properly, not just any apology, Hanil said. Our hero gives permission for the restoration of his son's head, for which his father thanks him on his knees. Our hero's sword emphasizes that Park is an idiot for agreeing to this. There was no way that his life should have been exchanged for his, but Park pulls something out of his pocket that belonged to this guy. After pulling Hanil's wrist out of his pocket, they decide that his sword will take something away from this fight. And one of those things will be the taken-away hand of this rascal who dared to behave in such a way. The heavenly city opened its arms to the young Devourer and let him in. It is a beautiful city, like a crystal city, filled with riches. Beautiful architectural buildings, the best divine roads and people in the world. A completely different atmosphere radiates from this place than from the familiar sediments. Walking along these beautiful streets, Van Rand showed the guest unique buildings, emphasizing that everything here is simply stunning, and this style cannot be found anywhere else. This style was used in his father's homeland. Walking through these streets and talking to this man, the Dragon King noticed that he began to behave more cheerfully. All this time he had to keep a serious tone because of the large number of people around him. The city was built like a real paradise. It was impossible to dispute or disagree with this. In the center of this city grew a divine tree called Shindansu.
which grew on the top of Mount Bayak, towering over the entire city. According to legend, when Huangwan first set foot on this land and founded the city, this beautiful tree grew. Soon, Wang Ran brought the young guest to his home. It was his home. He kindly invited the Dragon King to his chambers. Although they were very modest, he hoped that this would not upset the guest. Indeed, the building was modest and did not resemble the home of the governor of this city. Wang Ran handed the empty cup to the Dragon King. But why an empty cup? He asked him not to be shy and help himself, even though there was nothing on the table. But in a moment, the food literally fell from the sky, and the cup was filled with a flawless white drink. Park was amazed by this technique, and by Wang Ran's kindness. This person seemed to him to be extremely consistent with the image he had imagined. There was such an elegance about Wang Ran that Park sensed, and in such a humble place, it was just flawless. The impression on the young eater was enormous. He thanked Wang Ran once again for his kindness and grace. Prince Hemosu stunned him with his phrase, "You have certainly thanked me, Park Hanil." He revealed the mask and the mysterious image of the young Dragon King, and he puzzled our hero with just one question. "How did you know about all this?" Prince Hemosu asked him not to worry because absolutely no one knows about it except him. He recalled how 2 years ago, in the hours before dawn, when the heavenly gates opened, he read his fate by the stars and saw an interesting sign. That's how he learned about the existence of a young master named Park, but the stars didn't give him much information. Neither his age nor his name. However, the prince was sure of one thing. This person who would appear in the direction where the star fell would be extremely important. He realized that this person had great potential and a high level of power, and that means he is their prince. The prince said, "He is also a monster with incredible power. Monsters are anomalies by nature. No one treats them as celestial or terrestrial beings, or as humans. The ancients called those who were not part of the trinity of heaven, earth, and man monsters, and hunted them, believing that they violated the natural order of things in this world." And yes, the protector of the main sacred site of the Korean peninsula was a monster, and that was Park Hanil. But why did he tell him all this? At this point, our hero takes off his mask because there is no point in hiding his face. According to the prince, anomalies naturally attract each other, and once upon a time he met a man with the same fate and received help from him. Then, for the first time in his life, he told him about the laws of monsters, which his guest would probably be interested to hear. The elder is obliged to show kindness and help his relatives to preserve the common future. It was their way. Park was shocked to hear this, because he couldn't even imagine that such laws existed at all. And because of this, he had a false idea about them. The prince had been following Park Hanil's every move all along, including the fact that he was accused by the mistresses and his association with the Dame Diok, and his disappearance during the battle for the seven-edged sword. After a long time, he felt for the first time a satisfaction that could not be compared to the joy of cultivating and attaining enlightenment. He was even embarrassed as he sipped his drink, unable to imagine that someone had been watching him all this time. This is both comforting and embarrassing. Perhaps because they are both monsters, he was unconsciously drawn to him. The prince began to accumulate energy and pulled something out of the safe with his finger. At this point, an interesting object falls out of the safe, and the prince orders Puck to pick it up. He believes that it is necessary now, and it is a manifestation of kindness on his part to Puck. It was a sword of dragon light, which had saved the prince's life more than once in his youth. Despite all the years, this sword is still in good condition, and when it fell into Puck's hands, he felt a connection. But next to him was his dark sword, which radiated his thoughts about this event, not at all happy about it, believing that this sword was not even worthy of the rank of AAI. The moment Park took it in his hands and thanked the prince for his sword, the SS-ranked dark sword simply flashed in his hatred, because it meant that they were standing next to each other. But if he did not take this sword, his eardrums might burst. The sword given by the prince could sense his aura, and if they are both monsters, he might have the same abilities as Park. The prince carefully watched the reaction of his new monster friend. And the moment Puck picked up a bag with a gift and opened it, the bag contained wormwood and garlic. It was a strange gift, but it was also a gift. If these two bags are of equal value, then there is a mystery here. Without hesitation, Park chooses them, thinking that he can grow them. Between the sword and the plants, Puck chooses these things. The young eater was interested in what such goods were for and how he could repay the kindness. The prince replied that he could, if he met people like him in the future, help them. The young man noted that the prince followed his principles strictly and said goodbye to him, wishing him to find what he deserved and what he was striving for. Leaving the house of his fellow monster, Puck went ahead and walked around the city. The beautiful roads, made of high quality, impressed the young man, who walked with delight through this place, having deservedly earned a place in the sun. Once again, he looked at the beautiful tree that grew in the center of this city, and was struck by its majesty. He realized that it was a shrine to the Huang clan, and therefore untouchable.
He wondered if anyone else visited this place because of special circumstances. Demigods with the same peculiarity as him couldn't believe that he felt so calm and comfortable, just because they were considered monsters. He hid it for a long time so as not to create any difficulties. The young eater hoped that someday he would be able to return here, to once again have such a homely and warm conversation and a delicious snack. Walking along the path, Park did not know that someone was already waiting for him. A guy wearing glasses and holding a book greeted the Dragon King and asked if it was him. His name was Seong-ok, and he had been following the boy all along. He could help Park get settled in this place. But for that, he asked him to take his time and let him check his badge. Puck had a token with a value of 10, and he could stay here for 250 days multiplied by the value of the token. That's almost 7 years. As a representative for human settlement, Seong-ok was interested in what level of settlement Park wanted to get, and even he can choose under what conditions and in what circumstances he has to pay. It wasn't far to the first place, and the guy took him straight there. The room was small. It was small, with a bedside table, a locker and a bed, even without a mattress. It reminded our hero of his first apartment, a studio apartment, very modest. The housing he had just seen belonged to the lowest class. It was a 6-month residence of the 5th class. The guy who brought him in must have been in realtor mode. He explained that there are 5 ranks of housing located in 3 districts that contribute to the progression of the culmination. Because of this, the higher the rank, the more expensive it is. For example, Marinbu is the currency of the Celestials, a certain amount of energy sold in the form of amulets used as currency. Their quality and quantity vary from 1 to 9, and the higher the number, the more expensive it is. It is forbidden to leave Shinshi, but if you exhaust all the days of your stay or simply refuse to leave, you can do so. Park thought that this place was sacred. Was the only reason to need a pass to this city to rent a house? He realized that the Huang clan was more like a bunch of landlords. When he checks his balance, he realizes that he was not warned about the need for money in this place. It turns out that he has no money, even though everyone thought he had a lot of money. The realtor said that for the next 6 months, this bum-ranked room would be his share, and no one would be able to enter without his permission. The realtor wished Pak Hanil good luck and success in his endeavors. Left alone, our hero realizes that he is once again in a position similar to a homeless person. In his room, the young owner reflected on the fact that, despite the loss of everything he had, he was happy at least to have found a decent place to live. He decided to rebuild his finances to support himself for the next 6 months. First of all, he plans to plant garlic and wormwood. He will see what the result will be later, and he is grateful for everything he has received from the god of the sun. Opening the bag, he smelled a strange but familiar odor. It was the fertilizer he used to grow food during his studies. Fortunately, he had taken it with him. During his training, he had learned how to use this fertilizer to create useful things, and now he would make his squad work on growing plants using this knowledge. With a wave of his hand and a few magical words, he gave new life to the plants, which now began to bloom with new colors. Our hero felt alive again, filled with vegetation in his room, feeling connected to nature. By constantly using water, he was finally able to practice the Starwind breathing technique. Sitting in the lotus position on the floor, he began to act, concentrating on his skills. He is now at the pure level, which is the 6th level of the immortal path, which has 9 levels. Everything was just like it was 3 months ago when he was not yet a celestial king, or rather a heavenly lake king. Even after he absorbed the energy around the heavenly lake and drank half of the elixir he had received from immortal Master Thybek's disciple, there was no change. But why is there still no change in his powers? It looks suspicious, and he doesn't know what the reason is. Perhaps it's because of his lack of talent, or maybe he has already reached his limit. Even the elixir can't improve his abilities, leaving him with only training with the Starwind breathing technique. It seems that his skills have long been forgotten and need to be refreshed. Fortunately, he tries to maintain a positive attitude and not lose his composure, even if his skills do not improve. At this point, a large tree appears in space. It is not tall, but strong, and symbolizes his strength. A few days later, the wooden creatures began to work on his site. While practicing the breathing technique, the young man began to look overgrown and with a beard. Everything remains as it was, without any changes. He thinks that practicing the breathing technique does not bring the desired results. As he approached his creation, the tree, he noticed that it had only 1 or 2 rings on it, which probably indicated the limits of its power. That is why everyone underestimated this time. When he planted the garlic, it grew well, and he should try it. Even if it didn't increase his abilities, it wouldn't be wasted. The problem might have been the starry evening technique, which the guy felt was perfect. Even though he was still learning, it was his first technique. The Starwind technique had reached the final stage, and he had obtained the 10th star. Even if he trains more, he won't be able to learn this technique further, because this technique is easier to compare with others. He will be able to easily reach Mastery Level 10, and this technique was created for the pure immortal level. Perhaps it was an incomplete technique, and some parts of it were lost, which caused him to have doubts. As he ate these divine creatures, the guy thought about his next steps. He decided to create a new technique in the celestial art, using his skills and experience. He planned to create a technique that would combine all kinds of attributes. But one attribute, wooden, was not mentioned there. If he applied this attribute to the Starwind technique, he could create something unique. With this in mind, he decides to try it because the odds are good. First, he needs to combine all the attributes into the 6th star of the celestial art. But before that, he needs to pay again, because 6 months have passed, and it's time to pay up. At the moment when the guy accidentally touched the wooden creature's case, it flew off to the side. It fell on the plants he had been growing for so long. What a disaster. His creature flew away so quickly, destroying all the fruits. Feeling such strength, the boy realized that something unusual had happened. Why did the wooden creature fly away? Maybe it became so strong. Or was it all thanks to the garlic chemos had grown? For him, garlic seemed ordinary. But perhaps thanks to it he was able to simultaneously release all the excess energy and strengthen his body. The human body is a complex mechanism that allows immortals to use it for their own purposes. There is also the celestial body, which uses energy as fuel. And the human body uses it as a nutrient to strengthen itself. Because of this, even if a person has an ordinary human body, being on the same level as others, his strength is still superior to others. Man has superpowers that make him unique. Looking at this piece of garlic, the guy realizes that if he eats it, he will be able to have an enhanced body for about 3 hours. A wooden scarecrow was ready to test the effectiveness of garlic. The thought pleased him, because he did not expect the effectiveness of the garlic and wormwood he had received from the prince to manifest itself so quickly. He had killed 2 birds with 1 stone. At the same time, knowing the effect of garlic, the young master decided to try wormwood. Someone knocked on the door. It was the landlord's son who came to remind him of the rent. If he didn't pay before sunset, there would be consequences. But the guy assured him that he always pays on time. So he decides to jump into the swing of things and deal with the rent instead of trying wormwood. Still, he needs to get his money, and he heads to a well-known place to trade. Once at the local market, where people are actively buying and selling, he started looking for opportunities. At some tables, people are selling their stuff, some are bargaining, and some are just brazenly offering discounts. One of the men picked up an item and decided to make fun of the seller by knocking down the price. Desperate, the seller gives the item away at a very low price. The impudent man was very happy to get the item cheaply. People who do not have money often train in the city of God, and do not have opportunities like him. For him, as a rich man, deceiving others was just a hobby. As he walked through the bazaar, he noticed an interesting person. This person was at the bazaar for the first time, and the man had never seen him before. If he came here, he probably needed money. If he did not need money, he would not have come here. The moment he arrived at the market, he accidentally destroyed all the items he was going to sell today. The buyers looked at his table and noticed that he was selling medicines and ingredients that were very important for those in training. Usually, such things were not sold in the market, or only junk was sold. Looking closer, one man noticed that there was no way that a person could sell such things in this market. The item he was selling was a rare, high-level medicinal herb. Our hero decided to attract attention in the market by showing a root that was more than 500 years old. Such roots were rare, especially of such antiquity. He also had ginseng, Chinese thimbleweed, and dianthus. People were not just interested, they literally rushed to him. With just one piece, everyone could increase their abilities. Watching him, the man realized that in the end, he had the only choice: to sell all the herbs at a low price, and everyone was hoping for that. But the guy raised his hand and said that he only had 1 hour and one thing to say. If you want to buy this item, write your name and the amount you want on a piece of paper in front of the item you want to buy. He will sell the item to the highest bidder and get paid that way. Everyone was shocked by this proposal because they had never seen anything like it on this market before. What kind of auction is he organizing here? Although this is not how things are usually done here, it is not against the city's rules. If they take a closer look, they will realize that they have never sold such goods in this way. If someone wants to try it, let them, because everyone has a fair chance to bid as much as they want. So without objection, he invited everyone to start. And if someone doesn't like something, they can go home and sit on the toilet, collecting different herbs that will only harm them later. For some people in the market, this proposal sounded like madness and complete nonsense, and the man who loved to cheapen everything decided that he would squeeze the whole mixture of anger out of him right there in that market. But one of these people recognized him. He was quite familiar to him. He was one of the celestial masters of the lake, but what he was doing in this place interested people. People began to gossip among themselves about what the owner of the lake could be doing here. Didn't Kamosu personally choose him 6 months ago?
And he still trains here. It was amazing. If this is true, then his medicines and herbs from the Palace of the Heavenly Lake are very expensive. Everyone started asking for paper. They wanted to buy everything with their own money. These herbs were of a high level, and people started pushing and fighting for them. Looking at this performance, the guy realizes that everything is getting out of control. People started throwing their belongings to get to the leaves and write their price. But in this chaos, there was one moment that caught his attention. Park noticed a man with a white bandage and white clothes. It was Bo, a man he knew quite well. A tenant he knew came over to ask what all the fuss was about, and Park invited him to stay with him. Park asked him to look after all the items as he was busy. He said he would be back in 10 minutes. The man who liked to deceive others went to look for the guy who seemed familiar to him. The moment he returned home and started to open the door, he was interrupted. He apologized for his situation and rudeness. Park Hanil stood in front of him and asked who he was and who was supposed to be in the Peck Pavilion. He was interested in this question. Who could be in the Pavilion of Peck right now? At this point, the boy stopped and thought about it, hearing familiar words. But he decided to answer anyway. Realizing that Bakhua's pavilion was familiar to him, he was shocked at the thought. Painful memories flooded his heart, and he couldn't contain his emotions. He closed his eyes and began to cry, tired of it all. Looking at Park, he said, "Do you think I will give away everything that belongs to my family? I will not give anything away, especially to evil women." All of this began to tear his head, his thoughts, and all the forgotten memories made him miserable. He looked like a madman who couldn't cope with his emotions. And at that moment, something hit him in the heart. In front of our hero, this man began to fall and faint. He did not answer the question, "Are you okay?" and just fell to the ground. Looking at him, Park did not realize that it was the same guy he thought he was. It was Lee Sin-dae. He was one of the survivors of the Bakhua Pavilion. But why is he here? His reaction was quite strange and very unexpected. What happened there? First, Park had to find a place to hide him. He couldn't enter any room without the owner's permission, but he knew he could at least throw him into a room at random. Park opens the door and throws the boy inside. In this crystal place, he walks with the boy. He brings the boy to his home and wants to help him somehow. Among all the drinks, he found something interesting to treat his guest, who was still unconscious. The guy was lying on the bed and did not come to for a long time, so he needed to be given something to drink to make him feel better. Pulling out the medicine, Park gave him a drink, thinking that the treatment would be sufficient. The medicine should have been prepared in advance for him to eat when he woke up. But after he drank the liquid, he started coughing, and it looked like it was blood. The blood ran down his face and the stiff veins became visible, showing that he was very sick. Park realized that these were not symptoms of poisoning, but something else. But what to do with him? He did not believe that he had used any poisonous herb, or that the boy had been poisoned from the beginning. Perhaps someone had poisoned him once, but why poison such an ordinary guy? Because he was not a threat. When he returns home, Park realizes that he is not in such a bad situation, because he has many herbs that can be used to make an antidote. If he uses the herbs incorrectly, he can only make this guy's condition worse. But still, he pulled himself together and began to act. After a while, the boy's pale face began to turn yellow, and he began to look better. However, his illness did not stop there, and he started coughing again. He started spitting up blood again, and the antidote did not help at all. Looking at him, Park realized that the boy's condition was getting worse. But he couldn't just sit there and watch the poison spread throughout his body. He was sure that the detoxification had worked well, so what was the problem? It wasn't his herbs. Looking at his medications, he realized that he needed to give something stronger to get the poison out of his body. But the problem was that he didn't know what the poison was. Looking at him, he realizes that he needs to try other methods of treatment. Lighting the chuanvan, Park began the ritual of preparing the herbs. Guangwan Shin and the herbs were applied to important points on the boy's body. It was the first time Park had done this. He didn't fully understand how to do it correctly, and he hoped for the best. He decided to watch the process, hoping it would help. The guy who was unconscious stopped breathing for a second. Then he started coughing hard, sweating and spitting out blood. Eventually, he spat out a large jet of an infected snake-like substance that came out of his body. This evil spirit rose up, and Park realized that the poison was not simple. How could the poison be infected with evil intent? As he looked at the snake, he realized that the spirit was angry because it had been expelled from his body. Our hero stretched out his hand to the snake, symbolizing that he was ready to resist its influence and fight it. The snake surrounded Puck from all sides, trying to destroy this impudent man who appeared out of nowhere and ruined all his plans. This treacherous, poisonous snake got inside our hero. He tried to penetrate as deeply as possible and destroy the guy. But at the moment he was moving inside, he faced a surprise. He saw something incredible that did not give him peace of mind and did not allow him to realize his plan quickly. It was the sacred energy of water, which spread and protected our hero from adversity. Using this energy, Park began to neutralize the insidious snake. After a while, the detoxification was successful, although the snake was not such an easy opponent.
Looking at the boy from whom the insidious snake had emerged, Park saw that he should be fine now. The guy's face was much better, but his body was swollen. He looked like a puffball. What had happened to him? Maybe the treatment didn't work? Our hero was shocked, realizing that this could have consequences. Now the guy seemed to be fine, because the poison had left his body. However, his face looked like a chubby man. What was happening to his body was bothering Puck. Did the treatment not work? Puck was sure that the poison had been removed from his body. But what to do now that the boy seemed to be dying? The skin on his face began to crack, and light began to come out of it. These cracks spread all over his body, like a cracking vase. The light from this guy rose up, illuminating Park and breaking the guy's body. What was this light coming from his body? Our hero did not understand what had happened at all. Nevertheless, the figure of a guy appeared above, holding his knees and levitating in the air. Very warm, high and strong energy was coming from him. How could this have happened at that moment? Park realized that this must be the boy's true form. The boy had taken on the true form of Sunbae and was reborn in a new reality. The reborn person stood up on the ashes of his old body. Opening his eyes, he began to look around, trying to understand what was happening. Puck, trying not to look, covered him because he was naked. They were talking and they had a seizure because of the poison. So Park had to watch his body. Xiongbai understood this but still looked tortured. Park may have asked if he had been poisoned, if he was sure, if he knew about it. To which Sonbei replied that yes, he knew about it. His uncle had given him a deadly poison and locked him up for many hours. Park was amazed that his uncle could do such a thing. But why would he treat his own family member so cruelly? The fact is that people used to call his uncle Sangjero or Su Yang. In horror, our heroes realized that King Seongju, known as Su Yang, was a tyrant and ruled the Joseon dynasty. Looking at Xiongbai, Park couldn't calm down when he learned that Xiongbai had called his uncle one of the evil tyrants. The boy also said that the nickname his grandfather used to call him was Yin. Yim Hongim, the sixth king of Tangjong, was actually named Tangjong Yihungwi. He was forced to abdicate by his uncle's order in the real story, and this was the guy's real name. Pouring him a cup of tea, Park could not believe that such important people were telling this in his house. The guy awakened and became immortal during the Korean War. It was hard to imagine. Only Lady Yunhwa knew who he really was. It was very complicated, and Park would like to know more about who this guy really is. If the guy had nothing to hide, he would have told Park everything. Xiongbai turned to Park and noticed that his face looked very upset. Since Park had saved Xiongbai from the deadly poison, he decided to tell him about his real identity. It was interesting because it was about the palace. The boy started his story from the very beginning, choosing the most important moments. Everyone probably knows that he was deposed at a young age. The reason for this was that his uncle had carried out a coup d'etat earlier. The idea was that his uncle wanted to make him his puppet, promoting him up the ladder, but his uncle had a different idea. To make this happen, Song deceived him and often poisoned him. When the boy took this poison, he did not even realize it. He was just being treated to various drinks. And why would he expect his uncle to do such a thing? But one day he did feel the effects of this evil drink and threw it on the floor. He recognized the taste and realized that he was being poisoned. Every time he took this medicine, his head became heavy and he fell asleep, not realizing that his body was being destroyed. He felt that this man was trying to destroy their family. And they had to act like this, because they were all afraid that even someone who was immortal would oppose them. Song then successfully manipulated his uncle and quickly gained control of the royalty. Later, his uncle did not change his intentions, but Songa managed to achieve his ambitions for the throne. And so this terrible man, his uncle, became king. After a while, he ordered Sonbei to be poisoned with a deadly poison. After that, Sonbei realized that he was addicted. None of the remedies he tried helped him detoxify. The moment he regained consciousness and felt much better, they had already buried him deep in the ground, but he broke out and fought his way out. When he saw a ray of sunshine in this beautiful moonlit night, he fell in love with life and realized that he was immortal. This made him realize that death had been overcome and he needed to move forward. Realizing that he could not fulfill his duty to save his family and forget about people, he wanted to commit suicide several times and actively tried to do so. Until Songbei found him, it was his savior, teacher, and friend in the Songyi era, whose name was Kim Sisip. Kim Sisip was one of the most famous personalities in history. After King John's abdication, he gave up his official career and devoted himself to hermitry. To give the boy back his existence, which had become non-existent in this world, he taught him cultivation. Their relationship became one of mentor and student, and the mentor told him to hide his identity because he believed it could be dangerous if someone found out about his existence. He was sure that it was not easy for Sisip to take care of a poisoned boy who was indistinguishable from a criminal. When they met again, Sisip always gave him all his money and elixirs. He asked him to make sure he got his place back under the sun and forgave the young man. The master was sure that the boy would succeed. Looking at him, he had hope, and Songa began to feel new opportunities. He didn't think he had anything important going for him, but this man had saved him, and as their relationship grew closer, he thanked his master for teaching him. The guy had spent several centuries cultivating and seemed to have an idea of Sisyphean's entire essence, because he was the only one who kept him young. As Kim Sisypheus grew very old, he realized one thing, that he had little time left, and he worked hard to become a master in the pavilion of Bekva, and then made room for the boy who became his apprentice. In the end, he was unable to do anything for his supporters and had to say goodbye to them. After hearing this story, Park asked if he had managed to keep his head down all this time. How did he get caught? It happened a few months ago after a sword fight with his family. His humble personality greeted Lady Younghwa, who always sat on the throne. She recognized him as a student of Seal Jam and asked him if he knew anyone who had ever met her, but he was unaware of anyone who had known his teacher. Lady Younghwa thought for a long time. Then she asked him if he knew Seal Jam's real name, Kisik. The boy did not answer this question. Lady Younghwa wondered if there was a possibility that his teacher was involved in the recent conflict, the war with the East Sea Dragon King, who had stood in the way of this young lady. After hearing this, the boy did not answer her because he realized that they had been declassified. Lady Younghwa wondered if the boy knew the name of this worldly sage, Kim Sisip. Perhaps his teacher was connected to the events that unfolded in his election cycle. He was suspected of involvement in intrigues organized by the sons of Dongai and Ong. He kept silent and did not want to get involved. But the situation was complicated. While telling this story, Park was impressed by the battle for Cheljin. He wondered why Donghai and Ong's sons interfered in the election process. Analyzing all the nuances, he tried to find out why Donghai 1 remained silent until the end. Was he being investigated, and was everything he learned only possible with the help of Donghai Ong? How far did they go to bring Sun Cham to his knees? Perhaps it had something to do with foreigners. But Younghwa did not specify where he got his knowledge from. According to him, the one who instigated Donghai Wang was a member of an organization created by loyal servants. So it all comes down to the same ceremony. They hid the mechanism to activate the king's statue inside Songjiang. The guy hid the truth for a long time and didn't even know that others remained loyal servants. His friend Kim Sisip, who never left his wing, was probably among them. The moment it became known that he had been a loyal servant of the Li family, it became clear to him that his identity would be revealed and exposed. When Lady Younghwa said that he would be exploring the Kim Sisipa shrine, he realized exactly what was going to happen. This place was used as his fortification and held the remains of his teacher, so it was equipped with protective spells. When he learned about this, he strengthened the guards and realized that his past would soon be revealed. So he gathered his strength inside the sanctuary and fled to escape the attack. The things he couldn't afford to give away were kept in the Wakwagak during his attack. Now that Puck is satisfied, he realizes that it was difficult to discuss, but he's very grateful for the information. Thanks to Puck, our hero is free from this cursed prison. He is very ashamed that all he has to offer is this item he puts on the table. He tells him that Park will be able to train with this object for at least 50 years. Taking it in his hands, the boy realizes that this is the best thing he has ever had and is actually... But Seongbei said all along that he was embarrassed because he had helped him a few more times. But anyway, Sonbei asked him to hide him one more time. If Park has the strength, he can hide him pretty well. Since a lot of time has passed, there are still those who are chasing him. If he can get out of Baiwajanbai, then his wife probably still suspects something and will be looking for him. His strength has been greatly weakened, and his image has also been shattered into pieces. Looking at his ashes, he realizes that his identity has been revealed to everyone. It is of course good that he is no longer poisoned, but it is like a sword with two sharp ends. After many years of wandering, it seems that he is still looking for refuge. A man who has been holding the line on the peaks for 100 years is now so passive. It's just incredible. He understands that sometimes you need to hide your true identity, and for this he sympathizes with the young master. Taking the magic shard in his hand, he realized that they wear out with use. So he decided to keep half for himself so they could spend time right here. But there was one more thing that Pak told the boy. He was holding some kind of grain in his hands. Pak Hanil would now be his patron saint and gave him the dragon bone. But where did the Sunbei get this interesting object if he wants our hero to hide it? To do this, he needs to know a few important things. If only he could think that the leftovers after manufacturing could be used like this. And they were really amazing handcuffs holding someone's dragon in their hands. Seongbai realized that Park was using them in exchange for hiding him. It looked like some kind of restrictions or security measures on his part. But according to Seongbai, it depends on the desire to be greatness. The very word greatness has already stuck in this young man's soul, and he cannot stand this word anymore. How can he call himself a majesty? And because of this royal blood, he is in such a stupid position. Our hero thought that the guy was a little annoyed and lost his temper. He grabbed him by his clothes. He pulled him close and looked him in the eye, asking him if he had ever wondered why his loyal servant was so stubbornly defending him. He considers you a personal friend and mentor, and everything he did was for your sake. Samba forgets that, as if it were impossible to give orders, he has only been influenced by other people all this time and has not acted independently. What deeds has he done personally? If he wants to survive, he must at least remember his friend who sacrificed his life for him. These words touched Sambi's soul, and he felt guilty towards everyone he had betrayed. Looking away and remembering his teacher, he felt pain until he cried. Those words were painfully true. They were the words that needed to be said. The guy had really only been influenced all this time. And he can't waste any more time like this, so he takes someone to be a dragon. He promises that he will be very happy to cooperate for his friend. He thanks Puck for his gift and accepts his offer. And after eating someone's dragon, he becomes a patron and feels that his path has become much clearer. Soon after, Puck visits a very famous gym where a gyro competition is held. It was really the best team in history, and he tried his best. But when he came to the realtor, the promotion was already over. Now Park has decided to concentrate on training so as not to get in each other's way with his new friend. Seongbae, in turn, agreed. But he didn't understand why everyone around him was agreeing and blinking so much. Why had their relationship become so sad if he had forced him to become a subject? It took 25 years of training together. And the moment Sonbi finished an interesting case outside his room, it would take a long time for him to learn to trust him. Someone would bring him food, feed him, and every day this guy brings him food, and it seems like it's all for a reason, like magic. Looking at this, it becomes clear that there is some deep meaning behind it all. 2 months later, an interesting thing happens in the house where Pak has lived for 8 years. Hanil has scattered all his scrolls and blueprints of knowledge around the room. All he has left is a combination of magic and wind, but he can't break it. And how could this happen? Nothing has changed in 4 years. All that training has been in vain, and he will have to take up magic again, because the 4th degree is coming soon. Soon his faithful sword approaches him and asks why he is so worried. The sword spends a lot of time reading novels and charging his phone. Park realizes that the hero he is studying is probably a monk, but the sword knows that he didn't want to kill. He liked to be strong, to become invincible. And his accomplishments don't particularly impress the sword. The more Park hurried, the further he went. The sword asks him to learn to see everything around him, but how can he see it all around him if his precious drug is over, and he needs to prepare a new one? The sword noticed that the boy was walking away from him, but Park promised to come back. He adjusted his face mask, putting it on so tightly that no one would recognize him, and he went forward. As soon as he opened the door, someone was waiting for him at the entrance. After greeting the owner and saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, it was his old friend, Li Ying. Li In had been standing outside the door the whole time, waiting for Park and Elle to leave the room. They hadn't seen each other for about 4 years, but our hero had been following him secretly. This guy has changed a lot in that time. Compared to when he was just a beginner, he has become much more advanced. How much he has grown was unknown to our hero. Only last night he achieved a complete transformation of his bones. And all this thanks to the support of Confucius, who provided him with a place to practice. If it were not for the constant dosage of medication, he would not be where he is now. He lives on the edge between life and death. Park was happy to hear the news about this guy. However, this was not all he could tell him during this period, because at first he did not trust Confucius. If it wasn't for the words Confucius said to him, he would have continued to live underground. He promised to remain faithful to Confucius, who had given him his favor. Pak turned his back on him, saying he needed to take the sweet medicine while he could. But only Confucius calls what the boy is holding in his hands medicine. Wang wondered what his teacher was working on. He is working on a method he's developing, but it is not yet fully effective. He always keeps this with him to write down any ideas and solutions as soon as they come to him. Wang asked to see this script if the master didn't mind. The sword behind our hero's back made him take a closer look at his surroundings. Pak handed the script to the guy who was so kindly interested in it. After reading the script, Wang opened his mouth in amazement and realized that this was a real wall of knowledge. This merging of the two methods is far from easy and is rarely done right. Nevertheless, it is a great achievement thanks to Confucius's skill. Once he realized what he had been writing all this time, he felt as if he was presenting his thesis to a professor. This is genius, Park thought. But he hadn't even made it halfway down his thorny road yet. Wang realized that although he wasn't done yet, he was close to completion. He still needed to place and combine 2 different substances. If you look closely, there was still something that was incomplete. This was the very paragraph that Park was about to finish. Wang asked if the guy didn't mind. He would like to have a small hand in his further stages of this big and difficult work. At that moment, Wang was laying out all these records. He started digging through the records, reading and transcribing them carefully, analyzing every detail. He hoped that his lack of resources would not be a threat to Confucianism. Picking up a pen, he began to write down an important detail in this interesting activity. At that moment, as he began to write, a dark energy began to emanate from him, as if it were something more than just writing. Looking at Wang, he realized that the guy had almost erased his pen while working on his writing. Everything around him began to take on a completely different color, filling every part of this record. When he was done, he hands Puck this completed script. Looking at it, the protagonist realizes that this is the end of this recording. And realizing this, joy fills his soul. He finally rejoices in this event like a child. Finally, what he has been doing for so long is over. After a while, the realtor came to Confucius's temple, but he would not open the door under any circumstances. The realtor knocked hard on the door. The door remained closed, but Confucius did not appear. It was quite strange for the realtor. He was tired of knocking on the door and hearing that no one answered. He brought some important documents. It was an invitation to a meeting at the main palace of the Huanan clan. If he did not hand over this invitation, he would be severely punished. He begged Confucius to come out as soon as possible. Finally, he heard a creaking sound and the door opened. The realtor did not immediately realize what was happening. Everything was lit up with white light. The moment the door opened, a tremendous power began to radiate from it. The realtor started to cover his head from the debris and chaos that was happening around him, as a powerful wind was coming out of the door. The incomprehensible weather conditions changed so quickly that even the air in the room became different. However, after a while, this gust of wind died down as abruptly as it had started. Rain began to fall from the sky. But why was it falling now? It wasn't the best time of year, and there were no clouds. However, it was a strange rain, pouring directly from the tree onto the people. The people who noticed it realized that it was raining at this time of year. Has someone so powerful come to try to break through the protection of the gods, they thought. However, they did not feel any magic. It was just rain, but where did it come from? People began to speculate that it might be a dragon, because it deals with the weather. Some of them had heard that the Confucius of heaven and earth was here. But had he achieved anything? In any case, it was quite strange. If you think about it, everything took on new colors. If the Shintoists managed to reach the state of Zen, then this would be incredible news for everyone. When the girl heard this information, she realized that it sounded terrible. But without the support of her teacher, she realized it could not be achieved. No matter how humble she was, she deserved the title of her teacher. And the fact that she was chosen as a teacher was proof of her natural qualities as a believer. Although she became famous for defeating King Han, one of the wealthy and distinguished students of the Master of the Eight Palaces, they were called 7-star. Apart from the Green Tea King and his disciple, wasn't that an honor? However, King Hankin did not actually reach great heights. His accomplishments were just a facade, and she was nothing compared to him. The master came to his disciples and saw that they had been waiting for a long time. He invited them in. The rain became heavier and filled the castle with some mystical energy. Going forward with the master, the warriors looked around. They came to the same place where other members of their faction were waiting for them. It was some kind of square with stands, and in the center was an interesting place that looked like an arena for a fight. They thought that the view of the Eastern Sea would be different, since most of the factions that would participate in the trials were training in this place. After looking around the place, the man realized that there was no one above the 7-star rank here. They were ordered to sit down because a very important person was about to speak to them. This girl came in wearing brown shoes and a green dress, confidently walking forward. She was followed by a master who accompanied her to prove his superiority. This was a volunteer contribution, although they were uncomfortable walking around in this outfit. But this cloak was funded by their work. They were gathered here for a reason, and everyone present had to get down to business because they had important information. The fact is that the Dragon King of the East Sea was so ruthless that the Dragon Palaces of the West and South Seas decided to destroy the East Sea. Both sides suffered losses, and at a previous meeting it was decided that the Adepts would join forces to conquer the East Sea. For this effort, they were rewarded with the East Dragon Palace, and the most favorable positions to raise the stakes were those with a lot of money. However, they received a lot of criticism about this, and because of this, they changed the way they distributed written positions. To put it simply, she snapped her fingers to demonstrate that as of today all titles, except for 2 lords and a lady, are obtained through competition. The warriors present at the scene realized that this was true. How could the battles be held at such a time? There were only 3 months left to win, and they couldn't give up if they had a chance to get a high position. So they decided to start. They will succeed and get this place despite all the obstacles. They will be well positioned for the future. One of them stood out among the others. It was hard not to notice his face. The girl paid attention to him. Another representative who was quite famous came out of the darkness. It was the Dragon King who came too late and apologized for his tardiness. Next to him was the Confucius of heaven and earth. Because of the injustice, it was decided to revise the system of seat assignment, and Park was watching with his friend. Behind him were quite famous people, and people who had quite high ranks. It was a competition to choose a seat.
and since there were many members of the Pantheon and the Sun Wonsan clan in the higher positions, at first glance it seemed that this choice was made in favor of small groups, especially loners. Even among the younger members of the Pantheon and clan, there were many representatives. The members of this circle, even if their spiritual development was low, received a lot of support and spell points, unlike the others, so winning seemed natural for them. As a result, the structure was such that those who had more support occupied high positions. Other people were in the minority and ate up the scraps that they got. All this disgusted our hero. Since the number of participants was quite large, not everyone could get the desired places. So they determined the basic level of spirit, the girl said. Your rating is based on your level of achievement. If you have complaints about your rank and level, you can challenge someone you would like to compete with. No changes if you lose. But if you win, your ranks change, and the one whose rank was changed moves down one level. These were the rules of this competition, which they invented for balance. The hero raised his hand to ask a question. The woman asked what rank he would like to challenge to a duel. Although it might sound like a joke, his rank was not taken into account. The girl listened, realizing that even if he was, is this man really on the second level and he's not even here? Perhaps he is not here, but he wants to participate as well. After the discovery of the heavenly phrases, it became easy to see the changes in cultivation level, and many adepts took advantage of this. She thought everyone had it, but she didn't pay attention. She didn't show it to anyone. And whether he got the rank changes remained a question for Park, as Park Duel went missing during an argument about how good it was that he was given it in the past. Our hero realizes this. The girl made a mistake and did not check his level. She gives Confucius the opportunity to determine it. What order would he suggest to determine the level, she asked. Hearing these words, the guy smiled. Thanks to this competition, he can show his abilities. He chooses the first rank on the list, wanting to get it. He asks, please give me the first place. I will show everyone what I can do. This was unheard of news, and such audacity amazed everyone around him. It was a very serious statement. It was not known whether this guy would be able to withstand such a competition. But if he wants this place, it was quite bold and interesting on his part. Let him put on a show for everyone. These words were spoken by the third son of the huckster Nokdegne Sluku Dagun. He is at a higher level of divine state than they are. The divine state is when the level of a sage is divided into 9 degrees. She focused all her energy on the direction of Aaron. This is when the level of a sage is divided into 9 stages. She was in the first place. But the sad thing was that even the Gongzi level did not seem so bad. When he saw this, he realized that he could lose Ganja in such a place. But still, Park is of the opinion that you don't know until you try. And at this point, the competition begins. Zhongji Gongha versus Nokdaiga. This competition between 2 strong players begins. Especially for Guanza, this is a very important fight. By channeling his power, he shows the mighty god flying out of his hands. He wants to demonstrate the power of a divine creation level at least a little bit. This technique can impress with its energy power, and show high results even with minimal energy expenditure. Puck jumps high up, dodging the punch of this divine creature. If you look at this incredible technique, he jumps on it as if he knows it. His sword realizes that this is a reference from the last novel he read. The monk protagonist knows that it means liberation from a troubled heart. If this is true, then it makes good sense to free him from any anxiety forever. The guy accumulates energy in his body. He cannot be hit by this creature, but he wants to deal a huge blow to it. As he accumulates energy in his hand, it seems to be a bunch of enormous power. A blizzard of water fills this divine creature, which is simply on fire with this water technique. The guy who was controlling this god felt the power of this attack and was even worried about it. His hand was incredibly painful. It almost flew off to the side, and Park recognized that this was incredible considering who was using this technique. He got close to him and realized that when his technique stopped working, the guy was very worried. He asked him not to worry because everything would be fine. At that moment, his opponent underestimated him. But this did not mean that he would now use his strength at a minimum. Now he won't be so frivolous and raises a divine creature that stands right above our hero. This makes him realize that the fight will be bloody. A strong punch from the divine creature quickly flies at our hero, and it was much stronger than last time. But he gets stronger by putting out all his energy. Still, no matter how fast he moved, the punch of this unworthy creature was in front of Park's face. It seemed like it could kill him. But this is our hero, who can do anything. And the moment the divine creature's fist hit our hero, everything was covered in smoke. Our hero not only survived, he also rose above the monster. This would not help him escape. Pushing off from the monster's healthy body, the guy flies, pulling his demonic swords from their sheaths. He strikes. First, he cuts off several fingers, and then completely cuts off the creature's arm, filling it with water.
This hand reverberates on the one who controls this divine creature, and he screams in pain. Standing on a huge puppet, the guy states that although their laws are good, they don't know how to use them. That's why he looks so pitiful, and it looks like the sage's palace, which has just awakened, will be shocked. Puck's opponent realizes that he has just spent all his energy and is still lagging behind. He hasn't used a single technique to counter him. This is the pure Gwangnya method that the Buidogi talked about, and the guy had a huge advantage in this fight. He was a true martial artist. He was born for this fight and sees that such high levels can be achieved without the help of this monstrous artifact. His opponent does not tolerate bullying and cannot afford to laugh at him. He has not lost yet and is going to fight on. A rose-like flower appears in his hand, but it was a flower of unknown origin. Those who understood what it was knew what consequences it could have. The judges were curious why this flower appeared in his hands, because it was forbidden in this competition. This guy was a cursed Baradagi, a noble family who was once helped by the gods. This flower comes from the Garden of the Heart. It has the ability to destroy many other flowers containing tens of thousands of different powers. The flower is focused only on combat. It is called Destruction of Sura, and it has incredible power. The villain squeezes the flower in his hands and is filled with its boundless power. What he does is simply incredible. The consequences of this can be catastrophic for anyone who gets in his way. Now that he has this power, he can stand up to anyone. He is not going to just give up his title, and with the help of this flower, he simply cannot lose. Looking at this scoundrel, the guy realizes that incredible power is felt behind him. Looking at the divine creature behind him, he realizes that it can crush him. The situation was very bad. He sees the blow approaching him, and it could be the final act and the last thing our hero will see. A strong blow was catching up with our hero, but he managed to dodge it. The giant's wounds healed very quickly, although he spent a lot of energy healing them. The speed of this monster's attacks has become so great that it is even difficult to compare with what it was before. Looking at the way Dion Onji insulted Baradagi, it resembled a spell that Baradagi used, and from which he had to get some benefit. After moving to a safe distance, the boy decided to think about what to do next. This spellcaster could be as powerful as the Lord himself, and together they could create incredible destruction. But when he looked closely, the Devourer realized that things were not that simple. The judge who watched the fight warned Puck to be careful. Even if it's hard to write about it, this flower can bring enormous power. Not only can it destroy all opponents, but it can also destroy everything in its path. Realizing this, the Devourer sees that the flower is the root of the problem. If you tear off one petal, the army that destroys other armies will be destroyed. If 2 petals, then the end of the country, it will destroy the country. If there are 3, it's the end of the world, and it will dip the world in blood. It was the flower of the world's destruction. Looking at this incredible power, the Devourer realizes that Daeon Onji wanted to have the right to pluck the same powerful flower. But the moment he was distracted, he was ambushed from behind. The boy blocked the villain's blow with his sword. But how did he get behind him? He didn't even feel it. Realizing that the attacks were very strong and could not be easily repelled, he decides to fight to the fullest. The boy again accumulates energy in his hand. A water curtain is sent towards his opponent, but he doesn't care. The giant quickly blocks this attack with his hand, as if nothing even happened to him. But his boss pierces the giant's arm with his own creation and joins the fight. It was really unexpected for Puck, and he gets hit in the face. He was left with nothing, even though he had smashed the arm of the scoundrel who was his vessel. All this just so he could not confirm that this was the man who always lost to me. I wonder if this attack is sufficient, he thought. The sword offers to respond with its power and pull it out of its sheath. The sooner he pulls the sword out, the sooner the fight will end in Park's favor. The sword was reading this novel without even seeing him learn the spell. And in an instant, his opponent began to get nervous about these attacks. Suddenly, leaves began to fall on his shoulders. They symbolized that the Devourer wanted to show something cooler than just destruction. This time he wants to draw attention to a super powerful technique. The sword is filled with water power, and the leaves whirl around it as if filled with all its strength. Revealing his potential, the Devourer delivers a strong blow towards the enemy. The villain does not like that he is fighting in vain. He asks him to stop and just give up. Their opposition knew no bounds, but Park was not going to give up so easily, and he repelled the attack. This keeps his opponent on his toes, and he realizes that this fight is simply incredible. The opponent's hand was sealed in some wooden and grass leaves that did not allow him to move. The guy just watched as he was stopped by such a scoundrel and could not help but curse him. But Park pulled him to the side, holding him on a leash like a dog, and he just fell with him. It was an incredible battle, but he still didn't manage to win, especially in such a confrontation. However, the enemy is not going to give up so easily. He thought he could defeat him so easily. His giant appears on the front line at the moment when it is intercepted by a whirlpool. But our hero launches the spellcaster into his own puppet. He hits it hard right in the body, breaking it. Using the giant, he not only softens the blow,
but also applies the power of the flower, which brings him trouble. Circling in the air, he rises above his opponent, making it clear who is in charge. He shows that it is his magic, and now the enemy will feel defeated. Swinging his sword, he directs an incredible force towards his opponent. The wave flies straight at him. It begins to attack along with the green flower, an incredible force that attacks the villain from all sides. The enemy did not understand what it was and how he lost so much power because of this fool. His body was shaking from the blows of Park, who was standing and directing these blows. He declares that this is the last time he gives him a chance to surrender. Looking at him, the guy just doesn't move anymore, and everything around him is covered with our hero's strength, wood and water. If he doesn't want to die, then let him surrender. But he didn't have time to say it, and he didn't respond to our hero's pleas. A huge stream of trees and water grows from this place, filling the space and destroying the enemy. Everything around becomes snow white, and our hero's magic fills the space. People cannot believe that this has happened. Looking at this, they are so scared that they can't even say a word.
Oh my god, it was just awful!
This power was the embodiment of God, who had just created something impossible. He had even destroyed everything around him more than anyone had ever achieved in the first stage of the 10th stage. He stood in front of a huge crowd, having destroyed his opponent, ruining his reputation and gaining his own. The sword, looking at all this, was proud to have attracted so much attention. They had done it together. If he hadn't stirred him up then, he would have laughed all day. His voice is the only thing he listens to. Looking at this sword, the boy realized that the sword combined with the power of the dragon, created by the mighty horns, would help him more easily use the combined methods of swords and magic. The judge, looking at this show, makes it clear that the boy should not worry. This is a definite success of her training. But what was that on the podium? Whole snow-white petals. Where did they come from, and why are they flying this way? It felt as if a tree in this endless world had begun to crumble. Looking up, they saw that the petals were coming off the tree which had blossomed. Having gained strength from our hero, they seemed to have walked through the gardens of power. Obviously, his spells had affected the garden. Now this could mean that the boy had achieved the incredible, and the Moon Prince now belonged to him. At this point, a guy in yellow clothes approaches him, addressing him as Jun Zigong. He asks him questions about what he has created and if he is going to test the power of mirrors with him. Looking at the guy who approached, Park realizes that his role in the administration is important. It was the same Haidong Ming who was heading to the Huanggun Palace. They went to the administration, and the guy, following this man, wondered if he hadn't been invited to Bangong. Did it have anything to do with the Shinzu flower blossom? Because this event was just incredible for this place. Walking through this house, the eater realizes that the ceiling is very high, and there are various paintings on the walls and ceiling. The paintings were quite interestingly shaped and told a story. The eater realizes that these paintings are a reference to one event. In addition, these paintings were moving at that moment. The drawings were not static. This is a monostructural mural. Realizing this, the boy approached the drawings. Sanhagen, according to the books found by Beck Dugo, creatures from Sanhagen. They came from distant space in ancient times, seeking to rule the weak world. But the wise men who saw this mockery traveled a long way and closed the gates of heaven to stop the monsters. If it were not for the sacrifices of these sages, the world would have long since perished in the ruins of chaos. But after the gates of heaven reopened in their time, modern sages are too busy with personal issues and power. They are only interested in observing the outside world and the gods. They call them external gods. These were the great masters in those days. If they were great masters, they must have been strong. But since the gates of heaven opened, nothing has been heard of them. Where did they go? Looking at the mural, the boy sees a familiar sign on one of the monsters. It was a huge flower on the hand of one of them, similar to the 2-star sun rod he had used once before. His guide said that if he sees this on the wall, it is an Imjesinon. It was one of the 3 great rulers. These were emperors who ruled ancient China and studied agriculture. He also used this technique that our hero used. He recalls the moment when he discovered his abilities and powers. It was his first technique. The solar wind he mastered became the basis of all 10 stars for him. This man possessed a technique of such a high level that it even surpassed his 10th star. Looking at this match, Park wanted to see how he would fight. Observing the strength of this creature, he realized that this heavenly master at that time was using a technique that he was familiar with, and that he could master at the same level. He still had to strive to reach this divine level. He wanted to go back to the beginning of this story. This is not just a repetition of one episode. Perhaps this solar wind current was here, and it gave him a clue to the 10th star. The young Devourer asked his guide if this man he saw on the wall had any descendants, but categorically no saints who had the same knowledge. However, if you dig deeper, no one could answer for sure. But he had to keep going, and his guide led him on. When the boy saw this situation, he realized that it had been a very long time since there had been a saint like Vanu, and no one knew anything about him. It would have been nice if they had stayed. Despite this, he is glad that he found the clues about the star wind.
He also checked the coincidences with the 10 stars, and it gave him hope. Soon they came to a place that was the center of this world. Here were the roots of a huge tree, and the monks cultivated near it. Perhaps this is the same root of Sandansu that had incredible power and supported this city. The boy knows that it is called a hendeman, and this root is responsible for Von Gogh's main family. At that moment, when his guide approached the center, he shouted that from today everything changes. The guy has to answer all these people honestly and without lying. He wants to personally ask what he did to the Shindansu tree, and his face was set in determination. The eater noticed that the situation had changed. Now they were addressing him as the leader of the Huangwan clan. It was unusual for him to see this tree blooming. Explaining his position on promoting the flowering, he said it was not intentional. Thus, their tension reached a peak, even Shindansu, like a dragon with the element of a tree. He created such a beautiful environment that even in 1,000 years he had never seen anything like it. And at this moment the boy realizes a terrible secret that has long been hidden. This is their father. In fact, the so-called Shindansu is a Huangwang tree that blooms in the middle of this place, and he laid the foundation for it. Their father used the strength of his spine to become a powerful creature supporting the root. Only his brother Hamos was allowed to hear the whisper of revelation. They were allowed only what Hamos provided, and only this root. It was their secret. But why would they tell it to our Devourer? They believe that he has a classification because he has the holy blood that comes from the father and binds him to the tribe. By taking this blood, he will become connected to this power, and our hero will be able to communicate with his energy, making our tribe stronger than ever thanks to the power Janji gave him. The more power he gets, the more happiness it will bring him. So the guy thoughtlessly asks him to drink it. This holy blood will make him cleaner and allow him to take his place with his brothers. If he is eligible, he might refuse it, but it is an offer that cannot be refused. If he rebels, there will be great consequences. The elders who surrounded our hero do not even allow him to run. Judging by the color of his hair, father was recognized as part of the tribe. Listening to and receiving revelations from the voice, after all, it seems that only Hamos can hear the voice. He would have felt this power in this battle if he had taken the holy blood, because the strength it gives is simply incredible. For our Devourer, this sounded like sect propaganda. The Devourer realizes that he has felt his views confirmed and is happy to consider the other members of the tribe as his brothers, but he would rather die than accept it. However, the energy of Shindansu will definitely help his strength. He was worried about the programming. It gives them power in the clans, but he wishes he had the programming. He understands that if he drinks it, it will be like injecting something intravenously to program. If he takes this holy blood that they are so insistent on making him drink, and if his image is disturbed, the person he wants to become, then it will permanently destroy his condition and the structure of his body, preventing him from developing further. After drinking this holy blood, the boy feels great pain. His head starts to spin and he starts coughing very hard. Everything around him starts to disappear. Everything becomes cloudy. It feels like roots are piercing his body. All he hears is the sound of a sword, which tells him that his head is about to explode. Although it was a language he had never heard, he knows that it is for God it is power. Incredible energy permeates the body of our hero, and everything is filled with this light. Everyone around him sees what has happened. Puck's strength and energy has reached a new level, just as he thought it would. He has just decoded this holy blood inside of him. His liver is so strong that it cleansed the sacred blood, and his hair did not turn white. It was just incredible. And that's the end of this episode. Thank you so much for watching. It was a lot of work to write all of this. Thank you for watching our channel. Please do subscribe. And goodbye for now. Only his brother Hamos was allowed to hear the whisper of revelation. They were allowed only what Hamos provided, and only this root. It was their secret. But why would they tell it to our Devourer? They believe that he has a classification because he has the holy blood that comes from the father and binds him to the tribe. By taking this blood, he will become connected to this power, and our hero will be able to communicate with his energy, making our tribe stronger than ever thanks to the power Janji gave him. The more power he gets, the more happiness it will bring him. So the guy thoughtlessly asks him to drink it. This holy blood will make him cleaner and allow him to take his place with his brothers. If he is eligible, he might refuse it, but it is an offer that cannot be refused. If he rebels, there will be great consequences. The elders who surrounded our hero do not even allow him to run. Judging by the color of his hair, father was recognized as part of the tribe. Listening to and receiving revelations from the voice, after all, it seems that only Hamos can hear the voice. He would have felt this power in this battle if he had taken the holy blood, because the strength it gives is simply incredible. For our Devourer, this sounded like sect propaganda.
The Devourer realizes that he has felt his views confirmed and is happy to consider the other members of the tribe as his brothers, but he would rather die than accept it. However, the energy of Shindansu will definitely help his strength. He was worried about the programming. It gives them power in the clans, but he wishes he had the programming. He understands that if he drinks it, it will be like injecting something intravenously to program. If he takes this holy blood that they are so insistent on making him drink, and if his image is disturbed, the person he wants to become, then it will permanently destroy his condition and the structure of his body, preventing him from developing further. After drinking this holy blood, the boy feels great pain. His head starts to spin and he starts coughing very hard. Everything around him starts to disappear. Everything becomes cloudy. It feels like roots are piercing his body. All he hears is the sound of a sword, which tells him that his head is about to explode. Although it was a language he had never heard, he knows that it is for God it is power. Incredible energy permeates the body of our hero, and everything is filled with this light. Everyone around him sees what has happened. Puck's strength and energy has reached a new level, just as he thought it would. He has just decoded this holy blood inside of him. His liver is so strong that it cleansed the sacred blood, and his hair did not turn white. It was just incredible. And that's the end of this episode. Thank you so much for watching. It was a lot of work to write all of this. Thank you for watching our channel. Please do subscribe. And goodbye for now. He has just decoded this holy blood inside of him. His liver is so strong that it cleansed the sacred blood, and his hair did not turn white. It was just incredible. And that's the end of this episode. Thank you so much for watching. It was a lot of work to write all of this. Thank you for watching our channel. Please do subscribe. And goodbye for now.